Senado. DepEd. Kay jump. Marami ba? Reference muna tayo. Reference.
Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we take up the reference of business and request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bills on first reading as well as communications and resolutions. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there an objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Secretary General will read the reference of business.
Additional reference of business, bills on first reading, House Bill 4587, prohibiting discrimination on the basis of age, racial or ethnic origin, religious belief or activity, political inclination or conviction, social class, sex, gender, sexual orientation, gender identity and expressions, marital or relationship status, disability, SIV status, health status or medical history, language, physical features, and other status by Representative Abellanoza.
To the Committee on Human Rights.
House Bill number 4588, regulating cockfighting in the Philippines by Representative Tevez Arnolfo.
To the Committee on Games and Amusement.
House Bill number 4589, modifying the salary schedule for civilian government personnel and authorizing the grant of additional benefits by Representative Kabuchan.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
House Bill number 4590, providing young workers kit to female students in all public academic institutions in the Philippines by Representative Pariñas Regia.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill number 4591, amending Republic Act number 1087, the credit card industry regulation by Representative De Los Santos.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
House Bill number 4592, mandating all toll operators to give discounts to motorists who avail of electronic toll collection system by Representative Biolago.
The Committee on Transportation.
House Bill number 4593, creating Philippine Agricultural Growth and Stimuli Accelerations Act by Representative Kabatbat.
Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill number 4594, institutionalizing a comprehensive national grassroots sports development program centered in the Philippine National Games by Representative Torres Gomez.
The Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Bill number 4595, declaring September 11 of every year a special non-working holiday in Ilocos Norte province in commemoration of birth anniversary of former President Ferdinand Ederlin Marcos, to be known as President Ferdinand Ederlin Marcos Day by Representative Pariñas Ria and Pariñas Rudy Cesar.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill number 4596, promoting further the mobility of PWDs by mandating certain accessibility facilities and services by Representative Pariñas Ria and Pariñas Rudy Cesar.
The Committee on Social Services.
House Bill number 4597, converting the LTO Region 6 of Iloilo City into a regular license center to be known as the Iloilo Center Licensing Center by Representative Baronda.
Committee on Transportation.
Resolutions. House Resolution 329, directing the Committee on Human Rights to conduct an investigation on the human rights violations brought about by the implementation of Executive Order Number 70, Series of 2018 by Representative Brosas, Sarati, Cullamat, Gaite, Castro France, and Ilago.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 330, condemning in the strongest possible terms the ambush of former Pangasinan Representative Amado Espino Jr. in San Carlos City, urging the Philippine National Police to immediately apprehend the suspects and calling for a speedy investigation into the same and similar attacks against government leaders by Representative Villafuerte.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 331, urging the House of Representatives to signify its commitment in support of the Youth Strike for Climate Philippines by Representative Ilago.
Special Committee on Climate Change.
House Resolution 332, directing the Committee on Agriculture and Food and other appropriate committees of the House to conduct an inquiry and investigation relating to the increasing number of rice cartels and rice smuggling in the Philippines in the country by Representative Kabatbat.
Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 333, expressing the sense of the House for the creation of a DPWH in the Barn for the implementation of the national infrastructure programs, activities, and projects and the newly established autonomous region by Representatives Ataman, Sinsuat, Mangudadato, Arbizon, Matba, Balindong, Sangkopan, and Adjong.
Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Joint Resolution 16, authorizing the use of the rice subsidy as provided under the Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program in the GAA for the purchase of palay from farmers, mandating for the purpose the DSWD to buy palay from the local farmers and distribute rice subsidy in the form of actual rice instead of cash assistance to qualified beneficiaries by Representative Villafuerte.
Committee on Appropriations.
Committee report number 20 of the Committee on Transportation on House Bill number 4611.
Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider House Bill number 4228 as containing Committee Report number 8 and request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the said measure. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Secretary General will read the title of House Bill 4228.
House Bill number 4228, an act appropriating funds for the operation of the government of the Republic of the Philippines from January 1 to December 31, 2020, and other purposes.
Majority Leader. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we proceed with the interpolations on the proposed budget for the Department of Education. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there an objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, to sponsor the proposed budget of the Department of Education, we move to recognize Rep. Cora Malanyaon, Vice Chairman of the Committee on Appropriation, to answer questions.
The Honorable Manyaon is hereby recognized for her sponsorship.
Mr. Speaker, before we begin, we would like to acknowledge our guests in the plenary, headed by very dynamic and young at heart Secretary Leonora Magtulis Liling Briones, Undersecretary Annalyn Sevilla, Undersecretary Alain Del Pascua, Undersecretary Jesus L.R. Mateo, Undersecretary Nepomuceno Malalulan, Undersecretary Diosdado San Antonio, Undersecretary Tonicito M.C. Umali, Undersecretary Josephine Maribuhok, OIC Undersecretary, our former Chief of Staff, Attorney Revsi Escobedo, Assistant Secretary Attorney Salvador Malano III, Assistant Secretary J.S. Ambat, OIC Assistant Secretary Alma Rubi Torrio, Assistant Secretary Mr. Ramon Fiel Absede, Assistant Secretary Alberto Escobarte, and all the regional directors and heads of the attached agency, Mr. Speaker.
The officials of the Department of Education and attached agencies are welcome to the House of Representatives.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Rep. Irene Gay Saulog of, France. We would like to acknowledge, to interpolate, Mr. Speaker, Rep. Franz Castro of Party List, ACT Teachers Party List.
The Honorable Castro
move.
is recognized.
Good afternoon, Honorable Speaker. This humble representation is tasked to sponsor the budget of the Department of Education and its attached agencies, namely Early Childhood Care and Development Council, National Book Development Board, National Council for Children's Television, National Museum of the Philippines, and the Philippine High School for the Arts. The department's proposed budget of 551,715,849,000 is 13.46% of the national government budget of 4.1 trillion for fiscal year 2020 and ranks second among departments with the biggest allocation. Of this amount, 518,853,188,000 forms part of the proposed new appropriations, which this August body is deliberating upon. The Department of Education budget is anchored on the following strategic priorities: expanding access to basic education, improving its quality and relevance, and modernizing education management and governance. For fiscal year 2020, the Department of Education will operate under the banner "Making the Pivot from Access to Quality" in the pursuit of its objectives that every Filipino has access to a complete quality basic education, every graduate is prepared for further education and world of works, the delivery of basic education services to learners is effective, efficient, and collaborative. This representation, Your Honors, hopes for the approval of the budget of the department and its attached agencies and is now ready to answer questions relative to the same.
The Honorable Castro, previously recognized, may now proceed with her interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. So, pwede po bang makapagtanong ng ilang clarificatory questions about sa budget po ng Department of Education?
Gladly, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay. So, yung una pong sets of questions ko po ay yung about shortages or yung budget cuts doon sa ating mga budget. So alam natin, Mr. Speaker, na yung edukasyon ang pinakamahalagang serbisyo na maibigay ng gobyerno sa kanyang mamamayan. Pero napansin ko po, Mr. Speaker, yung mga ilang shortages na alam naman natin na talagang talamak naman yung shortages in terms of yung mga classroom, yung ating mga textbooks, other materials that are essentials doon sa ating teaching and learning process. So, unang tanong, Mr. Speaker, una pong yung tungkol po doon sa teachers, okay? I would like to thank Mr. Speaker, the Department of Education for giving us the data about the unfilled plantilla positions for the teaching and non-teaching personnel, particularly to Undersecretary Jesus Mateo, and also another data provided by USEC Annalyn Sevilla. So, yung unang tanong, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, is on the unfilled plantilla. So, it says here on your data, the grand total, including the DepEd Central Office on unfilled plantilla positions. So, you have here 3 columns about teaching, teaching-related, and non-teaching. So you have here a total of unfilled position of 63,035. So sa teaching po, you have 41,510. Sa teaching related, 9,297. And the non-teaching is 12,228. So first question, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, so what is the difference between teaching related and non-teaching? Kasi alam ko po yung difference ng teaching sa non-teaching, pero ano po yung mga position ng mga teaching-related?
Okay. Teaching-related positions include yung position ng mga supervisors at saka those who are really in actual teaching jobs.
So, tapos na po. So, Mr. Speaker, so ito po yung mga position on the administration and supervision. Tama po ba, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, in the schools.
So ito po yung mga principals, yung mga
Supervisors.
guidance counselors, mga...
Yes,
Kasama
Mr.
po ba dito
Speaker,
yung
Your
mga
Honor.
librarians or saan ang teaching siya?
Kasama po yan, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay? Looking at your matrices, so nakita po natin, Mr. Speaker, medyo, please correct me if I'm wrong, doon sa aking mga data dito na present ninyo kasi yung total, grand total na unfilled position is 62,637. Is it correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker. Ang nasa
Pero medyo naguluhan po ko, Your Honor, kasi looking at the data for National Capital Region, meron po ditong non-teaching, 7,764, teaching-related, 985, non-teaching position, so you have a total of, what is 84,197?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, ito ho ay yung mga figures, no? Non-teaching, field is 48,192, unfilled is 12,206. So total for non-teaching is 60,398. For teaching positions, field is 805,955, unfilled is 41,510, total is 847,465. Teaching-related, field is 48,478, unfilled is 9,319, and total 57,797. So the total for field is 902,625, unfilled is 63,035, or a total of non-teaching as well as teaching and teaching-related of 965,660. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Wala pa ako nung data na yon, Mr. Speaker. Can the honorable sponsor provide me the data that you have read? Kasi ang tama naman po ito, ang hinihingi ko lang naman po yung unfilled plantilla position. Pero ang tanong ko po, parang hindi siya nagtatali doon sa grand total, unfilled teaching, teaching-related, and non-teaching as regards doon sa down. Kaya nga nagbigay po ako ng example, do we have the same matrix, Mr. Speaker? Kasi katulad nga po ng sinabi ko, in example ko, sa National Capital Region, yung mga unfilled, kung ito po yung tamang intindi ko, merong 7,764, yung teaching-related ay 985, sa non-teaching naman ay 1,587. So yung total unfilled ay 84,197. So saan po nakuha itong 84,197? Kasi isang example lang po yung tinitignan ko, pero nakita ko dito sa total unfilled, parang hindi siya nagtatali doon sa nilagay po natin.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, please allow our USEC in charge of positions to reconcile with your figures and to make necessary corrections.
May I request for a minute of suspension, Mr. Speaker?
Session suspended. school building.
We are ready, Mr. Speaker.
Sessions resumed. Please proceed.
Nagkamali.
May I know the comment, Mr. Speaker, by the distinguished sponsor as regard to our data?
We will check the data again, and then we will provide you with a new listing, with a new document, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the data that the DepEd provided me is the wrong data. So I have here a copy of the new data. So may I proceed, Mr. Speaker, that for example, in the National Capital Region, we have here for the non-teaching personnel, unfilled position of 1,537, and then for the teaching position, 7,764, and teaching related is 985, unfilled position. So is it correct? Are we looking at the same data, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor?
That's correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay. Kung mapapansin natin, Mr. Speaker, dito sa data ng ating departamento, meron po tayong grand total ng unfilled non-teaching position na 12,206 and teaching unfilled position na 41,510 na ang pinakamalaki po ay nanggagaling sa Calabarzon, NCR at saka dito sa Central Visayas. Yung sa teaching related naman po, ito po yung mga administrators, supervisors, guidance, librarians. Meron po tayong unfilled position totaling to 9,319. Is it correct, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor?
Yes, it's correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay. So kung titignan natin, Mr. Speaker, doon po sa mga unfilled position, meron tayong 63,035. Overall total sa mga teaching related, and non-teaching personnel. So may I know the reason, Mr. Speaker, the reason why is it that this is a significant amount or significant number of unfilled position? So let me have one by one. For non-teaching position, we have 12,206. May I know the reason, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, the reason why is it that there are so many unfilled positions for non-teaching?
Okay. Actually, for the year 2020, 10,000 new teacher items are provided. No? Actually, DepEd, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, asked for 40,000 teachers items, except that we only got 10,000 new teachers items. No? So these positions include teachers 1 and 2. So and then 5,000 items for non-teaching personnel is provided by DBM chargeable against the miscellaneous personnel benefits fund. It's true that there is still a great disparity between the unfilled positions as well as the provision for 2020. But as stated early on, DepEd asked for 40,000 but only 10,000 was given. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
With due respect to our distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, ang tanong ko po, I agree that you have requested for more items for teaching and non-teaching, sa non-teaching mga financial staff. So 10K for the teaching. Pero ang tanong ko po, Mr. Speaker, meron tayong unfilled position na 41,510. So kung magkikreate tayo ng 10K, so which I agree naman, tama naman ito kasi kulang pa talaga yung mga teachers natin. So bakit nangyayari na ang dami nating mga unfilled position both for the non-teaching and teaching position, and yet meron tayong kinikreate na new position? Bakit po, Mr. Speaker, hindi napipilapan ng DepEd ito? Kung babaybayin po natin, titignan po natin, napakarami po ito sa mga per divisions, per regions, thousands, ang mga unfilled positions sa teaching. Ang nagiging resulta, Mr. Speaker, paano natin ma-attain yung sinasabi ng Department of Education na ideal class size? Kasi ang daming ang unfilled position. So pwede bang malaman yung correct categorical answer, bakit nangyayari itong unfilled position na ito? Na tingin ko, Mr. Speaker, very significant.
O bakit?
Ito mga sa non-teaching, recently, what hingi tayo ng authorization sa DBM to fill up yung mga positions like it here. Sa teaching positions po, ito po yung pa dito, yung mga higher level positions. Hindi lang po yung
Bago lang itong building. Okay. Ang sagot po, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, bago lang po na ibigay itong non-teaching positions that was unfilled, yung 11,808 bago lang naibigay ng DBM, ang authority to fill up. Then dito naman sa teaching, bago rin naibigay ang
kasama po yan yung mga higher level positions.
dito naman sa teaching positions, kasama dito ang mga
Higher positions like master teacher.
ang mga higher positions like Master Teacher 1 at saka Master Teachers, yung mga Master Teachers, no? So yun po ang rason bakit hindi natin napifill up kaagad, no?
So, ibig po bang sabihin, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, doon sa unfilled position ng teaching, puro po ba ito master teacher? Ito po ba yung mga position for promotion? Kasi significant, 41,510. Kasi kung sinasabi po ng ating distinguished sponsor na karamihan dito ay mga master teacher or mga or items for promotion, bakit ganito karami ang mini-maintain nating position for promotion? Marami pong mga teachers natin ang gustong ma-promote. Ang dami pong mga applicants na for promotion na gustong ma-promote. Pero ang nakikita natin at dinig natin sa field ay kulang ng position para sa mga master teacher. So mukhang hindi po yata nagtutugma yung ating reason out kung bakit may ganito karaming unfilled position, and yet yung sa baba, on the ground, ay sinasabi na wala na tayong mga items para sa mga higher position. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, sa kalakihan ho ng organization, medyo it takes time bago na i-report sa baba doon sa central office. Karamihan dito ng mga unfilled positions actually ay na-fill up na. So some are still in the process. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, ito pong kinatawan na ito ay hindi po satisfied sa sagot ng ating distinguished sponsor from the Department of Education dahil tingin ko po parang hindi po tama na marami tayong mga unfilled position and yet nangangailangan tayo na magkaroon ng sana ideal number of teachers and students ratio. And at the same time, Mr. Speaker, pangalawa, gusto ko rin itong busisiin, ilan ba yung mga item mula sa master teacher at iba pang mga position dahil mga teachers ay talagang marami sa mga teachers natin, Mr. Speaker, na pagkakaitan ng tsansa or oportunidad na magkaroon ng promotion. Marami nga dyan, mga teacher 1, 20 years na, 30 years, napakatagal na sa mga position, kaya dapat ma-fill upan na ito. Pangatlo, ito po ay nagkikreate ng savings on the part of Department of Education na sana ay nagagamit natin po para doon sa kapakinabangan ng ating mga teachers at syempre para doon sa kalidad ng edukasyon.
Everything is noted, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, meron po tayong unfilled teaching related na ang total po nito ay 9,319. So, sabi po ng ating butihing sponsor kanina, Mr. Speaker, kabilang dito yung mga administration position, yung mga principals, tama po, no? May I know the ratio po? Dito sa mga teaching-related na position, ilan po dito yung pang-administration o yung tinatawag nating principal item? From the 9,319, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, we'll give you the data later. But these are the positions that are classified under teaching related. School principals, guidance coordinators, head teachers, vocational placement coordinator and administrator, vocational school superintendent. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, and again, so muli po, itong data na ito na napakalaki din na maraming mga unfilled positions sa administration, 9,319. So gusto ko pong malaman ilan po dito yung pang-administration. Bakit po, Mr. Speaker? Dahil pag pumupunta po tayo sa field, naririnig po natin sa ating mga eskwelahan, mga comments, na marami pong mga eskwelahan natin na ang mga principal item na supposedly napapakinabangan ng ating mga teachers for promotion, again, ay hindi po ito na nagagamit. Meron nga po tayong mga teacher na teacher in charge. Ano ba yung ibig sabihin nito? Dalawa po yung ginagampanan niyang responsibilidad. Administrative responsibility and at the same time, teaching responsibility na malaki pong paglabag ito sa RA 9155. Dahil po sa RA 9155, dinefine na po dito ano ba talaga yung trabaho ng teaching and non-teaching teaching-related personnel para sa mga tracks na tingin natin baka hindi na i-evaluate ito mabuti ng ating departamento, Mr. Speaker, na una, dapat ma-fill upan. Siguro mamaya malalaman natin yung reason, yung mga item for principals, yung mga item po for mga guidance counselors, mga head teachers at iba pa. At sana yung mga teacher natin na gumagampan ng teacher in charge ay maging full-fledged principal na. maaring ay ikatwiran, Mr. Speaker, ng ating sponsor ay walang pumapasa sa mga principal test items at principal test. So baka yun po yung ating maging dahilan. Pero ang Mr. Speaker, wala po bang magagawa ang departamento para maging flexible dito sa mga ganitong mga requirements para po yung mga principal item, administrative position ay ma-fill upan, Your Honor?
Yung hindi pa nakapasa ng principal's test, they are given designations like head teachers, no? At saka ang DepEd tries to conduct training para makakapasa sila sa kanilang principal's test. So for as long as they're not able to pass the principal's test, they will not qualify to be full-fledged principals.
Thank you, Mr. Distinguished Sponsor. Ano po yung intervention na ginagawa po ng ating departamento para doon sa mga teachers naman na gusto naman talagang administrative track ang gusto nila instead of dun sa teaching? Ang dami nito eh. Siguro po, Mr. Speaker, kuhanin natin sa Department of Education through our distinguished sponsor, yung mga position na ito na marami po mga TIC. So ano po yung mga interventions na ginawa po ng ating departamento para makapasa or ma-qualify yung ating mga teachers?
So ito ho ang mga interventions that DepEd provides. Mentoring, training, coaching, and then encouraging them to also aim for career progression.
Okay, sana po Mr. Speaker, talagang seryoso yung ating departamento na ma-address yung kakulangan ng ating mga teachers siguro na gusto na pong ma-promote pero hindi pa nakakapasa. At syempre, yung mahalaga dito, yung intervention ng ating departamento. Going now, Mr. Speaker, to my next topic on classroom shortages. In 2018, 47,000 is the original target by the Department of Education, Mr. Speaker, but it was reduced to 28,170 noong budget noong General Appropriation Act. Is that correct, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay. Sinasabi po ng COA doon sa kanilang observations na doon po sa nirequest natin na budget for 2019, 3,414 na po yung as of July 31, 2019, na meron lang 11 ang nagawa. Do you attest to this or do you agree with this data, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor?
Ito ho ang sitwasyon, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. On the 47,000 classrooms, that was the original target supposed to be of the DepEd. Only 28,170 classrooms were given. It's true that the original target was 47,000, reduced to 28,170. So, 11 classrooms were completed as of December 2018, but there were 21,278 classrooms which were already ongoing construction, while 8,749 were undergoing procurement process by the DPWH. So as of July 31, 2019, 3,440 have already been completed, while the balance of 24,730 are ongoing. And yes, everything, all of the balance are undergoing construction, and DepEd is constantly monitoring the construction also, and also trying to coordinate with the DPWH for just to monitor the construction.
Thank you, Mr. Distinguished Sponsor. So, ito na po ang summary, Mr. Speaker. So, out of 47,000 na original target, na-reduce po ito ng DBM na 28,170. And then, in July 31, 2019, meron po tayong kakulangan na classroom shortages na 24,730. Ito pong budget, ngayon po, may proposal pong tayo na 64,000. Pero ang funding po na ibinigay lang ng DBM ay 48,000. Kung isusuma po natin ito, Mr. Speaker, mayroon pa rin tayong more or less 32,000 na classroom shortage. Tama po ba yan? Kung i-add natin yung kasalukuyan natin na kailangan.
Yeah. We requested from DBM for the number of classrooms, except that we are only given this number because of the limited funds. So, as I said early on, lahat ng naibigay, naka-program are now ongoing.
Okay, so sa makatuwid, Mr. Speaker, more than 34,000 classrooms yung kailangan natin for this year para ma-fulfill natin yung tinatawag na mga shortages sa mga classroom na sana ay na-provide ng ating DBM o departamento o natin dito sa Kongreso. So, shortages sa teaching and non-teaching and classroom shortages. So, iba pang mga shortages, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, yung doon sa mga ICT packages. Meron po tayong undelivered na 39,950 na mga recipient schools na mga undelivered. So pwede po bang, Mr. Speaker, malaman natin ang dahilan kaugnay nito? At pangalawa po, yung science and math kits. Meron din tayong 13.6 million na mga undelivered. Kasi gusto natin maging computer literate yung ating mga bata at magkaroon syempre din ng mga science and math kits. Pero ano pong dahilan, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, bakit hindi po ito dineliver?
Lahat ho yun, ongoing ang delivery until the end of the year. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So ongoing yung delivery nitong 39,950 recipient schools, science and math. So Mr. Speaker, ano na po ngayon? Ngayon po ay second quarter na, paano na po yung second quarter. Sana po ay ito ay ma-deliver na as soon as possible kasi nade-deprive po yung ating mga estudyante noong talagang kalidad na edukasyon na idudulot ng mga packages na ito. Pwede po bang makakuha, Mr. Speaker, noong or distinguished sponsor, noong listahan ng mga recipient schools na ito at saka yung science and math kits to be delivered?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. We will give you the data.
So, Mr. Speaker, mas nakikita natin po sa mga shortages, mas masahol ang makikita nating shortages kung ang mga teacher mismo ang ating tatanungin kung titignan natin ang sitwasyon sa field. Kung di nag-viral yung isang post na isang teacher about dun sa faculty room o banyo, hindi pa natin mabubusisi itong talagang mga shortages natin sa ating mga eskwelahan in terms of lack of facilities. Ito ay isa sa mga mayor na ipinaglalaban ng mga union at ang iba pang mga shortages ay makikita sa the difference on the proposed budget ng DepEd sa matrix ng Department of Education in terms of the budget cuts. Ito po, Mr. Speaker, kung babanggitin ko lang, yung mga items na budget cuts sa ating departamento dahil tingin po ng representasyong ito, napakahalaga nitong mga kinat na ito dahil mahalagang at the minimum, maibalik natin ito dahil essential ito doon sa delivery of service natin sa education. So, yung unang-una po ay yung Basic Education Inputs Program. Ito po yung improvement and acquisition of mga school sites, new school personnel position, learning tools and equipment, textbooks and other instructional materials. So malaki po, Mr. Speaker, ang mga kinat dito na kailangan natin. Another one po yung tungkol naman po sa Inclusive Education Program. Ito po yung mga program ng departamento on multi-grade education. Meron po tayong budget cut dito na 4 million. Indigenous People's Education, meron tayong 17 million cuts. Flexible Learning Option, meron po tayong 106 million. Para po dun sa ating mga Moro students, yung Madrasa Education Program, 19 million ang cuts. So, nagtototal po ito ng 147 million na cuts. So, ano po bang ginawa dito ng ating departamento dito sa mga cuts na ito?
Ang ginagawa ng DepEd ho ay humingi ng humingi, no? Kaya lang sa limited resources, limited funds, kaya nababawasan. So, ginagawa na lang nila ng paraan na mako-compensate itong mga shortages, no? Kasi kung talagang makikita naman natin from the very beginning that DepEd keeps on asking for higher or bigger allocation, bigger support, it just happens that we are always limited by resources.
Thank you,
Speaker, Your
distinguished
Honor.
sponsor. So in due time po, mag-create tayo ng amendments to the budget of Department of Education.
Thank you, Mr.
Kung
Speaker.
babanggitin ko pa, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, iba pang mga budget cuts na talagang nakaka-worry sa parte ng ACT Teachers Party List. Yung Education Policy and Development Program, meron po ditong National Assessment System for Basic Education, 212 million. Policy and Research Program, 12 million. Basic Education Curriculum, 27,000. 27 million. Development of Promotion of Campus Journalism, 457,000. National Literacy Policies and Programs, 1,678,000. Early Language Literacy and Numeracy, 3,486,000. So yun pa po yung mga budget cuts na nakikita natin dito na kailangan na pagtuunan ng pansin. Bukod pa po dyan, Mr. Speaker, yung mga budget cuts naman po kaugnay noong development ng ating mga personnel. Meron na po tayong CPD law at alam naman natin ang departamento yung in charge dito sa CPD law natin. So malaki po yung cuts para sa mga trainings ng ating mga personnel, particularly on human resource development for personnel in schools and learning centers. Meron pong 49 million. Teacher Quality and Development Program, 20,341. Yun po palang human resource ay 49,371,000. So, ano po ba yung pwede kaya na maging intervention ng ating departamento kaugnay nito, Mr. Speaker? Distinguished sponsor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, we agree with you. And it's all noted, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. At sana po ay makatulong tayo later on na madagdagan itong mga, o ibalik man lang itong mga kinat na ito dun sa budget ng Department of Education. Okay, next po ay yung tungkol doon sa GASPE. So nakita ko po doon sa budget natin, meron tayong 31 billion for GASPE. Is that correct, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay. So dito po sa budget natin dun sa GASPE na hindi ko po nakuha yung data kaugnay nito, Mr. Sponsor, kasi noong nagkaroon tayo ng budget briefing, ginusto rin sana nating makakuha ng data about doon sa mga schools na kung saan ilan po yung ating mga beneficiary dito sa GASPE, both in elementary and high school up to senior high school. So wala pa pong pinapakita ang ating departamentong data rito, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Wala hong elementary, only grades 7 to 12. So the number of voucher program beneficiaries is 1,290,185.
So, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, pwede bang makuha yung data noong mga beneficiary po natin ng GASPE?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. We
At yung
provide you
syempre,
the data.
yung pong data natin doon
Opo.
sa senior high school.
Opo, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay? Meron po tayong nakuhang report mula sa COA about doon sa observation about GASPE implementation sa COA report. Meron pong mga beneficiary dito na ghost. Meron din po mga beneficiary dito na nadoble, na nabigyan o nagkadoble-doble yung mga pangalan. So isa rin po ito sa ni-raise ko sa briefing nung nakaraan sa DepEd na wala rin po akong nakuhang sagot kaugnay nito, Mr. Speaker. Pwede po bang ma-provide? Dahil malaki po yung budget natin, 31 billion sa GASPE, na sana ay nagamit natin doon sa mga pangangailangan natin sa public school, na mga kailangan natin ng mga basics. Pero pwede po ba, on the record, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, maipaliwanag ng ito, yung naging COA observations kaugnay noon sa quote-unquote anomalies doon sa GASPE.
We provided you already the required document. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, your office received it on September 13, 2019.
But anyway, Mr. Speaker, titignan ko pa po yun. Titignan natin po yung may mga discrepancies. Pwede bang in brief, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, makuha natin yung gist, no explanation kung bakit nangyayari yung ganun po.
Okay. DepEd, in coordination with the Private Education Assistance Committee, updated that 115 voucher program beneficiaries reported in the AOM of the COA were billed multiple times due to having multiple unique learner reference numbers, or LRN. And these are more on clerical errors. So PIAC and DepEd work together to avoid occurrence of the same findings. Unique LRN of students are now used in claim for payments. The database of the voucher management system has been updated. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Dun sa sagot, Mr. Speaker. So, sana lang po, ma-evaluate pa natin yung at ma-assess po natin yung pondo na naibibigay po natin dito sa GASPE na tulong sa mga private school. Totoo naman po na kailangan ng assistance, pero kailangan po ay maging maayos yung implementation nitong GASPE at yung pagbibigay po natin ng pondo doon sa mga private schools. Imagine niyo po yung 31 billion na wala pa po dito yung tinatawag natin na parang tulong po dun sa senior high school. Tama po ba? Ito lang po ay yung sa GASPE. Wala pa po doon sa yung mga senior high school o yung tinatawag nating voucher system para sa mga senior high school. Kasi, Mr. Speaker, 31 billion is 31 billion. Sa mga salaries nga ng ating government employees and teachers, 31 billion lang yung binibigay na pondo para sa salary increase. Pero 31 billion is a big amount to consider. Meron pong akong nakita na merong binawasan ng budget sa mga kulang-kulang na 1 billion dun sa mga non-DepEd public schools. Nagkakahalaga ito ng kulang-kulang na 1 billion 940,224,000. Tama po ba ako? Ito yung mga LUC, SUC na mga eskwelahan po natin na may mga senior high school.
Nasa SUCs lang yun ho, in grades 11 to 12. Kasi po, mayroon free tuition naman talaga ang sa SUCs. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, napakalaki ng tinanggal na budget kaugnay nito. Kung totoo ba yung trend o yung policy ng DepEd na later on, mawawala na sa mga SUCs yung senior high school. Dahil, Mr. Speaker, ang anak ko ay nasa SUC, LUC, sabing ganon, 2 taon na lang daw, yung kanilang senior high school doon at hindi na ito mapopondohan. Ito ba yung ibig sabihin, Mr. Speaker, kung bakit sa trend ay pababa ng pababa yung ibinibigay nating pondo para sa mga non-DepEd public schools gaya ng SUC?
Actually, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the decision to really keep their grades 11 to 12 is on the SUCs. So, kasi ngayon, ang kanilang concentration really, ang focus is on sa tertiary. Kaya nga, medyo maliit na lang ho ang naibibigay sa SUCs. Kasi itong pondo parang ginagamit na lang ho sa mga laboratories requirements nila.
So for the record, Mr. Speaker, so ang trend po natin sa mga SUC na dating nagki-cater para dun sa ating senior high school, in due time, in proper time, ay mawawala na ito. At ito na ba ay yung pondo po na inilalaan dito ay mapupunta na po dito sa mga additional fund doon sa mga DepEd schools natin, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Noted po, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay. Isa pa po sa budget cuts, Mr. Speaker, in terms naman po doon sa benefits ng mga teachers, yung tungkol sa medical examination for public school teachers. So, gusto ko lang malaman, Mr. Speaker, kung talagang nag-provide pa ba ng proposal ang DepEd kaugnay nung medical examination for public school teachers kasi ginawa nila ito noong 2019. Nag-propose pa ba ang Department of Education, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, ng budget para po dito?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, yes, DepEd proposed, but the DBM did not consider pending issuance of the IRR of the Universal Health Act, no? So, kaya po, hindi pa ho na pabigyan yung proposal ho ng DepEd. Mr. Speaker.
Ang tanong, Mr. Speaker, nag-propose ba ang Department of Education ng budget for medical treatment benefit para sa ating mga teachers for 2020?
Ito po, sa 2020, DepEd proposed 400 million, but it was not approved, so it's deleted. So the reason is that there is still a need, they are waiting for the IRR of the Universal Health Act, and the lead agency here is the DOH.
Okay.
Mr.
Thank you,
Speaker,
Mr.
Your Honor.
Speaker. For the teachers, it's good to know na nag-propose po ang Department of Education, pero kinat ito ng Department of Budget and Management. In due time, mag-aano din po tayo ng amendments dito sa ating benefits na ito ng mga teachers natin. On to my last topic, Mr. Speaker, on weaponizing the bureaucracy to fulfill yung tinatawag nating National Task Force on yung ECLAC. So may I know, Mr. Speaker, ano po yung papel ng Department of Education dito? Kasi nakita natin, they belong to Cluster 12 based on the DILG memo. A member ng Sectoral Unification, Capacity Building, Empowerment, and Mobilization Cluster. So yung mga specific activities, programs, and projects under the NTF as Cluster 12 members, yung resolution, documents, agreements under the NTF, as Cluster 12 member entered into by the DepEd with the Office of the President, NTF, the NDAFP, and any official and unit thereof. So, ano po yung papel dito ng Department of Education sa Cluster 12 na binabanggit po doon po sa document ng Department of Education and the ILG?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, member ang DepEd sa Basic Services Committee or what's that? Or the National Task Force, no? But anything na related to education and information, yun ang gagawin ng DepEd. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Pwede po bang makakuha ng dokumento, Mr. Speaker, related sa role ng Department of Education dito? Dahil, pwede po ba makakuha, Mr. Speaker, ng document ng role ng Department of Education sa National Task Force dahil
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, DepEd will provide the good congresswoman required document.
alam natin, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, ang Department of Education ay alam natin ay talagang civilian authority na dapat hindi napapaloob o nasasubjugate under the military, under po doon sa mga military activity. Nakalagay din po, Mr. Speaker, dito nakita na natin yung mga gampanin ng Department of Education. So, dahil alam naman natin kung para saan itong National Task Force na ito, kaya po nagiging dahilan ito, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, noong profiling na ginagawa sa mga teachers, alam ko naging kaisa ang DepEd kaugnay ng pagtutol dito sa mga profiling ng mga teachers. Totoo po ba, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor?
Hindi ho kasama yon, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay. So malinaw na hindi kasama itong mga ginagawang mga profiling na ito kasi naranasan ito nung last year ng mga teachers natin dahil kung mangyayari ito ay labag ito doon sa basic right ng mga guro na makapag-unyon. Alam niyo po ba, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, mga leader po natin, siguro maimbestigahan din ng Department of Education, particularly sa Region 10. Si Ma'am Ofelia Tabacon ay madalas, pang-anim na beses na yan, na binibigyan ng red tagging, dinidisplay pa sa eskwelahan niya, na siya daw ay terrorist, etc. Baka pwede po, Mr. Speaker, maimbestigahan ito ng Department of Education at para makuha din natin yung suporta dito ng Department of Education doon sa pag-organize ng mga union. Pwede po ba, Mr. Speaker, maimbestigahan ito?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your
Si
Honor.
Ma'am Ofelia Tabacon sa Region 10 na teacher po doon sa Cagayan de Oro City. Okay.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Sige. Dahil kukonti na lang po ang time, Mr. Speaker, sana ang papel ng Department of Education dito sa National Task Force ay hindi naging dahilan ng closure ng mga salugpungan schools and threats and suspension ng mga tribal schools natin na katulad na nangyari sa salugpungan, hindi rito maging dahilan para mapigilan ang mga teachers natin sa kanilang right para sa pag-uunyon at para to free expression at maging dahilan din po noong paglabag ng mga karapatan ng ating mga bata, ng ating mga teachers, yung ating mga personnel para sa kanilang mga basic human rights. So ito lang po, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, marami pong salamat.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, before we proceed with the next interpolator, I would like to move that we recognize the guests of Congressman Eric Yap from Barangay Tuyon Tuyon, Municipality of Tuy, Batangas. They are Kapitan Adrian Perez, Kagawad Arnulfo Arzobal, Kagawad Porfirio Bautista, Kagawad Joselito Carinan, Kagawad Adela De Castro, Kagawad Maylene Sedeba, Kagawad Nerissa Derhop, Kagawad Virgilio Atado, Secretary Marlene Atienza, Treasurer Cecilia Atado, and SK Mika Atado.
The guests of Congressman Eric Yap, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate from the party list Bayan Muna, I move that we recognize Representative Euphemia Kulyamat.
The Honorable Kulyamat is recognized.
For her manifestation, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Kulyamat is recognized for her manifestation.
Ginong Speaker, maraming salamat. Ginang sponsor, meron po akong ipahayag na manifestasyon. Pwede ba?
Kita mo.
Maraming salamat, ginang sponsor. No? Ginoong Speaker, ang pagpapalawak ng isip sa pamamagitan ng edukasyon ang susi tungo sa pag-unlad. Lahat tayo rito ay may kakayahang gampanan ang ating mga tungkulin dahil sa pagkatuto. Karanasan man o paaralan ang ating naging mga guro, hindi maitatanggi ang halaga ng institusyon ng edukasyon. Lahat ng magulang ay nagnanais na makapagtapos ng pag-aral ang mga anak. May mga batang, mga ilog ang tinatawid para lang makapasok sa paaralan. May mga gurong nagtuturo sa 2 baitang ng sabay-sabay kahit gaano man kahirap dahil kinikilala nila ang halaga ng edukasyon. Ginoong Speaker, ginang sponsor, paulit-ulit na sinasabi ng Department of Education ang mga salitang "no one left behind". Pero iniiwan nila ang mga batang lumad. Hindi makatarungan na pag-isyu ng DepEd nang suspindihin ang permit to operate ng 55 na paaralan ng salugpungan sa Davao Region at malaking kalapastangan sa karapatan ng edukasyon. Ang salugpungan ay nagtuturo ng tunay na kultura pagpapahalaga sa aming lupang ninuno, pangangalaga sa kalikasan para sa sunod na henerasyon. Sa halip na gipitin at ipagkait ng DepEd ang edukasyon ng mga lumad, ay dapat pa nga nilang kilalanin at tulungan ang pagporsigi ng mga katutubo. Sa matagal ng pakikibaka namin, dugo at pawis ang pinuhunan para makayo ng paaralan sa aming mga komunidad, para makapag-aral ang aming mga anak at ang susunod na henerasyon. Sa aming pag-aaral ay natutunan naming mga lumad na dapat labanan ang panghihimasok ng malaking korporasyon, pagmimina, laging at iba pang kumpanyang nakakasira sa aming lupang ninuno. Pinapasira ang mga paarang lumad nang walang mabigat na batayan at hindi naman sapat na proseso. Pinakikiusapan namin ang salugpungan. Nalaman namin na aligasyon lang pala mula sa National Task Force to End Local Communist Armed Conflict ang basihan ng DepEd sa suspension order nito. Hindi pa naman napatunayan, hindi pa nga naimbestigahan. Ito ay agad na itinturing ng DepEd na katotohanan at ginawang batayan sa pagsuspindi. Hindi pinaalam sa salugpungan, walang formal complaint, hindi binigyan ng kopya ng report kung saan nakabatay ang suspensyon. Paano sasagutin ang mga aligasyong wala namang konkretong batayan? Mukhang ang DepEd nga ang dapat managot kung bakit basta-bastang pinagkaitan ng edukasyon ang mga batang lumad base sa impormasyong hindi inaalam kung totoo. Ang mga paaralan pa ang dinidikdik na magbigay ng dahilan kung bakit hindi dapat ipasira. Hindi raw nagpasa ng sapat na papilis ang mga paaralan. Kasinungalingan ang sinasabi ng Department of Education at ng military na ginagamit ang mga paaralang lumad bilang training ground ng rebellion. Sa pagkakalat ng mga kasinungalingang ito, ang Department of Education ay nagpapalaganap sa miseducation. Mayroong ding nagsasabi na lumad ang nagpapasara ng paaralan. Lumad nga ang nagtayo at lumad ang magsasabing sasara ang paaralan. Hindi kami humihingi ng pera pa sa gobyerno. Kahit kapos kami ng pera. Ang gusto namin, hayaan kaming magpatakbo sa aming sariling paaralan ayon sa aming karapatan sa sariling pagpapasya. Mayroon na ding mga banta na ipapasira ang Lumad School sa Caraga, ang Al-Kadib, Alternative Learning Center for Agricultural and Livelihood Development, ito ay high school, at ang Tribal Filipino Program of Surigao del Sur, ito ay elementarya. Malinaw po, batay doon sa United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, karapatan naming magtatag, mamahala sa aming sistema ng edukasyon at institusyong nagbibigay ng sariling wika sa pamamaraang naaangkop sa aming kultural na pamaraan sa pagturo at pagkatuto. Huwag nating hayaan itong mangyari ang pagsara ng Krebs at Al-Kadib. Kaya dahil dito, hinahamon ko ang Department of Education at ang Kongresong ito na makiisa sa mga paaralan at komunidad ng mga katutubo dahil ang pagsisikap namin, ito pinapakita namin na ito ang tulong namin sa ating gobyerno dahil matagal na ngang walang naibibigay na sosyal na serbisyo, matagal na itong hindi binigyan ng serbisyo ang mga katutubo, ngunit hindi kami naggawa ng problema ng gobyerno. Bagkus ito ang maging tulong namin at ang hinihingi namin na tulong ng Department of Education, kung anuman ang pagkukulang ng aming pagtayo ng paaralan, ay hindi dapat ito ang gagawin. Kaya hindi rin namin patuloy din naming ipanawagan na ibasura ang martial law sa Mindanao. Ibasura ang whole nation approach. Ibasura ang National Task Force to End Local Communist and Armed Conflict dahil hindi po ito ang aming hindi ito ang tugon ng aming kinakaharap ng problema. Ang aming panawagan palagi sa ating pamahalaan, irespeto ang aming karapatan sa sariling pagpapasya. Ito lang po, Ginoong Speaker. Maraming salamat at magandang hapon sa ating lahat.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank Congresswoman Kulyamat for her manifestation. Next on our list, Mr. Speaker, is the representative from Magsasaka Party List, Congressman Arhel Joseph Kabatbat, for his interpellation. I move that he be recognized.
The Honorable Kabatbat is recognized for his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The department, Mr. Speaker, has a commendable utilization rate of around 90% plus. However, the unused appropriations for the remaining percentage of unutilized or unused appropriations still amount to around 42 billion for 2017 alone, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. Although commendable and impressive, the utilization rate, yet the amount of unused appropriations are still very significant. Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, I would like to ask the department as to what actions are being taken by the department to improve and increase their utilization rate of the appropriations given to them.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, as admitted by our Honorable Congressman, that the fund utilization rate of the DepEd is really remarkable and commendable. So, for instance, here, in 2018, there's supposed to be recorded 40 billion, but actually, the fund that was released by DBM was only about 16.7 billion of that is unreleased, while 23.9 billion is unobligated, and 19 of which is continuing, which has been made part of the 2019 budget. And this amount has already been spent for capital outlays as well as MOOs, because DepEd was allowed for another year, no? And because of the extension. So, in effect, only 4.4 billion lapsed, which is the personnel services portion. So, while it would appear like it's a big amount, yet it is still, it's quite small because it's the consolidated amount of about 47,000 schools, 2,000 division of 200 division offices, and 16 regions. So parang every school parang 1,000 lang talaga. So that's 4.4 billion. Just for the information of the Honorable Congressman, the utilization rate record of the DepEd now is really commendable. In 2016, it has 88%, while in 2017, there is a remarkable drop of unutilized funds. So because the utilization rate then was 97%, and now in 2018, it's 95%.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Despite the remarkable utilization rate of the department, I have been reading COA reports, and there are recommendations for the department as to how to improve its utilization of its unused appropriations. Mr. Speaker, Madam Madam Sponsor, I would just want to ask how the department is performing as far as complying with the recommendations of the COA is concerned.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Actually, the DepEd has heeded actually the recommendation also of the COA, and it's already conducting a lot of reforms, dialogues, as well as consultations, and initiating reforms just so it can further improve the utilization rate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. Can we be given a report, a detailed report on these reforms
Yes,
and actions
Mr.
taken by the department?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking of the unused appropriations, can we also be given a copy or a detailed report as to what contains the unused appropriations for 2017?
We will provide the Honorable Congressman, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
And is it true that for the 2018, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, the department did not report any continuing appropriations?
For 2000. Okay. The DepEd reported a continuing appropriation of 19 billion. I stated early on that of the unobligated portion, 19 billion is 2017 or
For 2018, Madam Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I saw in the 2019 NEP, no, in 2020 NEP, there appears to be no continuing appropriations for 2018.
There is no continuing in 2018 because 2017 was valid only for 1 year.
I think I would like to disagree with my esteemed colleague, Madam Sponsor, because as far as I remember, the validity of the appropriations for 2017 is for 2 years, except for PS. Perhaps there should be another reason for the supposed reversion of funds to the Treasury. That is...
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, talagang 1 year lang ho ang validity for 2017.
Well, I submit, Mr. Speaker. But as far as I remember, for 2017 GAA, it is for 2 years. But nonetheless, let's agree to disagree, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. Let me move on to my next question. The department, in one of its budget briefings, has mentioned about exploring the use of artificial intelligence in our education. Do we have some sort of a roadmap as to when are we going to utilize or start utilizing artificial intelligence in our educational system?
Pinag-aaralan na po, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Can we also be given a report on that?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay. On to my last question, Mr. Speaker. What is the department doing to promote the importance of agriculture in our educational system and in teaching our students about agriculture? Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor.
The DepEd is trying to enhance actually the curriculum for agriculture, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Can we be given a draft
Yes, Mr. Speaker,
proposal
Your Honor.
for this so we can also contribute?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
And when can we expect the implementation of this, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor?
The implementation actually is ongoing, but we are still continuing the refinements, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Sponsor, I have no further questions.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of the budget of the Department of Education, including its attached agencies. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Before we continue, Mr. Speaker, may I acknowledge the guest of the Makabayan Bloc from Germany, the Honorable Lawrence Gosta Buten, a member of the Parliament of Germany. Ms. Laura Geiger of Rosa Luxemburg Stiftung Center for International Dialogue and Cooperation, and Mr. Benjamin Butler, together with the former colleague of ours, the Honorable Antonio Tinio.
Our guests from Germany and our colleague, Congressman Tino, are recognized. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we proceed with the interpolations on the proposed budget of the Commission on Audit. So move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, before we begin with the sponsor, may we acknowledge our guests in the floor, the Commission on Audit family, headed by Chairperson Michael G. Aguinaldo, Commissioner Jose A. Fabia, Commissioner Roland C. Pondoc, Assistant Commissioner Carmela S. Perez, Assistant Commissioner Elizabeth Sosa, Assistant Commissioner Winnie Rose Encaliado, Assistant Commissioner Susan Garcia, Assistant Commissioner Adelina Concepcion Ancahas, Assistant Commissioner Luz V. Chato, Assistant Commissioner Alexander B. Juliano, Assistant Commissioner Manolo C. Singh, Assistant Commissioner Joseph Anacay, Assistant Commissioner Luz Tolentino, and all the directors of local, national, and corporate sectors, and all other directors of this department, Mr. Speaker.
The officials of the Commission on Audit, headed by our good friend, Chairman Michael Aguinaldo, are recognized. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the sponsor for the proposed budget of Commission on Audit, I move that we recognize Representative Eileen Buhain, the Vice Chairman of the Committee on Appropriations. Questions, if any.
The Honorable Eileen Ermita Buhain is recognized for her sponsorship. Session suspended.
Announcement, may I request the DepEd family not to leave the plenary hall because we are going to continue with the interpolation of your budget right after the interpolation of the Commission Audit. May I please ask the members of the Department of Health not to leave.
Okay, no problem.
Pasensya na. Kanina kami nasa committee. Who audits the auditors? Who polices the police? Kahapon GCG, yun ang tanong ko dapat. Sabi ni...
Oo nga, sarap po. Kasi nag-isip mo kapon, 7:30 ka ba? Okay, yung oras ka na kapon, 7:38. Magkano eh? Tama.
When I heard the call.
Get things rolling na free.
Sessions resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the first interpellator for the Department of Commission on Audit, Representative Ferdinand R. Gaite of Party List Bayan Muna.
The Honorable Gaite is recognized for his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Sponsor, pahintulutan bang makapagtanong ng ilang clarificatory questions hinggil sa budget ng Commission on Audit, Mr. Speaker, Sponsor?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to answer questions from the
Maraming salamat po.
Speaker.
Ang kinatuwang ito ay may mga ilang katanungan hinggil sa
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
policy o mga patakaran ngayon hinggil sa ating mga...
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the Majority Leader.
With the indulgence of the Honorable Gaite, may I request that the plenary, the people inside the plenary hall to please remain quiet so that we can proceed with our interpellation. May I request again that the members and the people inside the plenary please minimize your noise so that we can continue with our interpellations.
Yes, the people in the plenary will please maintain order. Please proceed, Honorable Gaite.
Muli, maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. Ang Commission on Audit ay isa sa mga signatories ng lumabas na sirkular noong 2017 at gayon din noong 2018 na ang tawag dito ay CSC DBM Commission on Audit Joint Circular Number 1, may nilabas noong 2017 at gayon din noong 2018. Ang nilalaman ng circular na ito ay patungkol sa usapin ng ating mga job orders at contract of service workers na sinasabing kailangan ng gobyerno para maisagawa ang mga pangangailangang temporary ng ating pamahalaan. Pero at the same time, pinagpapatuloy yung nakikita nating kontraktualisasyon ng mga manggagawa sa gobyerno. Noong 2017, nilinaw dito na sa halip na gumamit ng tinatawag na individual contract of service, ipapalit yung institutional contract of service. Sa aming pananaw, hindi nasusolusyonan yung problema ng kontraktualisasyon. Sa halip, gagamit lamang ng mga service contractors or service providers or service agencies para mag-hire ng mga kawani, pero hindi pa rin sila gagawa ng regular na trabaho. Kahit na marami sa kanila ay matagal na sa serbisyo sa loob ng pamahalaan. Binago ito noong 2018, ngunit essentially ang binago lamang ay yung pag-extend ng deadline na originally ay dapat sa January 2019, doon sa sumunod na circular na nilabas noong 2018, in-extend lang ito sa December 31, 2020 o palugit na 2 taon. Sinabi dito na gagamit pa rin at pwedeng pahintulutan ang paggamit ng mga institutional contract of service na gumagamit ng mga service contractor at service provider, pero ang katangian ng trabaho ay wala pa rin tinatawag na employee-employer relationship. Ibig sabihin, hindi pa rin sila empleyado ng gobyerno. Mismo nga sa Commission on Audit, ayon sa aming pagsisiyasat, ay mismong nag-hire ng mga contract of service. Ayon sa datos ng Civil Service Commission, ayon sa kanilang Inventory of Government Human Resource System, may 174 employees comprising 0.14% of the total members of the, 230 pala, sorry po. You have 230 job orders or contract of service comprising 0.18% of the total members of the personnel of the Commission on Audit. Tanong po namin, layunin ba talaga ng gobyerno na magtipid sa pamamagitan ng pag-hire ng mga job orders and contract of service as a matter of policy, Madam Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, hindi naman po.
Ang isa, Madam Sponsor, sa nakita naming layunin at paulit-ulit na babanggit ito, meron daw mga trabaho na time-bound, meaning limited lamang ang panahon na pangangailangan ng trabahong ito. Ngunit para daw makatipid sa pangmadalian, hindi na kailangan daw mag-create ng plantilla positions, mag-hire ng regular employees, at sa halip, mag-hire na lang na job orders at contract of service. Hindi ba natin masasabing isang paraan yan para makapagtipid ang gobyerno, Madam Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, hindi naman actually policy ng COA na magtipid ng ganon. It's really policy po ng DepEd.
Kaya ako pa natatanong ito kasi mismo sa pag-define kung ano ang pwedeng i-contract out o gumamit ng mga job orders at contract service, sinasabi rin dito when to ensure the continuous and efficient delivery of government programs and service, such as in the implementations of projects requiring personnel with skills or expertise not available in the agency, or implementation of time-bound projects or tasks which renders the hiring of permanent employees impractical and more expensive. Hindi ho ba ang ibig sabihin nun, para makapagtipid ng gastusin sa personnel services na normally charge ang items sa mga plantilla positions, i-charge siya lang sa contracting out of services sa ilalim ng maintenance and other operating expense na mas madalas kaysa hindi siya permanente. At kadalasan, taon-taon, nire-rehire ang ganitong uri ng trabaho pero walang kasiguruhan sa trabaho, making it less expensive. Tama po ba yan, Madam Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, hindi naman kaysa nagtitipid po ang government. Apparently, hindi lang po nagka-qualify ang empleyado sa civil service. Although, of course, ang gusto rin po ng COA ay magkaroon talaga ng panatiling position ang ating pong mga workers.
Maraming salamat po sa kasagutan na Madam Sponsor. Kaya ako po natatanong to, ayon sa mandato ng Commission on Audit, is the prevention and disallowance of irregular, unnecessary, excessive, extravagant, or unconscionable expenditures or uses of government funds and properties. Tama po po yan, Madam Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Tama po, Mr. Speaker.
Kung gayon na Madam Sponsor, naniniwala ba ang ating kapitapitagang sponsor na ang hiring ng regular at permanent employees ay extravagant, unnecessary, unconscionable, tulad na lang ng ating mga manggagawa sa Department of Health, doon sa HRH deployment program, na ang laking bahagi ng ating mga kawani at manggagawa na nagbibigay serbisyong pangkalusugan ay hindi regular, Madam Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Hindi po, Mr. Speaker.
Nakakabahala po kung kaya't po nagtatanong ang kinatawang ito dahil lumolobo ang bilang ng ating job orders, contract of service sa government. Hindi pa kasama dyan yung bilang ng tinatawag po natin casuals and contractuals. Ang malaking pagkakaiba, yung casuals and contractuals, bagamat wala rin silang kasigurahan sa trabaho, pero wala nga silang meron silang employee-employer relationship. Yung ating job orders and contract of service, bagamat gumagawa sila o gumagampan ng regular na trabaho, sila ay walang employee-employer relationship. Sabi nga ng Facebook, not in a relationship. Nakakalungkot dahil silang gumagampan ng regular na trabaho, marami sa kanila ay matagal na sa serbisyo. Bakit matagal? Kasi nire-rehire lamang ng nire-rehire taon-taon. You will not be surprised in some agencies, they would have been contract of service or job orders for 5, 10, 15, even 30 years in government. Doing regular functions. Sa DSWD, ang tawag sa kanila, MOA workers, Memorandum of Agreement workers. Sa NHA, ang tawag sa kanila, emergency hires. Tinanong ko yung isa, Madam, emergency hire po kayo? Opo, ang sagot niya. Tinanong ko, gaano katagal na? 15 taon. Madam, hindi po emergency yan. Yan po ay long-term employment na dapat matagal na kayo ginawang regular. And yet, right now, there are at least 600,000 job orders, contract of service out of the 2.4 million government employees in government. Idagdag pa natin yung almost 200,000 na casuals and contractuals with employee-employer relationship. Paano natin ma-justify na mismo ang gobyerno na sanang nagpapatupad ng mga batas, lalo na sa karapatan at kagalingan ng manggagawa, mismo ang DBM, CSC, and the Commission on Audit are party to this policy of continuing the program of contractualization within the government itself, Madam Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Actually, ako po ay, Mr. Speaker, nag-aaral po ang COA na kailangan po in the future ay magkaroon po ng plantilla position ang ating pong mga workers.
Lalo't higit sa Commission on Audit na saklaw ang lahat ng ahensya ng pamahalaan. Tungkulin ng COA na busisiin ang lahat ng paggamit ng resources na kailangan ng mamamayang Pilipino. Ngunit, ang nakakadismaya, yung gumagampan ng trabahong ito ay mismo sila ay hindi kinikilala ang kanilang trabaho. Despite na nabanggit na yung trabaho nila ay regular, yung trabaho nila ay necessary, yung trabaho nila ay desirable. And yet, many of our employees in government, 1 out of every 3, no? Kasi 800,000 ang total. 1 out of every 3 government employees are subjected to these conditions na kawalan ng kasiguruhan sa trabaho, walang benepisyo. Kapag nag-retire sila, dahil hindi sila covered ng GSIS nor SSS, pag sila ay magkasakit, hindi sila covered ng PhilHealth. Kung sila ay magkaroon ng pagkakataon na gustong magkaroon ng sariling tahanan, hindi sila covered ng pag-ibig. And marami pang ibang problema ang kinakarap bilang empleyado ng gobyerno because we argue that there actually exists employee-employer relationship. But by the myth of the contract, by providing a sentence in that contract that no employee-employer relationship exists, yung myth na walang employee-employer relationship ay parang ginagawang katotohanan. Tama po ba yan, Madam Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Opo, Mr. Speaker.
Kung kaya't ang kinatawang ito ay nagtutulak na dapat itong circular na ito, sa halip na institutionalize ang contractualization sa government bilang uliran na employer, kasama ang Civil Service Commission at ang Department of Budget and Management, magpakatotoo na gawin talagang regular ang daang libo nating mga kawani hindi nakakapagtamasa ng regular na empleyo. Na lalagay sila sa matinding panganib. Marami sa kanila ay nagbibigay ng mga basic services such as yung ating mga magwawali sa lansangan, mga health workers sa mga iba't ibang ospital, yung mga, maski meron po, alam niyo po ba, kahit technical workers, we have highly trained personnel like in the Philippine Rice Institute who are scientists, mga geneticists, but in the absence of a regular position, kapit sa patilim ang sitwasyon nila at hanggang ngayon ay nananatiling kontraktual na mga gagawa. Kaya po sa ang kinatawang ito, nagtutulak na dapat baguhin ang circular na ito at sa halip itulak yung pag-create ng mga job, ng mga regular positions sa government para bigyan ng pagkakataon ang daan libo nating mga government workers na hindi regular na magkaroon at last ng trabahong regular, Madam Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I agree with the Speaker. In general, we are all against contractualization, and we are for permanent on regularization. And COA is willing to help and pursue this, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat po. Ang katanungan ko pong, ang susunod ko pong katanungan ay patungkol doon sa tinanong ka na po doon sa Office of the President. Ito po ay patungkol doon sa confidential funds at intelligence. Ayon sa datos na nakuha natin submitted under the BSF, umaabot ang 4.5 billion ang kabuuang confidential and intelligence funds. Almost double for the past 3 years. Nakakabahala dahil ayon rin sa datos na nakuha namin, out of the 8.28 billion Office of the President budget, more than half of it will be for confidential expenses and intelligence expenses. Matanong ko po, Madam Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, nagsusumite ba ang opisina, ang mga naturang opisina ng kanilang reports patungkol sa paggamit ng intelligence and confidential funds, Madam Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Opo, Mr. Speaker.
Salamat po. Kasi nabasa po namin, Madam Sponsor, na ayon sa COA, DBM, DILG, GCD, DND Joint Circular Number 2015-01 na libabas ng 2015, required nga na mag-submit ang quarterly accomplishments reports. Kung kaya't natatanong namin, sapagkat ang kinababahala natin, ang tawag nga po sa pondong ito ay black budget. Black as in itim. Bakit po black? Kasi hindi na sa subject nga po sa audit. Tama po ba ako, Madam Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. In-audit naman po.
Na-audit po ito, Madam Sponsor. Sa anong paraan? Ito ba ay kinikilatis sa bawat sentimo na ginagamit? Ito ba ay kailangan may patunay na dumaan sa process ng bidding ang bawat expense item? Ang bawat item ba ay pinopost-audit? Kailangan ba mag-submit ng mga datang requirements para ma-ensure na ang bawat sentimo na ginagamit galing sa buwis ng mga mamamayang Pilipino ay na-audit, Madam Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The utilization of such funds, intelligence and confidential, is generally confidential and classified by nature, which requires not only strong internal controls in the release and utilization thereof, but also strict accounting and auditing rules to prevent mishandling or improper application of the funds.
Madam Sponsor, maaari po rin ba malaman kung mismo ang Office of the President na nabanggit na 4.5 billion na intelligence and confidential funds for 2020, sila rin ba ay sumusunod sa reporting requirements na tinatakda ng naturang joint circular?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat po. Ang pagkakaiba daw ng intelligence funds ay patungkol sa military at ang confidential funds ay para sa mga civilian agencies. Tama po ba yan, Madam Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, tama po, Your Honor.
Sa kasalukuyan po ba, matanong ko, Madam Sponsor, sa ibang bansa, may mga policy na hindi forever ang confidentiality. Hindi forever. Merong mga procedures o process na sa isang takdang panahon, ito ay dinideclassify. I think the purpose of which is to ensure that maaring ngayon may usapin sa pambansang seguridad o taktikal na mga usapin na hindi maaring maisiwalat, pero bunga ng ating sinumpaang tungkulin na public office is a public trust. Therefore, the use of each centavo of the government funds must be known to the public. Meron bang procedure ngayon na ang sinasabing classified na mga information regarding audit of reports, eventually ho ba yan na dideclassify, Mr. Sponsor, Madam Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, hindi po. Mr. Speaker, hindi po.
So wala pong proseso o procedure ngayon na ang mga classified audited financial statements ng mga ahensyang may confidential and intelligence funds ay maaari in the future ay mailabas. So wala po, tama po ba Madam Sponsor? Wala po.
Wala po, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat po. Makakatulong po yung inyong binigay na informasyon para gumawa ng mga konkretong hakbang ang kinatawang ito para doon sa usapin ng napakahalagang papel ng Commission on Audit na tiyakin na ang bawat piso na ginagamit ng ating bayan ay ma-audit, gagawa ng karampatang hakbang para magkaroon ng pag-i-ensure na ang transparency sa paggamit ng pondo ay hindi nagagamit sa katiwalian, korupsyon o iba pang hindi karapat-dapat na paggamit ng pondo na pinaghirapan ng mamamayang Pilipino. Maraming salamat po sa inyong kasagutan, Madam Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize another sponsor, Congressman Alvarado.
The Honorable C. Alvarado is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the next interpolator, Representative Muhammad Khalid Dimaporo of the 1st District of Lanao del Norte.
The Honorable Khalid Dimaporo is recognized for his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, with the good sponsor of the Commission on Audit, allow me to ask some questions to place the
Gladly,
answers on
Mr.
record.
Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My concern is in regards to my region and really a policy issue on how COA should administer itself when it comes to national projects being implemented in our respective regions, specifically regions 9, 10, and 12, and also the autonomous region, now the BARMM. In the 2019 budget, the ARMM has been given 10.14 billion pesos. That's for the ARMM. But on top of that, may dagdag. Itong dagdag is the DPWH budget that is being implemented through regions 9, 10, and 12. In regions 9, Zamboanga Peninsula, they are implementing for Basilan, Sulu, Tawi-Tawi. In regions 10, Northern Mindanao, they are implementing for the province of Lanao del Sur. In regions 12, Soc-Sargen, they are implementing for the province of Maguindanao. I'd like to show a slide so I can make it clearer for everybody to see. In the 2019 budget, the DPWH has been implementing in regions 9, 2.28 billion pesos. 500 million for Basilan, Isabela, 500 million for Sulu, 1st District, 500 million for Sulu, 2nd District, 500 million for Tawi-Tawi Lone District. In Region 10, the DPWH has been implementing 500 million for Lanao del Sur, 1st District, 500 million for Lanao del Sur, 2nd District. In Regions 12, the same also, the DPWH has been implementing 500 million for 1st District and 570 million for 2nd District. Now I'd like to ask, what is the jurisdiction of the COA in regards to these public infrastructure funds? Subject to our Constitution, Article 10, Section 14, supposedly, Malacanang or the President will administer the national programs through different regions. That's why we create our regions. In the case of Mindanao, our regions were created by virtue of Executive Order Number 36, providing for the reorganization of the administrative regions in Mindanao and for other purposes. The latest jurisdiction administrative region that was created was the Bangsamoro Organic Law, which provides a jurisdiction for the Bangsamoro government or the autonomous region. Now I'd like to ask the COA, how do they follow the jurisdiction of the DPWH? May I question clear, Mr. Speaker? Does COA follow the regional jurisdictions, or does COA follow the autonomous region where the funds will go? So for example, in Region 10, is COA limited to Region 10? In Region 9, is COA limited to Region 9? In Region 12, is COA limited to Region 12?
Mr. Speaker, COA follows wherever the fund goes. So if you put the fund in regions, its COA jurisdictions are in regions. But if you put it in Bangsamoro, then COA will follow it there. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that clarification. Because when I ask our regional offices, our regional COA, I get different answers. In some COAs, they say, kung saan ang pera, yan ang susunod ng COA. In other COAs that I ask, they say, if the project is inside the Bangsamoro or the autonomous region, then we have to coordinate with the COA of the Bangsamoro autonomous region because it's their jurisdiction. So I would like to get an official answer because it's very dangerous if COA itself doesn't know where their jurisdictional boundaries are. We might end up with ghost projects.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, kagaya po ng nauna kong sinabi, sinusundan ng COA kung nasaan yung pondo. Ngayon, different regions, different boundaries. Sa loob ng Bangsamoro, kailangan pong magpaalam ng different region ng COA doon sa may sakop ng COA ng Bangsamoro. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Pero sa bandang huli po, ito i-consolidate rin naman sa kabuuan, kaya mapupunta rin po ito sa kabuuan ng COA sa Central Office. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you for that clarification, Honorable Sponsor. Next, I'd like to ask again, second question regarding jurisdiction. It's very clear that we have created regional administrative regions. You have the Executive Order number 36 for Mindanao. You have the Bangsamoro for the Bangsamoro. Now, why is it that DPWH is implementing from one region to another region? Is that the purview of COA to red flag the DPWH and say, teka muna, walang executive order kayo. Teka muna, walang administrative order kayo. Teka muna, walang Republic Act kayo to do this from one region to another region?
Mr. Speaker, kung ang iba't ibang rehiyon po ng DPWH ay papasok sa kabilang rehiyon, itatanong ng COA ngayon sa rehiyon na pumasok sa kabilang rehiyon kung bakit nila ito ginawa. Kung po hindi naakma yung kanilang paliwanag, mare-red flag po sila ng COA, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Honorable Sponsor, for that clarification. I'd like to go to my next slide. And in regards to the jurisdiction of COA, I hope the Honorable Sponsor and our friends from the COA family will inform the regional COA offices of their answers here. Para klaro, when I go back to Northern Mindanao and I speak to the different regional COA offices. My next second question is it the mandate of COA to red flag projects being implemented not in accordance to Republic Acts? For example, Republic Act 9054, it's very clear. It says, unless approved by the Regional Assembly, no public works funds allocated by the central government or national government for the regional government or allocated by the regional government from its own revenues may be dispersed, distributed, realigned, or used in any manner.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Well, I'd like to inform the COA that I was the previous vice chair for the ARMM. And I know for a fact that there is no Regional Public Works Act allowing these infrastructure 9, 10, and 12 to be implemented inside the ARM. So I'd like to manifest this concern of mine. I hope that the COA family will look into this. They may have overlooked this provision in the old autonomous region ARMN law. Secondly, in regards to the Bangsamoro organic law, guidelines for the implementation of public works and infrastructure is found in Section 37 of Republic Act 11054. The problem is that it is imperfect. There is a defect in Republic Act 11054. The defect is it does not provide that the DPWH will create a regional office within the BARMM. So therefore, it is difficult for DPWH to implement infrastructure projects inside the BARMM. I hope COA will support me in this and will look into the jurisdiction of DPWH implementing in projects inside the BARMM without a regional office and shortcutting the process by downloading the funds in Region 9, 10, and 12. We will be opposed to that, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor. I've spoken to the RDC of Northern Mindanao. The governors and the mayors will oppose to that also. So I hope that the kind sponsor and the COA family will take that into consideration, especially for the 2020 budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker,
Yes, Mr.
Honorable
Speaker,
Sponsor,
Your Honor.
for allowing me to make my manifest.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Carlos Zarate.
The Honorable Zarate is recognized for his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Magandang hapon po sa ating sponsor sa COA. May isang katanungan lang po ako sa COA. Sa inyo pong budget, mayroong special audit sub-program na naglaan po kayo ng 142,870,000. Paano po ginugugol ang particular na budget na ito na 142 million? At any rate, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, ang nakalaan doon ay budget ito for special audit sub-program. Ang talagang katanungan ko, ano ba ang kino-cover nitong special audit at paano ito ginagawa?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, yung special audit po ay ginagawa ng COA sa mga issue na inire-report sa kagawaran. Pagka ito po ay nireport na ng isang tao, ng isang grupo, magpapadala po ng mga tao o special auditors po ang COA sa lugar na dapat i-audit at depende po sa audit ay magbibigay po ng karampatang susunod na aksyon ang COA. Dito po ginagamit yung mga pondong iyan. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Sponsor. Kung yun po ang nasasaklaw ng special audit, maitanong ko lang po, nagkaroon na po ba ng special audit ang ating kagawaran patungkol po sa pondo ng COCO Levy Fund? No? Kung matatandaan po ng kagawarang ito, ang COCO Levy Fund, ito yung mga pondong sinisingil mula sa mga magniniyog, lalong higit ang mga maliliit na magsasaka sa panahon ng diktador na si Marcos, mula 1971 hanggang 1983. At umabot na nga ito sa Korte Suprema at sa ngayon, dineklara na ng Korte Suprema na ang pondong ito ay dapat ibalik siya sa ating mga magsasaka sa nyog. Kaya nga may ipinasang panukalang batas ang Kongreso Although na-veto ito, pero ang tanong ko po tungkol dyan, nagkaroon ba ng special audit ang COA patungkol sa pondong ito?
Meron po tayong ongoing na special audit, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, tungkol sa COCO Levy Fund.
Maraming salamat po. Kung magkagayon, ang sunod ko pong katanungan, ano po ang sinasaklaw ng special audit na ito patungkol sa COCO Levy Fund?
Mr. Speaker, lahat po ng issue na ni-report tungkol sa katiwalian na maaaring mangyari o nangyari na sa COCO Levy Fund ay iniimbestigahan ng COA at ito po ay inaaral ng mabuti ng ating mga auditors. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat po. Meron po bang timeline ang ating kagawaran upang matapos ang special audit na ito, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, sa unang pagkakataon po ay ino-audit na ngayon yung COCO Levy Fund. Mahirap pong magbigay ng timeline kung kailan ito matatapos dahil never before in the history na na-audit yan ng COA. Ngayon po, Mr. Speaker, ginagawa ng komisyon ang pinakamabilis at pinakamagandang paraan upang maayos, mabilis at makatotohanang ma-audit yung COCO Levy Fund na matagal na pong hinihiling ng taong bayan. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Salamat po. Tama po kayo. Sa napakahabang panahon na tayo nananawagan na magkaroon nga ng special audit, ito na ho yung pangatlong termino ko sa Kongreso. Sa unang termino pa lang ay nananawagan na tayo ng special audit. So, tanggap na po natin yon, no? Kung walang timeline, ang mahalaga ay nagkakaroon na ng audit. No? Ang dugtong ko lang po na tanong, ito'y saklaw ng audit na ito, yung sinasabi pong ng Treasury na 62.5 billion, more or less, na cash na nasa isang trust fund. At saklaw rin ba rito yung tinatawag na 13.9 billion na held in escrow account? Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Opo, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
At kabahagi rin po ba ng pag-audit yung titingnan natin paano ba ginamit ito ng mga nakaraang panahon, mga kumpanyang nakinabang dito, at iba pang mga kaakibat ng mga issues. Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Opo, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat po. Yun lang po ang aking katanungan dahil batay po sa desisyon ng Korte Suprema, kailangang pangalagaan ang pondong ito. Kailangang matyak natin na yung pondong yan ay andyan pa nga at pwedeng pakinabangan ng ating mamamayan, lalong-lalo na ang mga maliliit na magsasakasanyo. No? Dahil sinabi nga sa desisyon ng Korte Suprema, dapat ito ay solely for the benefit of our coconut farmers and also for the development of our coconut industry. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, at maraming salamat po sa pamilya ng COA.
Maraming salamat po, Congressman Carlos Zarate mula sa Bayan Muna. Kaisa niyo po ang COA.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize our Minority Leader, Bienvenido M. Abante Jr.
The Honorable Minority Leader, Benny Abante, is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Pardon me, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, before the Majority Leader gives his interpolation, may we first recognize Representative Solomon Chungalao of the Lone District of Ifugao.
The Honorable Chungalao is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the Honorable This is more a request. I understand that the Commission on Audit implements post-audit. May I request that they bring back pre-audit, at least in the Cordillera Administrative Region?
Opo, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
May I know the assurance from the Chairman and the Commission if they can allow pre-audit in the
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you. I hope this is not an unreasonable request. Kasi in the Cordilleras, majority of the mayors and local officials are not really that educated. See? And when they go to the COA to ask advice, they will just inform them, you go ahead. Pagkatapos ang project, kinakatay parang na lang ang trabaho ng COA, watchdog na lang waiting for them na magkamali. But with a pre-audit, at least they are safe.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the COA is very supportive of your suggestion, and the COA will try to do it for the whole country, not only for the Cordilleras, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
When can we expect that policy be implemented to return pre-audit, at least in the Cordillera Administrative Region? Kaysa naman, you will study it. We want it a timetable.
Mr. Speaker, sa ibang lugar po ay nagawa na ito ng COA, kaya during the start of the year ay maipapagawa ito sa buong bansa, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Can we give an assurance that by January, may pre-audit na ang CAR?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Because in the 13th Congress, we requested that and it was implemented. Galit yung mga auditor sa amin, pero sabi ko, this being in the government is public service. So, tumulong kayo naman. Because there is one reason why I took the floor on this. I have a mayor who was charged by COA tungkol yan sa fertilizer. Gumawa ng decision ang COA, he was unable to get his salary for 3 years. Katapos, after 3 years, the ombudsman came out with a decision practically exonerating him. Now, ano ba ang remedyo? Will the mayor who is now out of office file a petition with COA for COA to allow him to receive his salary? He worked for 3 years. But because of a COA audit report, hindi siya nabayaran for 3 years. They charged it to his salary.
Mr. Speaker, can the COA have a copy of the case of the mayor of the distinguished gentleman from
I have
Lone
it
District
here.
of Ifugao,
That's
Mr. Speaker, Your
possible.
Honor?
But can I get assurance that we will file the appropriate petition with COA?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
That's all that I wanted to ask. It's more of a request. Please naman, no. Not all mayors are educated. Pwede siguro dito sa syudad in other areas. But in the Cordilleras, lalo na sa amin, most of the mayors, local officials, are not that really educated. High school graduate, walang alam, kumat lumalapit sa mga hindi tinutulungan. Pagkamali, binabanatan naman. So, at least with a pre-audit, there is some degree of safety on their part for them to do their job. So I will take it, the assurance of the COA that there will be pre-audit at least in the Cordillera Administration by January.
Yes,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Sponsor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize our Minority Leader, Bienvenido M. Abante Jr.
The Honorable Bienvenido Abante is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There being no more questions to be asked by the minority, I move to terminate the interpolation for the minority, Mr. Speaker. I so move.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we join the minority to terminate the interpolation on the proposed budget of COA. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection?
The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session to allow our guests and their technical staffs to vacate the floor and allow the next department to settle down, and so move, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended.
Chairman, papicture muna tayo dito kasi gitna.
Kamay ko na lang yun nakita.
Sara na. Wala na rin sila rin. Termination na lang sila rin, di ba? Asa na? Hindi na. Hindi na. Ito na lang. Sara, nag-o-okay rin. Yep. Right? Go. Let's go. Sara?
Chairman, congratulations.
Session resume.
Mr. Speaker, I move
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume consideration of the budget for the Department of Education, and I would like to request that the honorable sponsor, Honorable Cora Malinyaon, will be recognized to answer the questions. And next to interpolate will be the Honorable Sara Elago of the Kabataan Party List. So move, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session.
Session suspended.
Okay. Andiyan ba si Jack? Lahat natapos na. Sara, manifestation lang. Karaps. Nagpadagdag sa DOT. Nagpadagdag sa Argent. Sa DOT. Ayan na, nagpadagdag na. May kausap. Sa Argent. Kasi tinanggal daw niya yung Comelec lang.
Yan. Session resume.
Mr. Speaker, with all indulgence of the family of the Department of Education, I withdraw the earlier motion to continue with the interpolation of the budget of DepEd. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there an objection? I hear none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we proceed with the interpolations on the proposed budget of the Department of Tourism.
Is there an objection? I hear none. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, to sponsor the proposed budget of the Department of Tourism, I move that we recognize the Honorable Jack Duavit, the Vice Chairman of the Committee on Appropriations, to answer any questions.
The Honorable Jack Wabit is hereby recognized.
Before we begin, Mr. Speaker, may we acknowledge our guests in the plenary. We have with us the Secretary Bernadette Romulo Puyat, Undersecretary Edwin, Undersecretary Benito Bengson Jr., USEC Arturo Boncato Jr., OIC USEC Reynaldo Ching, Assistant Secretary Laila Rivera, Assistant Secretary Roberto Alabado III, Assistant Secretary Verna Buensuceso, Assistant Secretary Howard Lance Oiking, and ASEC Myra Paz Abubakar.
The House of Representatives welcomes the Honorable Berna Puyat and the DOT family.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Ferdinand Gaite of Bayan Muna Party List to interpolate the sponsor on the proposed budget of the Department of Tourism.
The Honorable Ferdinand Gaita is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Sa ating kapitapitagang sponsor, pahintulutan ba na makapagbigay ng ilang katanungan para maklarify ang budget ng Department ng Commission on Audit hinggil sa kontrata ng Department of Tourism with the People's Television Network or PTV. Aware po ba ang ating kagalang-galang na sponsor sa usaping ito? Mr. Speaker,
yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Sponsor.
I've been defending the budget of the Department of Tourism for the last 4 years, and before that another 6 years. Yes, this was a pretty big issue involving roughly 60 million pesos with regards to PTV4 and not to BTAG Media Unlimited. Meron na pong notice of disallowance po na inisyu po ng COA noong June 5, 2018. Meron na rin pong supplemental notice of disallowance na na-issue rin po ng June 8. So in October, by October po of last year, ang mga respondents po na nasa DOT pa ay nag-file na ng mga kani-kanilang mga appeal. Pero sa mga wala na po sa departamento, wala po tayong datos tungkol doon.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Sponsor, at nagbigay na ng ilang mga konkretong hakbang ang pag-unawa ko, Commission on Audit regarding the certain disallowances of certain expenditures made by the Department of Tourism. Tama po ba? Mas action po yun ng Commission on Audit o yun po ay hakbang na ginawa ng ating ahensya, ang ating Department of Tourism, Mr. Sponsor,
Well,
Mr. Speaker?
very active po talaga yung ahensya po ito dahil alam na po natin na kaya po talagang napili si Secretary na para pumalit sa dating Secretary ay talagang ang utos sa kanya ng Pangulo ay linisin ang bahay po.
Liban po doon sa ginawa ng ahensya, particular po, meron ho ba nanagot sa mga questionable transaction na ito? Hindi ho lang ba dinisallow for audit kung hindi meron ho bang ginawang hakbang regarding the officials who were directly involved in the transactions between DOT and the PTV4 regarding possible charges against cases sa ombudsman o iba pang ahensya ng pamahalaan. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Opo, ang departamento po is in full cooperation, not just with COA po, but is ready should it go already. Ang hinihintay na lang po ay ang ombudsman and eventually po kung kakailangan ang sandigan.
Maraming salamat po sa ilang kasagutan. Na-raise po ang mga lang concerns sa to dahil nabanggit nga unang pa lang, yan na po yung pinagmamalaki ng pamahalang Duterte na laban o galit sa korupsyon. Marami nga pong tinanggal dahil sa korupsyon. Alam na natin, yung naunang kalihim ng DOT sa ibang ahensya ng pamahalaan ay gayon din. Ngunit, nakikita natin na yung iba, tinatanggal, pero nire-recycle. Ibinabalik lamang sa ibang ahensya ng pamahalaan. At nakikita natin, parang hindi consistent doon sa campaign laban sa katiwalian. Kung kaya't hindi katakataka na ang Pilipinas ay nilista bilang 6th sa most corrupt countries sa ilang mga ginawang surveys dito sa Asia Pacifica. Kung kaya't, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, yung 4.1 trillion po na plano nating ilalabas sa darating na taon, malaking talaga na sana'y mailayo natin sa mga makakating kamay. Kilos pronto rin po sana ang sumbong tungkol sa manumalyan transaction na ito. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Sponsor. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate the sponsor, may we recognize the Honorable Lito Atienza, Buhay Party List.
The Honorable Lito Atienza of Buhay Party List recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Majority Floor Leader. And with indulgence of my friend, the sponsor, we would like to ask some questions.
It is always an honor and a pleasure to answer any questions. Atienza from Buhay Party List, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker and gentleman sponsor, we just would like to ask the Department of Tourism if the National Museum is under their control.
The Secretary is only a member of the Board of Trustees. The Secretary is only a member of the Board of Trustees for the National Museum, Mr. Speaker, but it is not under the umbrella of the Department of Tourism.
So therefore, we just would like to solicit their understanding and support for the issue that is now raging on the Botong Francisco masterpiece, which the National Museum has arrogated upon itself to own, which cannot happen.
For clarification, Mr. Speaker, is this the same
The issue,
bottom masterpiece that was with the City Hall of Manila?
If and when the issue is taken up in the board, we would like to request the Secretary of Tourism to clarify matters. That masterpiece belongs to the City of Manila. It cannot be arrogated, owned, controlled by the department or the National Museum. It should be returned to the people of the City of Manila. Kung sila po yung member of the board, we just would like to ask their support for that issue, because otherwise, we will include them in the lawsuit that we are now preparing. We are decided to go even to the courts to prove that the National Museum arrogated upon itself illegally this masterpiece, even claiming a memorandum of agreement which is defective. It says in that memorandum of agreement that members of Congress of Manila agreed to that anomalous, questionable arrangement. But I have taken up that issue on the floor, and the members of Congress of the City of Manila all have this denied, even knowing anything about it. Kaya, para hindi po masali ang Department of Tourism, I would suggest that they take a position on the issue and the Botong Francisco be restored in the City Hall of Manila.
I have been assured that they will fully cooperate, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for that.
Especially since I am also interested since Botong Francisco was arrested.
So I'll go now to the
and from my
another minor issue. It could help the Department of Tourism promote the country effectively. In last year's budget deliberations, we had a chance to talk to the Secretary Werner Romulo. And she listened and called in her key officers to listen to our opinion that one very effective way of promoting tourism in the country without any expense for that matter, but using just the imagination of those leading the department, to utilize all the incoming tourists when they go home to have a very fond memory of the islands. Yung pong aming suggestion na lahat ng papasok na vapor, eroplano, at kung anumang sasakyan, bangka, ay magpatugtog ng mga tugtuging himig na Pilipino para pagdating nila sa Maynila o sa Pilipinas, maririnig na nila ang ating kultura. But they have not done anything about this, and I continue to note, while other countries do it, we seem to be hesitant in promoting our culture to the visitor. So they come, they leave, they don't have memories of our culture. Wala silang narinig na himig na Pilipino. Hindi nila narinig ang ating mga rondalya. Hindi nila narinig ang ating mga harana. Kaya wala silang iniuuwing alaala. Ang iniuuwi nila, ewan ko kung ano iniuuwi nila, pero wala pong alaala na magbibigay ng inspirasyon para sa kanila upang bumalik muli sa ating kapuluan. We have so much to offer. God-given attractions in the islands that any tourist would enjoy. We are listed now as one of the top islands in the world. But the problem is we're not promoting ourselves properly, and they just seem to know how to spend money but not to get things done going without any expense at all. Kakausapin lang po ninyo mga airline dyan, kakausapin nyo mga tourist companies upang silang lahat ay tumulong at malaki po may tutulong yan. Pumunta kayo sa Bali, you will not hear anything but Balinese music. Pumunta kayo sa Honolulu, wala kayong maririnig kundi Hawaiian music. Sa Pilipinas, pumunta kayo rito, ang maririnig nyo, Hollywood, Western, hip-hop, and the likes. So we don't seem to be conscious that our culture is the best selling point of the island. The character of the nation and the people are all embodied in these cultural pieces. So I am appealing to them now, before I even consider talking about money being given to them. I would consider this particular simple suggestion at no expense to the department. They do not even have to spend anything to get this program going, so that airlines coming to the Philippines and landing at the Manila International Airport should be required to play Philippine music, the way our airline, Philippine Airlines, is forced to do when it lands in the Hawaiian Islands. Pwede po ba nating hilingin sa kanila yung Yung programang yan, para sa kanila rin po yan. Sila ang mabibigyan ng papuri for a successful promotions effort.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, this is a very, just as last year, it was very, very inspiring, this recommendation.
Today, as I
And,
said, I will just say it again, that this is suggested by this representation, but if they do not implement it in next year's budget, I'll be very, very meticulous on the pesos and centavos.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will recommend that as early as now that there are a few technical issues when it comes to copyrights, when it comes to the play of music in public places. But I will definitely make the recommendation that the curation and application for synchronization rights be included in the branding campaign. Thanks to the honorable gentleman from Buhay.
Following through our cultural relevance on the effective promotions of tourism in the country, may I ask if the Department of Tourism is in control of the Intramuros?
Appointment is still by the Office of the President.
Mr. Speaker, can I have 1 minute? I just go approach the gentleman. I did not hear, and I could not hear the figures that he is mentioning. 1 minute break. 1 minute break.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker,
move to suspend session.
May I request that the gallery be asked to be more quiet? The honorable gentleman from Buhay, City of Manila, and I are having a difficult time hearing each other.
The gallery and members are requested to maintain order. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, move for a 1 minute suspension.
Session suspended.
Mr. Speaker.
Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Lito Atienza to continue interpolation.
The Honorable
Thank you.
Atienza is recognized.
Let me reiterate my question to the gentleman. How much is allocated to manage, run the Intramuros area, which is under the Intramuros administration, run by a man appointed by the DOT secretary, no less, so trusted and I'm sure competent?
Well, Intramuros administration has been allotted by the DBM 81.8 million for 2020, Mr. Speaker.
Did I hear right? 81 million?
81.8 million.
81 point something million. We must accept that the Intramuros area, especially the walled city, is the #1 selling point of Metro Manila and possibly the country for any visitor who will visit the islands for the first time. Because in that area is contained the history of our country. Next year, we shall be celebrating, or rather, on year 2021, 2 years from now, we will be celebrating our 500th year of opening to the Western world, and they found the Intramuros walls as the first impression that they had. 500 years after, we are fortunate that the walled city is still existing. Wala na pong ganyang attraction sa ibang bansa. Tayo, meron pa. 81 million to improve and to maintain and to run and to situate that area offers a continuing activity, cultural activities at that, for all of us, Filipinos, young, old, to refresh our memories of and to be proud of our culture.
I agree, Mr.
So therefore, 81 million, Mr. Speaker, is not enough. Maski na ilagay mo dyan si Superman, hindi po mapapatakbo ng tama yan. So at the period of amendments, we shall try to amend that particular figure, and I hope the gentleman will support our position.
I will, Mr. Speaker.
Did I hear support?
I will support, Mr. Speaker.
With that, I'm happy, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for his understanding
I likewise thank
of what we are trying to do. Visitors. Next year, I hope that in the same deliberations, the DOT in their report can already include that they are forcing all the carriers of tourists landing by sea, by port, walking, by plane, to hear Philippine music and not Western music. Para po naman marinig nila at makilala nila tayo. Kung hindi natin maririnig yan, ang mga anak natin lumalaki rin na mangmang sa kultura nating mga Pilipino.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Second, we hope to increase the budget of the Intramuros administration from their own budget. We cannot add a little more. If I could, I would get it from the other departments, but we cannot. But they can adjust their budget. Give it more para po naman magkaroon ng incentive ang mga nagtatrabaho dyan. Gumawa pa ng higit sa kanilang kakayahan na lahat ng mangyayari sa Intramuros, maaari tayong makilahok at magmalaki.
I agree, Mr. Speaker.
Salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor.
Maraming salamat rin po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, before we proceed, I would like to acknowledge the guests of the Honorable John Lorna Bautista Bandigan. We have with us the Mayor of the Municipality of Jose Abad Santos from the province of Davao Occidental, Mayor John Jason Joyce.
Welcome to the House of Representatives.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate the sponsor, may we recognize the Honorable Paulo Duterte of the 1st District of Davao City.
The Honorable
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session.
Session suspended. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the consideration of the budget of the Department of Tourism. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Session resumed.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of the budget of the Department of Tourism. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there an objection? I hear none, then the motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we continue consideration of the budget of the Department of Education. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? I hear none, then the motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize Representative Coram to sponsor the DepEd.
Representative Cora Malanyaon is hereby recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Sarah J. Ilago, Kabataan Party List. So move for her interpellation.
The Honorable Sara Elago is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon to the distinguished sponsor and the DepEd family.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend. Naglalakad po ang sponsor.
Majority Leader. The Honorable Sara Elago is hereby recognized.
Muli maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Magandang hapon sa ating distinguished sponsor at sa DepEd family. Nagpapasalamat din po ako sa Department of Education sa pagbibigay sa representasyon na ito ng mga dokumento hinggil sa kanilang initial review ng K-12 program. Nais din po nating muling maipanawagan sa Departamento na kinakailangan ng kabuoang review hindi lamang sa curriculum, kundi maging sa mga estado ng pasilidad, mga learning materials at lahat po ng may kinalaman sa buong K-12 program. First, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask about the COA 2018 report on textbooks and other instructional materials under the Basic Education Inputs Program. COA reported several mismanagement incidents that costed the government millions of pesos. From the undistributed instructional materials worth 113.7 million to the 254.3 million worth of learning materials which were reported to have 1,308 errors found in Araling Panlipunan, 317 errors in Tagalog learning materials, and 317 errors in science learning materials. Mr. Speaker, the same COA report also added that teachers also commented that the learning materials lack lessons and were not in line with the curriculum guide and have confusing topic sequencing. Now, let me ask our distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, how can the DepEd ensure that this persistent problem will be prevented in the next years?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, those errors that were noted were actually well, they say it's editorial preferences, and that for now the management is conducting a series of workshops which output will be notes to the teacher containing the pages with validated findings, describing the errors found, and providing recommendations on how the findings will be corrected. So they are now trying. We are waiting for the list of errors, and then they will be issuing notes to the teachers, trying to point to them the errors that have been noted. Mr. Speaker and Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, if the cost of unutilized textbooks and contracts for textbook with errors are summed up, the total wastage involving all of these was 368 million pesos. Napakalaki po niyan, daang-daang milyon. Kaya po, tayo po ay naghahanap ng kasagutan sa DepEd, bukod pa dun sa mga workshops para makita kung nasaan ang mga errors na ito. Kailangan po nating maglagay ng mga mekanismo kung paano hindi na magkakaroon muli ng mga ganyan pong pagkakamali sa ating mga libro, sa ating mga learning materials na pinapamigay sa ating mga paaralan. Kaya po, tinatanggap po natin ang commitment ng ating distinguished sponsor na siya po ay makakasama natin hinggil sa kinakailangan na gawain na ito na matiyak na hindi lang batay sa katotohanan, kundi doon sa tamang impormasyon ang nakalagay sa ating mga libro.
Okay.
Now, nais ko pong bigyang pansin, Mr. Speaker, ang kalagayan po ng mga pasilidad para sa ating special education students. Sang-ayon po sa isang pag-aaral ng Philippine Institute for Development Studies, ang dami raw po ng mga dropout sa ating PWD children. Karaniwan ang dahilan ay yung lapit ng eskwelahan na kung saan po sila mag-e-enroll. Ito po ay nakita sa iba't ibang mga probinsya sa ating bansa. Nais nating malaman, Mr. Speaker, a distinguished sponsor, what are the current initiatives or the concrete actions taken by DepEd in response to the lack of access of our facilities for our children and students with special needs?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, DepEd is developing policy on inclusive education, which will include those learners with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, magkano po ang nakalaang pondo para sa ating SPED facilities para sa fiscal year 2020?
We requested for 500 million. Was not 500 million.
Ano yun?
Was not given by DepEd. So, pinapakanta na lang po natin sa regular MOE.
Ano yun?
We will use the MOE funds.
Okay. While DepEd has requested DBM for 500 million, but it was not granted. So we are using the regular MOE in special programs. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, ano daw po ang dahilan kung bakit hindi nailaan itong 500 million pesos na ito na nirekomenda ng DepEd para sa mga SPED facilities?
Okay. But DBM has the authority to prioritize, and perhaps for fund limitation, they cannot grant the request of the DepEd for special concerns. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Kung gayon, Mr. Speaker, ilang bahagdan po ng ating regular MOOE noong 2019 ang ginamit para sa mga SPED facilities?
It's not specifically accounted because it's part of the total, because we are adopting actually an inclusive education that includes programs for learners with special disabilities. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, mukhang napapanahon na no, para maglagay po tayo ng isang specific item para sa mga SPED facilities para po matugunan natin itong katulad po ng isang report ng isang SPED teacher na meron daw po silang 65 SPED pupils lamang sa isang classroom o sa isang classroom ang kanilang ina-accommodate. No? Dahil kulang na kulang yung kanilang mga kakayahan no, para po makapag-accommodate pa ng mas marami. No, kaya po makikipagtulungan tayo muli no, sa DepEd pagdating sa pagtugon sa mga pangangailangan na ito. Yes, at tayo po ay sumusuporta na sa regular MOOE, kailangan lahat ng facilities para sa education na walang naiiwan. Ngunit, no, kailangan po nating tiyakin na yung ating mga estudyante na may espesyal na pangangailangan ay natutugunan rin. Ngayon, hayaan niyo po akong magtanong tungkol sa kalagayan ng ating mga senior high school students. May we know, Mr. Speaker, from the distinguished sponsor, the current percentage distribution of senior high school graduates for the academic year 2018 to 2090 based on senior high school tracks. Ano po ang hati ngayon o distribution ng ating SHS students? Karamihan po ba ay nasa STEM, nasa TechVoc, mga naka-enroll sa arts at sports?
60% academics track, about 40% tech, 39% for TBL, and 0.5 for sports, and 0.5 arts. So again, 60% academics, 39% tech, book, and then 0.5% sports, and then 0.5% arts. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Salamat, Mr. Speaker. Ang ibig sabihin po ba na ito ay ganoon din yung percentage ng mga estudyante na pumili ng ganong tracks na yon? O magpasa hanggang ngayon po ba ay nalilimitahan pa rin tayo noong mga pasilidad din na makakapag-cater dun sa mga estudyante na naisa ng makapag-enroll sa arts track o kaya sa sports track? Is the availability of facilities for such tracks primary considerations no, for our senior high school graduates in selecting their track?
Actually, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, ongoing na ang delivery nitong mga TechVoc tools and equipment to the schools, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Sa TVL naman, may joint delivery with the private schools, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, paano naman po yung arts at sports track natin? No? Simula pa lang ng 2016, no, sinabi na po natin na bakit 1% lang yung kayang mag-offer ng mga schools. So, ibig sabihin po, parang wala namang apat na choices yung mga estudyante. Kasi ang magiging choice lang nila ay yung kung ano ba yung offering dun sa mga senior high school na malapit po sa kanilang mga lugar. Ito po ba ay naaksyonan na ng DepEd na mas pataasin naman po yung mga pasilidad para tunay no, na may mapagpipilian ang ating mga estudyante sa senior high school?
Actually, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, DepEd encourages the schools to develop more sports and arts tracks, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Pero Mr. Speaker, sa encouragement na yan ng DepEd, meron bang nakalaan pondo? No, para halimbawa, pag mag-offer ka ng o nais ng isang eskwelahan na mag-offer ng sports track, meron po bang mga dagdag na items para sa mga bagong teacher, para sa sports science o instructor po ng mga particular na sports o may kinalaman sa human kinetics program o meron po bang dagdag na pondo sa capital outlay para sila ay makapagpatayo ng rehearsal area para doon sa mga gustong mag-offer ng mga performing arts track. No, kasi po, sa kabila ng encouragement na yan ng DepEd, kung wala naman na pondo yung ating mga public senior high school para po sa mga dagdag na pasilidad, hindi rin po sila mabibigyan ng kapasidad para mag-offer ng mga track na yon.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, medyo the same fund level for sports and arts for all tracks actually are being given by DepEd.
Mr. Speaker, lahat po ba ng ating mga eskwelahan, mga public senior high school natin, halimbawa po dito sa Metro Manila, kada isang public senior high school, meron po yung academic track offering, merong arts offering, may sports, at meron ding TVL. O limitado lang din po ang mga tracks na offered sa kada public senior high school.
Mr. Speaker, ang ginagawa po is actually depende ho sa schools kung ano ang pinipili nila, anong gusto nila i-specialize. At ang DepEd naman tries to also assist them in determining kung ano dapat ang specialization nila. So yun ang susuportahan na track, no? So yun ang policy ng DepEd.
Mr. Speaker, ano pong mekanismo ngayon ng DepEd pagdating sa pagbibigay ng rekomendasyon sa mga eskwelahan kung ano dapat yung academic track o yung strand sa TVL ang i-offer sa isang school? Meron po ba tayong pag-aaral ng mga industriya sa lugar o meron ba tayong konsiderasyon din dun sa mga interest ng mga estudyante? Ano po ang siyensya sa likod ng offering ng ating mga tracks sa public senior high schools?
Okay. Thank you. Actually, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, ang ginagawa ngayon is they try to consider actually the industry of the region, ano ang mga peculiarities ng isang region as to what textbook are they going to offer, no? So, for example, kung let's say yung ang medyo malakas doon ang let's say construction or build. So ngayon, di ba? Ini-encourage nila na like of course if let's say medyo malakas yung construction, so dapat pupunta naman sila doon na magkaroon talaga ng maraming magkaroon ng offerings like kailangan may operator, kailangan may mga welders, kailangan may mga mason or carpentry, so mga things like those. So they consider actually the peculiar industry of the region at saka yung pangangailangan sa region. So medyo naka-customized actually sa peculiar need of the region para magiging useful yung mas relevant yung natututunan ng learners.
Mr. Speaker, nais nating bigyang konsiderasyon din ng DepEd. Ito pong datos mula sa jobstreet.com. Sigurado po ako nabasa nyo na rin ito dahil ito po ay may kinalaman dun sa hiniling ng representasyon na ito na tracer study ng mga graduates natin ng senior high school. Kung sila ba ay nakakapagpatuloy sa kolehiyo, nakakahanap ba ng trabaho, o kaya naman ay nakakapagtayo ng negosyo sang-ayon doon sa mga promise o doon sa mga layunin ng pagdadagdag ng 2 taon sa ating basic education. Sang-ayon po sa information na ito mula sa mga employers. Data reveals that as much as 35% were flatly unwilling to hire senior high school graduates, while 41% were unsure of it. Among those who said they're unwilling to hire SHS graduates, more than a third said the jobs they offered were only open to college graduates, and a fourth said senior high school graduates were outright unqualified for the jobs they offer. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to know from our distinguished sponsor and DepEd, what are the available support systems for SHS graduates to find employment?
Yung sa TPL po, nagpapa-NC, National Certification Test. May career guidance program po ang mga schools.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, first on your question as to whether ano na bang mga initiatives of DepEd. So with respect to graduates, so nagkaroon na tayo ng mga tracer studies, ongoing pa yon. So this is relative to curriculum review, no? And of course, mayroon na tayong mga pilot tracer study. So yung malakihan is ongoing, no? So yung interventions pa rin nila is guidance, counseling, and so, and then DepEd also requires them to take NCIP sa TESDA. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Naway maging wake-up call ang mga nabanggit na mga information ng DepEd pagdating sa kapalaran o sa mga pagkakataon sa ating senior high school graduates para makapagtrabaho, makapagtayo ng negosyo, makatuloy sa kolehiyo para daglian na nating ipatawag ang Oversight Committee para po ma-review ang K-12 program. Nais ko rin pong bigyang pansin naman itong pondo na ginagamit natin para sa voucher program sa senior high school. Sa tala po ng DepEd, para sa senior high school program, magkano po ang ating alokasyon para sa programang ito para sa taong 2020? Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. Sa akin pong naaalala, student council pa lang po ako nung pinag-uusapan itong K-12 program. Ang senior high school voucher, yan po ay nilagay na pondo para yung mga hindi pa nahahabol na building sa mga public senior high school natin. Kung hindi maa-accommodate doon yung mga graduate ng high school na magpapatuloy sa grades 11 and 12, sila po muna ay mag-e-enroll sa private schools.
Magkano?
At sa pag-enroll nila sa private schools, wala naman daw po silang babayaran kasi sila po ay sagot ng senior high school voucher program. Kaya po, nabigla po tayo na magpasa hanggang ngayon pala ay naglalaan pa rin tayo ng pondo sa voucher program. Ibig sabihin lang, Mr. Speaker, na meron pa tayong hinahabol doon sa building natin para sa senior high school. At nais din natin malaman kung ano ba yung plano ng DepEd pagdating sa pagpapatuloy ng senior high school voucher program na ito. Na noon ay tila ginamit lang po bilang quick fix, pero po ngayon ay patuloy pa natin na pinupondohan.
More or less how much? More or less for 2020, it's 18.8 billion, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
18.8 billion. Yan po ay lahat na pupunta po sa ating private secondary schools.
For the senior high school, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Ito po ay napupunta sa private secondary schools at sa non-DepEd natin na public schools. Hanggang kailan po tayo mag-offer ng...
This is for the private and the non-DepEd, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Opo, malinaw po yon sa representasyon na ito. Mr. Speaker, hanggang kailan po natin pupondohan itong senior high school voucher program?
Okay. Ito po ay tuloy-tuloy na, no? Kasi we are trying to adopt a policy of complementarity between the public and the private, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, noong una, ginamit natin ito bilang quick fix. Tapos ngayon, ang plano ng DepEd pala ay gawin na itong permanente na programa, no, para sagutin ang mga hindi makakapag-aral o hindi makakapag-enroll sa senior high school at gagamitin daw po yung konsepto ng pagbibigay din ng opsyon, no, sa ating mga junior high school graduates na makapag-enroll sa private. Ngunit ang nababahala lang tayo dito, Mr. Speaker, yung willing tayong gastusin, no, o ibigay na pondo para sa mga pribadong paaralan. Bakit hindi na lang po natin ibuhos, no, doon sa ating mga subsidy programs para pandagdag suporta sa ating mga public senior high school student? Sa kasalukuyan po ba, ilan po sa total enrollment natin sa senior high school ang nasa public? Ilan po ang nasa pribadong paaralan? Nais ko pong makuha ang figura ng DepEd sa National Capital Region. Bakit NCR, Mr. Speaker? No? Noong 2016, nakita po natin na 87% o at least 80% po ng mga senior high school ay pampribado. No? So, ibig sabihin, yung 80% po na yan, nakalakhan ng galing sa mga public junior high school, hindi po sila nakatuloy ng senior high dun sa school nila. Na dahil hindi pa po tapos yung mga buildings o hindi pa po tapos yung mga facilities for offering senior high school. So now po, may we know from the distinguished sponsor what is the current percentage distribution of our senior high school students in NCR?
Pero kahit na-private pa rin, it's still. Okay. Okay. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the total enrollment for grades 11 and 12 nationwide is 3,022,841, of which 1,599,637 is with the public schools, while 1,339,951 is with the private schools.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Kukunin po ng representasyon na ito mula sa ating DepEd family.
The ratio, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, is 50% for public and 45.7% for the private schools. And the SUC is 3.4. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Salamat, Mr. Speaker. Isa po sa mga pinakaluma nating high school, Manila High School. Isa po sila sa mga hindi nakapag-offer ng public senior high school nung mga first years ng implementation ng K-12. No, kaya pinapakita lang nito na marami pa tayong mga issue na kailangan tugunan pagdating sa pagpapalakas, no, ng public senior high school system, kung ito man ay ipagpapatuloy pa natin. Depende po sa mga magiging resulta ng gagawing investigasyon ng kongresong ito hinggil sa pagpapatupad ng K-12 program. Ngayon, Mr. Speaker, nais ko pong magtanong hinggil sa pagpapatupad ng government assistance to students and teachers in private education o yung GASPE program. Isa po ito sa mga programa ng DepEd na taon-taon ay nakakatanggap ng isa sa mga pinakamalalaking budget allocation. Sa katunayan, Mr. Speaker, simulan ang programang ito noong taong 2012 hanggang 2017. Tayo po ay nag-allocate na ng 86 billion pesos. At magpasangga ngayon po, nandyan pa rin yung ating dilemma pagdating sa mga ghost beneficiaries. Napakinggan po ng representasyon na ito ang mga ginagawang hakbang ng DepEd hinggil dyan. Ngunit dagdag pa po sa concern ng representation na ito ay hinggil sa role ng PEAC, ng PEAC, ng Private Education Assistance Council, na pagdating po sa pagdidistribute o pag-administer ng lahat ng mga subsidyo at mga financial assistance program na nakapaloob sa GASPE. Mr. Speaker, magkano na po ba ang binayad natin sa PEAC simula nang masimulan ang GASPE? Simula po taong 2012 hanggang sa ngayon.
We still have to compute, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. But all of this support that we are giving to the private schools are really mandated by law. There's nothing that we can do about it because it is in the law that encourages the policy of complementarity between public and private schools. And with respect to those errors, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, this representation has answered the good sponsor, the Congresswoman a while ago, that the errors are not really too remarkable or too alarming. It's because there are really some grantees that are double billed, like twins or triplets, both having the same first, middle, last names and date of birth, but with different extension names. Then there are also those that are billed twice in the IMS. But the PIAC and the DepEd are working together to avoid the occurrence of the same findings. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Meron po bang pondo na para sa taong 2020 para palakasin ang ating sistema ng handling ng information ng lahat ng mga scholars at lahat po ng mga aplikante ng ating mga subsidyo sa basic education?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, there is such a system. It's called Voucher Management System.
Mr. Speaker, how much is allotted for this system for the year 2020?
It's part of the management partnership with the PIAC, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, sa performance audit report po ng COA, nagkakalabas lang nitong nakaraang taon, at tayo po ay gumagastos ng tens of millions each year for PIAC's service. Ito po bang serbisyo na ito hindi talaga kaya na ilipat natin sa DepEd? Meron po ba tayong rekomendasyon na imbes po magkokontrata pa tayo ng serbisyo po ng iba na paulit-ulit na nagkakaroon ng mga pagkakamali? At hayaan na lang po natin na palakasin yung departamento para sila na po mismo yung maghawak ng administrative function ng implementasyon ng GASPE.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, talagang mayroong ginagawa yung joint management of DepEd and PIAC together with the DBM, no? Okay. Yeah. So, and DepEd is proposing to create an office in the that will manage the private education system. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, panahon na ho siguro na ma-review din natin yung mga nilalaman ng mga kontrata natin sa PIAC. Kasi kabilang po doon sa performance audit report, yung nagbabayad po tayo through DepEd ng serbisyo sa PIAC kahit pa nauulit yung mga paulit-ulit ng mga issue ng ghost beneficiaries na taon-taon na lang. At pangalawa, kahit po hindi pa nila natatapos yung mga requirements, sang-ayon po sa inyong kontrata, na binabayaran pa rin yung PAYAC. Kaya po, sa tamang panahon, ang representasyon po na ito ay magpapanukala ng resolusyon para linawin ang role ng PAYAC sa pagpapatupad ng GASPE. Napakahalaga nito sa atin, Mr. Speaker, dahil ang PAYAC rin ho ang kinontrata ng Commission on Higher Education pagdating sa implementasyon ng tertiary education subsidy na siyang maghahawak ng lahat ng financial assistance program para po sa ating mga tertiary education students. No, ganun po kahalaga na matuto tayo mula sa karanasan ng DepEd. Ngayon, Mr. Speaker, hayaan ninyo po ako na magtanong tungkol sa kasalukuyang tindig. Ano po ang posisyon ng Department of Education pagdating sa pag-i-introduce ng mandatory ROTC sa grades 11 and 12?
DepEd will always support whatever that Congress passes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, ano po ang tindig ng DepEd pagdating sa mandatory ROTC? Sila po ay sumusuporta sa mandatory ROTC, pero nais po natin malaman ano po ba yung mga naging batayan ng posisyon ng DepEd pagdating sa pagsuporta sa mandatory ROTC sa grades 11 and 12. Mr. Speaker, ang impormasyon na ito ay nakuha natin sa pagsalang ng mga panukalang batas hinggil sa mandatory ROTC sa grades 11 and 12. Ang DepEd po ay hindi naman nagpahayag ng kanilang objection, bagkus ay nagbigay ng suporta sa pagbabalik ng mandatory ROTC sa grades 11 and 12. Ito pa rin po ba ay ang kasalukuyan tindig ng DepEd o meron na po bang nagbago? Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor.
The DepEd, talaga ang basis for all the support, it will always be yung mandate that's given to them. Like if they are required by Congress to support, talagang isusupport. And besides, this is a program of highest chief executive. So DepEd being an agency under the executive department, so there's nothing that they can do but support. But especially so that the rationale behind this about ROTC is it's supposed to promote patriotism, nationalism, and all the good values that learners should live. So that's the position of the DepEd, Mr. Speaker, and Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, hindi po pwede na ang posisyon lang ng DepEd ay susuporta sa kung ano man yung batas na ipapasa ng Kongreso na ito dahil napakahalaga na marinig din natin kung ano po ba yung rekomendasyon ng ating Department of Education no batay sa kasalukuyang kalagayan ng ating mga senior high school graduates, batay sa current curriculum or sa curricular offerings ng ating mga senior high school tracks, no, napakahalaga po ng kanilang mga inputs pagdating sa kung tama ba na ibabalik or introduce po natin ang mandatory ROTC sa grades 11 and 12. At habang nananatili pa rin po yung optional na ROTC program pagdating naman sa kolehiyo. Kaya po, nais ding malaman ang representasyon na ito. Is the DepEd aware of the 2008 report of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child
on all the inputs submitted by state parties under Article 8 of the optional protocol to the Convention on the Rights of the Child, particularly, Mr. Speaker, on the involvement of children in armed conflict. Now, the said committee that the information that high school students, usually 15 or 16 years of age, continue to be required to undergo at least 1 year of Citizenship Advancement Training, or CAT, as a prerequisite for graduation. The committee is concerned that the CAT promotes militarism and is contrary to the peace-building education of the state party and to the spirit of the optional protocol. Is the DepEd aware of this recommendation of the CRC with regard to the offering of CAT as a required training program for grade 10 students? And has the DepEd considered this recommendation or this insight from the members of the CRC in their position in the institution of mandatory ROTC in grades 11 and 12?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the DepEd is aware. So, actually, the basic framework that DepEd follows is that there should be an adherence to child protection policy and that always schools shall be maintained as zones of peace. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, kung ang DepEd po ay alam ang mga nilalaman ng naturang report na ito, ano na po yung kanilang mga konkretong mga hakbang na nagawa na or plano palang gawin no pagdating din po sa nakalagay na rekomendasyon dito na kinakailangan ng amyendahan ang programa ng CAT at i-abolish ang military content nito. Ay mga lugar o mga zona ng kapayapaan. Ngunit ang tinatanong natin dito, Mr. Speaker, ay tungkol po dun sa CAT program. No, kung nagkaroon na po ba ng pagre-review nitong programa na ito at kung tayo po ba ginagamit po natin o nakukonsidera po ba natin itong mga rekomendasyon sa mga kumbensyon kung saan state party ang Pilipinas, mga dagdag na mga insights mula sa mga bansa, sa mga estado na pareho po ang mithiin sa atin na protektahan ang karapatan at ang kapakanan ng mga bata. Mr. Speaker, kailan po huling nasilip, nabusisi, na review ng DepEd ang kanilang CAT program?
Okay. There's a draft order, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, already for the CTP, which is the Citizenship Training Program. This is going to enhance learners' social responsibility and commitment to the development of their communities. And then a separate learning area in grade 10. And two components of this training are the basic leadership and military orientation and public safety. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, kailan po natin maaasahan na mailabas ng DepEd ang naturang order tungkol sa CTP?
Before the year ends, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Ang CTP po ba ay para lang sa grade 10 students?
Grade 10 students, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Ito po ay renewed version ng CAT, improved, developed version.
This is the refined version of the CAT, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker, a distinguished sponsor. Ganyan din po ang tipo ng mga hakbang na nais nating makita pagdating naman sa National Service Training Program, kung saan tayo po ay nagkukonsidera na natanggalin ito o kaya naman ay palitan ng mandatory ROTC nang hindi man lang natin binabalikan, no? Yung batas ng NSTP na ang mismong Kongreso na ito ang nagpasa at ang kabataan po ay talagang hinahangaan ang wisdom ng mga nauna sa atin dito na kanila pong tinitignan at binibigyan ng tiwala ang kakayahan ng mga kabataan na tanggapin ang hamon bilang mga pag-asa ng bayan at gampanan ang kanilang napakahalagang papel para sa pambansang pag-unlad. At yan po ay nakabatay sa kanilang freedom of choice, batay sa kanilang kursong kinuha o kung saan sila naka-enroll ng mga diploma courses o short courses, sila po ay maaaring makapag-enroll doon sa mga components ng National Service Training Program. No, kaya po hinihikayat natin ang DepEd na samahan ang representasyon na ito na magkaroon muna tayo ng masusing pag-aaral ng K-12 program. Nabalikan na natin ang CAT, ang NSTP naman at lahat ng mga components nito ang ating balikan bago tayo mag-usap ng mga bagong programa na nais nating maipatupad sa ating sistema ng edukasyon. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. Nais ko pong marinig ang commitment from our distinguished sponsor, the affirmation and the expression of commitment from our distinguished sponsor with regard to reviewing the K-12 program first and the implementation of the NSTP law before we proceed to the deliberation of new programs such as the mandatory ROTC.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, DepEd is open to coordination with all stakeholders relative to what our Honorable Congresswoman is proposing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Congresswoman.
Salamat, Mr. Speaker. Maari po ba sa buwan na ito at tayo po ay makapaglunsad ng isang stakeholders meeting hinggil sa bagong CTP program at maging pagpapaalam sa representasyon ng mga kabataan, ng ating mga estudyante, mga guro, at iba pang mga parte ng academic community hinggil po sa tinatakbo ng K-12 review.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, DepEd will invite you as soon as the dates are already finalized. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, baka po next year pa ito o sa susunod na budget hearing. Maari po ba tayong makakuha ng commitment? Okay. If not within the month.
It will be soon, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Maari po ba bago tayo mag-break, no? Bago po mag-break ang Kongreso na ito, atin ang matignan ang bill na yan. Kasi po, napakahalaga na malaman natin kung nasaan na tayo ngayon, no? Bago po tayo makapagdesisyon, no? Hinggil sa pagsuporta o hindi pagsuporta sa mga panukalang batas na may kinalaman sa ating...
Right after the budget hearing, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. Mabuhay po ang DepEd family.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, before we continue to the next, may I request the honorable sponsor to read out a policy issue of the DepEd which the sponsor would manifest.
Yung kay ano. The policy issue being raised by the leadership and Deputy Speaker Marcoleta is supporting leadership and requires political will on the part of the DepEd. A dialogue was conducted between him and the DepEd officials and agreed on the following terms of reference that will form part of today's proceedings. 1, for the DepEd to recommend that the National Book Development Board be reverted back to the Office of the President. 2, a thorough review of Manual Volume 5 and DepEd Order 52, Series of 2015 for possible repeal or amendment with the end in view of looking after the interests of small private sector publishers as provided by RA 8047 within DepEd's mandate over standards, evaluation, and selection and consistent with procurement standards with a time frame until December 31, 2019. 3, ensure that the following paragraph will now be inserted in Section 12 of the Special Provision. This is all, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you so much, Rep. Cora Malaniaon. Mr. Speaker, we would like to move to the next interpolator. We would like to recognize Rep. Lito Atienza of Buhay Party List. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Lito Atienza of Buhay Party List, recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Majority Floor Leader. And again, to our esteemed colleague, who would like to ask some question. With your permission. With the permission of the
Yes,
lady, we would like
gladly,
to ask some
Mr.
question.
Speaker, Your Honor.
Una, kami po ay napasyal sa Nueva Ecija noong isang araw. At ang tanong ng marami pong guro na sumalubong sa akin sa 2nd District, bakit daw yung pinangakong pagbabago ng mga gusali na napapaloob sa ating budget ngayon ay tila hindi yata natupad. I'm talking about the old Marcos schoolhouses which should have been changed already by this time. So I'd like to ask from the department, why have they seemingly not fulfilled that particular commitment, which I heard. I heard it in the committee hearings of 2017. And they justified the increases in the budget because they said they need to change the old Marcos-type schoolhouses to more rooms accommodating those who do not have classrooms. Are they going to explain anything about it, or we just skip it and charge it to experience, one of those promises that are not fulfilled?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, kaya lang po, yung mga Marcos buildings are already very old and they are already due for replacement. Kaya lang po, limited ang pondo, kaya hindi po kaya kaagad ma-automatically replace. So meanwhile, nire-repair lang po, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
The answer does not jibe with what we saw, because the old Marcos-type buildings were merely renovated, and they spent money for that. I don't think that was done with bayanihan, free of labor and free of materials. Ang tanong ko po ay, bakit hindi dineliver yung nilalayo ng pondo nila na magtatayo na ng mga bagong gusali para dumami ang classrooms, hindi tayo magkaroon ng shortage.
Nire-repair lang po kung still kahit paano viable pa structurally, but ang ano talaga, ang plano talagang i-replace na yun po.
At this point, Mr. Speaker, we cannot help but just accept the answer, but we will continue to monitor because we have a serious problem with shortage of classrooms. Meanwhile, we have aging structures which are limited in capacity, like the old Marcos buildings. Kaya with the funds that they are now being given, We hope they are able to attend and address this problem, which continues to be a live issue in places like the 2nd District of Nueva Ecija.
Noted po, Mr.
Shifting
Speaker,
to
Your
another
Honor.
topic, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the department how they look at the non-formal education or the alternative learning system in their program of giving emphasis to education for all. No one should be left behind. Yun po ang kanilang slogan, which is very admirable. No Filipino should remain uneducated. Maski na po yung mga ina, ama na hindi nakapagtapos ng kanilang mababang paaralan ay nabibigyan ng pagkakataon. Yung pong gustong gumraduate hanggang sa high school, nabibigyan ng pagkakataon. Yung gustong kumuha ng college through this program, nabibigyan ng pagkakataon. Meron akong kilalang kilala nyo, si Manny Pacquiao. Availed of this program, now is even furthering, taking up advanced studies after qualifying in the non-formal education program. Magkano po ba inilaan natin ngayon sa programang ito?
Magkano? Magkano ang saan? Okay. This is what the DepEd ito ho ang programa ho ngayon ng DepEd with respect to ALS. Okay? They have expanded actually the coverage of ALS. No? So to be able to reach the marginalized group of learners. So, and then in their intention also to get back all the yung mga out of school youth, to, yung mga adults, at saka yung mga drug addicts, yung kailangan talaga na makabalik sa eskwelahan, no? So, ito yung they try to develop basic literacy skills of reading, writing, and numeracy to all these learners. Then, they
Ang tanong ko lang po, Mr.
There
Speaker,
is a
magkano
budget
po
of-
ba ang total budget for this
Ang
very
ang budget-
effective program?
601 million nationwide.
600 million nationwide. Tama po ba yun? Alam niyo, may konting karanasan kami rito sa Maynila. Dahil sa dami ng mga naiwanan sa edukasyon, nagkaroon ng malaking puwang. Magmula ng number 1 tayo hanggang sa napag-iwanan tayo dahil ang ekonomiya natin ay sumama. Lalo-lalo na noong 20 years of Marcos rule. Subalit, 600 million nationwide will just be a drop. That's how much we were spending probably in Manila. And we graduated thousands upon thousands of unlettered, uneducated, lacking in their capacity to improve the quality of their lives. We were graduating thousands every year. For 9 years, we did it because we realized the value of it. Hindi pwedeng bata lang ang tinuturuan natin. Maraming matatanda na mahirap, hindi umaangat sa kabuhayan sapagkat kulang sa kanilang pinag-aralan. So we would suggest that the department takes a look, a more serious at this particular program and do not treat it as if it is a merely consuelo de bobo. We are providing something for them, but it will not even educate enough of those who need government support.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, it's true. So, but this ALS budget started with 2 billion, then nag-decline until we have now the 600 million. DepEd was asking for more, but we were only given 600 million. But itong ALS naman ho, tinutulungan din, sinusuportahan din ng lahat ng mga LGUs. No? And there are some other sectors that are also supporting this ALS program of the DepEd. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
I am taking the word of the lady on this particular assurances, but we will continue to monitor and practice and exercise our oversight functions to see whether they are indeed realizing the value of non-formal education. Now, shifting to another topic which is very important. But to start, I'd like to state very clearly, I believe in the integrity of the Secretary. I believe in her capacity for effective management. Rather than talk of pesos and centavos in what we're talking about this afternoon, I'd like to ask the department, what have they done to correct the corrupt practices in the department, especially in the purchase of books? Again, I know very well that in the purchase of books nationwide, there's a lot of shenanigans going on. Pati po yung mga librong hindi naman dapat gamitin, nabibigyan ng priority, lalo't lalo na kung opisyal ng department ang may akda. Pangalawa, sa halagaan ng libro na inaasahan ng mga mahihirap na mag-aaral, dapat yung salapi na nakalaan para sa pagbili ng libro ay nagagawa ng tama. Magkano po ba ang nakalaan sa budget na ito sa pagbili ng mga libro para sa ating mga paaralan?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, in 2019, we had 1.8 billion. For 2020, we have only 960 million.
1.8 billion for books.
Yes,
Let me
this
tell
year,
you,
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
let me share with you, Mr. Speaker, and the department officers who are here present today, that it is a practice in the purchase of books. As I saw it personally, in close-up, while I was mayor of Manila, the publishing houses were offering a 30% allowance to be distributed to all the officers who sign in the book purchases. 1% here, 2% there, 3%, 20% for the mayor. And I said, this has to stop. Poverty is the main cause of poverty is corruption. Can you imagine education department of the city of Manila engaging in such malpractices? We were able to prevent that. Our books in Manila during my 9 years as mayor, you can check the records, we were able to lower them by 30%. Dahil sabi ko, alisin niyo yan, mga nakapatong dyan, para kay Eddie, para kay Patty, para sa akin. Dahil yan ay maruming salapi na hindi magbibigay ng anuman para kanino. At yung ninanakawan nyo ay mga mag-aaral na umaasa lamang sa gobyerno. So may I ask, and this is the best time for the department, for my respected secretary, to inform us, inform me, that the DepEd today has lowered its prices because during those times, they would not lower the price. Ang sabi nila, paano yung mga pending PO namin sa DepEd? Yun punong-puno ng para kay Eddie at kay Patty. Ngayon po ba'y ginagawa pa yan o hindi? Binababa ninyo ang presyo ng libro o hindi? Lalong-lalo na yung mga referral books and books prepared and authored by the officials of the DepEd itself.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, hindi na ho yun ginagawa. Hindi na ho yun ang practice after the enactment of the procurement law. So, DepEd strictly follows the procurement law, no? So, and the prices now range from 11.26 pesos to 82.96 pesos per book. So,
Can you-
ganun na ho kaliit ang presyo ngayon.
Can you
ng
provide
mga
this
libro.
representation,
Mr.
a
Speaker,
comparative table showing that in the past,
Yes.
ito mga presyo.
Yeah.
At present, binago na namin yan. And I will be able to tell everyone who says, naglalagay kami. Pag hindi ka naglagay, hindi maaprubahan yung libro mo. And I should be able to answer them. Ito ang katotohanan. Hindi ginagawa ni Secretary Briones yan. Ako'y naniniwala sa inyong sinasabi, subalit bigyan niyo ako ng ebidensya na yun na nga ang nangyayari.
Mr. Speaker, they will furnish you the required report, Mr. Speaker, especially with respect to comparative prices, Mr. Speaker.
Huwag niyo sasabihin sa akin yung approved prices by the Bureau of Standards and all this. Alam ko na yung racket na yan. Kapag kayo ay sumunod sa presyo na idinidikta ng gobyerno mismo, meron kayong parakipati at parakiedi. Pag si Secretary Briones hindi sumunod sa presyo ng gobyerno, malamang madidemanda siya for violating the law. But if she has the strength, and I believe she has the strength, if she has the foundation, I believe she has an overflowing foundation of honesty and integrity, we should be able to stand against all of these rumors going around that nothing is changed in the Department of Education. I don't believe them, but give me the reason to confront the issue and face them. It is not happening anymore because I'd like to be able to defend the administration of Secretary Briones. Kailan ko po makukuha yung simpleng comparative, huwag na po lahat, comparative table of the major books that are purchased by the department. Alam ko, si Sekretaryo, hindi ito matanggap. Hindi ko masasabi yan sa lahat ng taon dinadaanan ng mga papeles.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, within the next week, DepEd will give you all the data that you required, Mr. Speaker.
Can we expect it on Monday, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker. Monday.
I'm very happy with the reply and the clarification because, as I said, I never doubted the integrity of this lady. But I cannot say the same for the rest of the family. Pakita ninyo na ginagawa ninyo, next time pupurihin ko rin kayo. Pag napatunayan, hindi kayo nagbabago, lahat kayo may demanda, except Secretary Briones. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, next, I move that we recognize Congressman Eric Pineda for his manifestation.
Congressman Pineda is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to make a short manifestation. Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, the Magna Carta for public school teachers prohibit making any deductions from salaries of teachers unless specifically authorized by law. Based on the documents the DepEd furnished my office, the authority to make deduction of financial obligations of DepEd employees with rural and trip banks stem from Section 52 of the 2019 General Appropriations Act. Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, the DepEd has been giving accreditation to financial institutions for automatic payroll deduction of loans extended by the latter to public school teachers. loans that are payable for as long as 36 months. However, the GAA is only valid for 1 year. So why is the DepEd allowing loans that will be deducted for more than 1 year? Financial institutions are granting loans to teachers as large as 500,000 pesos payable in 36 months to be automatically deducted from their salaries. The 2019 GAA also provides that public employees must have a minimum monthly take-home pay of 5,000 pesos after all deductions are made. Thus, if a teacher takes out a 500,000 peso loan, after deductions, they may be left only with 5,000 pesos every month for 3 years. This amount, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, is not enough for someone to subsist. I believe that the minimum net monthly take-home pay salary should be increased to 15,000 pesos a month, and that only loans payable within 1 year be allowed as automatic deductions from teachers' salaries. Mr. Speaker, my dear sponsor, we should address these problems at the earliest time possible, before our teachers are buried deeper and deeper in debt. How do we expect them to survive with only 5,000 take-home pay salary a month? We have the duty to take care of our public school teachers, as they are the ones shaping our children and our future. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Distinguished sponsor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Sergio Dagook of APEC Party List for his manifestation.
Representative Dago is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, Madam Sponsor, DepEd family. My manifestation is all about the proposed budget of DepEd for electrification, which during the briefing, I was informed that that budget is for the wiring materials of all classrooms and school buildings. So, just for the record, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, there are school buildings and classrooms being built with house wirings ready for energization. But until now, those classrooms or buildings are not yet energized because of the absence of lines extending from the nearest pole. Mostly, those are areas located in the franchise area of electric cooperatives in the provinces. So my manifestation, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, is if it is possible that a portion of the 1.9 billion intended for that house wiring materials for school buildings and classrooms be diverted to the electrification fund of the National Electrification Administration. However, this will be used only, Madam Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, to line extension for classrooms and buildings in the areas that needs line extension. Hindi po siya gagamitin doon sa other areas. Halimbawa, kung mayroong mga classrooms and buildings located within the franchise area of electric cooperatives na malayo pa yung linya, doon gagamitin yung pondo na yon, hindi kung saan-saan lang. Is that possible? Can you assure that to this representation, Madam Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, we cannot divert the appropriation for school wiring to line extensions. Although in 2017, DepEd was able to get like 300 million, supposed to be for the line extensions from the last pole to the nearest pole close to the school building. But in 2018, wala na. Until 2019, hanggang ngayon po, wala na po.
Kaya nga, Madam
Kasi
Sponsor.
pag i-divert natin yan, mawawalan naman ang school buildings ng kanilang wiring. So,
Ano kasi to, Madam Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, this is an issue between chicken and egg, kung sinong mauna. Ngayon, pag inuna natin yung classroom, may wiring nga siya, wala namang ilaw kasi walang line extension. Kaya what I'm trying to manifest is the possibility that a portion lang naman, a portion of that proposed budget na i-allocate din naman natin doon sa mga area na walang line extension. Those are specific areas po.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I think the best agency that we have to bring this concern to is the NEA under the Department of Energy. So siguro sila talaga dapat yan shall assume that responsibility of giving preference with respect to allocation for wirings, itong line extensions from the last pole to the nearest pole near the school.
Kaya nga po, this representation refer this matter to the DepEd kasi the proposed budget of NEA for line extension has been cut, no? 6.4 billion was cut into 1.2 billion. What does it mean? It will decrease the number of barangays and sitios that is targeted to be energized by 2020. At baka isa, dalawa, o marami po sa mga classrooms ninyo na i-construct next year ang hindi rin mailawan kahit may wiring na. That's why dinudulog ko to sa inyo dahil nakita ko doon sa ano ninyo. Ang sinasabi ko lang, Madam Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, a portion lang na ilaan pinpointing those areas kasi alam naman ninyo, identified na ninyo saan i-construct yun. So ang sinasabi ko, kung yung area kung saan i-construct yung classroom o school building ay walang line extension, yan lang din ang bigyan ninyo.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, DepEd will be coordinating with the NEA so that they will be able to really identify the specific sites where perhaps they can realign their budget for school wiring to line extension. But again, it is there's a need to augment the funds, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. So it shall be included in the special provision in the government itself, Mr. Speaker.
I hope, Madam Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, na gagawin yon kasi dito components are vital, necessary. Both the wiring of the building and the line extensions are necessary in order to electrify the said building or classroom. Can I have the assurance of DepEd
Yes,
na pupuntahan niyo si NEA?
DepEd will coordinate with the NEA, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Congresswoman Irene Saulog of the Kalinga Party List.
Congresswoman Irene Saulo is recognized for her interpellation.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, inasmuch as there is no other members of the minority members who wishes to ask question, I move to terminate the period of interpellation on the budget of Department of Education.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we join the minority in the motion and move to terminate the interpellation on the proposed budget of the Department of Education. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
There is a joint motion to terminate the period of interpellation on the budget of the Department of Education and including its attached agency. Any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, before we proceed, may we recognize the guests of Representative Jam Baronda and Representative Ria Farinas. We have here with us Board Member Perla Tumaliwan of Cagayan Valley, as well as Councilor Kate Coseteng of Quezon City. Thank
Please
you,
rise and welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the session.
Session suspended. Hindi, dito na tayo, di ba? Kung ano, ba? Sino bang sponsor? Session resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we could reconsider again the budget of the Department of Tourism.
Any objection? Hearing none, the Congressman Jack Duabit is recognized for his sponsorship speech.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Gabriel Bordado of the 3rd District of Camarines Sur to interpolate the sponsor on the proposed budget of the Department of Tourism.
Mr. Speaker.
Congressman Bordado is recognized.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority
Speaker,
Leader.
Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
I move to suspend, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended.
Balik mo.
Sabihin ko sa kanya. Sabihin ko sa kanya, Jose.
Bilisan mo.
Check, but usually, like,
Ha? May kuha ako. Sessions resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would reiterate that the Honorable Jack Duavit of to sponsor for the Department of Tourism, and the first to interpolate would be the Honorable Gabby Bordado. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Congressman Bordado is recognized for his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, my compadre, a while ago, you and Congressman Lito Atienza
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
were discussing something about the Intramuros area.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
I understand that the DOT, or the Department of Tourism, has two attached agencies: the Intramuros Administration, which is responsible for the orderly restoration and development of Intramuros as a monument to the so-called Hispanic period, and the National Parks Development Committee, which is mandated to develop, preserve, and manage parks in the country, such as the Rizal and Paco Parks in Manila, and the Puok ni Maria Makiling Forest Park in Los Baños, Laguna. Is this correct, Mr. Sponsor?
That is accurate, Mr. Speaker.
Now, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, can you update us on the current and planned development for Intramuros?
With Intramuros, the bulk, Your Honor, of the gentleman is asking for the plans. For
Yeah,
Intramuros
if you can update us on the current and planned developments of for Intramuros.
Well, one of the main, Your Honor, is the successful relocation of the informal settlers there. And the rest, Your Honor, is still ongoing restoration work. And of course, the promotion of the sites within Intramuros that are income generating, that are used for weddings and various functions, Your Honor. And of course, there's a Fort Santiago museum itself, where one of the plans is to hopefully, over time, increase the coverage, or rather introduce a new attraction.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. In February 2019, the Department of Tourism launched a refresh Philippine brand campaign that is still anchored on the slogan, "It's more fun in the Philippines." The new branding campaign is grounded in sustainability, and the Secretary herself explained that the ad uses 100% crowdsourced materials, as it is made entirely by people who have experienced firsthand why it is more fun in the Philippines. Now, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, how does this refresh Philippine brand campaign differ from the previous DOT campaigns?
Well, the main difference, Your Honor, is these refreshes are really required periodically because if you look at the technical the materials that are being used, these can easily be perceived as dated. A lot of it can refer to like even simple things like font types used for that particular period, color grading for the materials, etc. The same way that if we go on YouTube now and then we may look at basketball games from maybe just 10 years ago or even just 5 years ago, it's very easy to discern because the technology moves. And as far as our intended target market, this on the technical side, this alone requires the refresh. But the bigger part of the planned refresh is to, Mr. Speaker, is to really update also the ethnographic side or the ethnographic content. And by that, that means that if you are, for example, showing an ad in Russia, it must have a Russian language component. And since we are crowdsourcing, that be included also actual Russians speaking to Russians about the Philippines.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Mr. Speaker, is the DOT planning to launch new programs intended to boost the tourism industry in the country?
Right now, Mr. Speaker, we are on more of an incremental increase. The department is very mindful that we cannot just promote excessively. It's a calibrated process, Your Honor, wherein we try to keep up with a certain target growth. So our target, for example, for next year will be an increase from 7 million to 8 million, but we are mindful not to bring it prematurely to, let's say, 9 or 10 million, because we know what the frictions are as far as the visitors come. Our carrying capacity must be able to satisfy them. The same way, if we were to launch a restaurant, we would like to also make sure that everyone that comes to the restaurant is served properly and that there's a quality of the entire experience.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, since the DOT is focusing its campaign on sustainability, what projects and programs does it currently have or is planning to launch that would help in protecting, rehabilitating, and maintaining the destinations around the country?
Yeah. Well, I think the best example, Mr. Speaker, is what happened in Boracay. What was learned from that, which again can be described as the poster child, for unbridled expansion, is something that the department is looking into very keenly and to try to replicate that. So again, we go back to what I mentioned earlier, being the prescribed or current carrying capacity of a particular destination, not in terms of the experience of getting there or the transportation, the actual stay. There are still the existing programs. There are still the existing programs that assure quality and rating for the said destinations. But more than anything, the department can't do it alone. So it is a multi-agency effort that includes the Department of Environment and other agencies, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, what are the plans of the DOT to ensure the protection of tourist spots and destinations from damage done by tourists?
Oh, okay. Well, Mr. Speaker, the first thing is that because we have foreign offices also, pretty much they get the news faster than we do. No? They're co-located with our diplomatic offices. And in those diplomatic offices, there are travel advisories that are given. So the department, upon notice that there are perhaps travel advisories have been issued to certain areas, tinitignan po ng departamento kung ano po ang risks doon because we really do not want to send visitors, foreign or domestic, to places that may pose some dangers. And if they're, or at least the tourists, again, domestic or foreign, can be advised where their activities should be restricted to or contained within.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Mr. Speaker, what are the projects and programs of the DOT that would help educate and train tourist guides?
We have a program, it's a training program called the TISP, Your Honor, the Tourism Industry Scale Program. This has 81 million pesos. This has a budget of 81 million pesos, Your Honor. Yeah, and it is actually DOT personnel that conduct the training.
So in other words, the department is coming up with programs aimed at training these tourist guides?
It is an ongoing program, Mr. Speaker. Conducted in the region. Yes, and it is conducted from the regional offices.
And Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, how is the department ensuring the quality of information on history and culture that we impart on tours in destinations around the country?
It's part of the module, sir, in history of the Philippines. It's a Filipino culture. It's a 30-day training.
So I was told, Mr. Speaker, that this is an integral part of the module that is being used, history and culture of the Philippines, that is used in the 30-day training of said trainees for the tour guides.
No. You know, in certain parts of the country, we have these tourist guides who tell us something about the history of that particular area. Now, how does the department come up with a scheme in order that the history being given by such guides are correct?
Local historians are part of local historians.
Local historians are employed as the lecturers for these topics.
So are you telling me, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, that the DOT is employing local historians?
Yes, as both an advisory position as far as creation of the modules, and in some rare instances as lecturers themselves.
I believe, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, that to ensure that we will come up with the real history of our tourist areas, I agree with you, Mr. Sponsor, that we may as well hire, Mr. Speaker, local historians. And is the department doing this?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. About a quarter or 813.4 million pesos of the total cash allocation of 3.3 billion pesos in 2018 was reverted to the Bureau of Treasury. Is this correct, Mr. Sponsor?
What was returned and utilized last amounted to around 500 million, Mr. Speaker.
How much, Mr. Sponsor?
500 million was
So this report of 813.4 million pesos of the total cash allocations being reverted to the Bureau of Treasury is incorrect?
only cash, I am told, Mr. Speaker, of roughly 500 or half a billion.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, apart from the central office, the regions with unliquidated cash allocations were the National Capital Region, Region 7, and Region 9. Is this correct?
Region 9, NCR, and 7
Halika dito, tabihan mo. Halika ba dito? Tabihan mo ako. Halika.
Mr. Speaker, apparently they have already responded to COA, but COA has not yet acknowledged this. But I am told that the amounts are in the areas of, are in the five-figure areas, less than 100,000 in some cases, or in most cases.
So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, are you saying that NCR, Region 7, and Region 9 have already liquidated the cash allocations?
Well, they've already responded, yes.
Because according to the report, the regional offices explained that efforts were exerted due to maximize the usage of allotments and cash allocations received. However, due to the program activities which are not applicable to the regions, stakeholders, and the late receipt of the fund transferred by the DOT central office to the region, the allotment from the central office was not fully utilized. Is that correct, Mr. Sponsor?
Due to the delays last year in our budget, Mr. Sponsor, meron po talagang mga hindi nakahabol as far as the disbursements go. Although na-obligate na rin po. So humabol na rin at hahabol by the end of the year. Now, again, as far as some of the larger figures of what happened in 2018, or because right now we're still in the half of this particular year, it can also be said, Your Honor, that the savings that went back, I mean, kung tutusin po natin, ang ginagawa naman talaga po natin dito sa Kongreso ay kumbaga tayo nagbibigay po ng paalam kung anong pwede o maaaring gastusin. At kuminsan naman, hindi naman po talaga kailangan obligahin na ubusin po yun. Siguro po ang masasabi ko lang sa depensa ng departamento ay hindi na nila nagamit yung kabuuan, pero po, linampasan pa rin ang target na sinet na ibinigay sa atin for that particular year, for 2018, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, the Commission on Audit, or the COA, attributed the non-utilization and reversion of the Notice of Cash Allocations, or the NCAs, to the inability of the DOT Central Office to project and prepare a more realistic monthly disbursement program, which was the basis for the comprehensive release of NCAs by the DBM and/or to implement projects and activities in accordance with the disbursement forecast reflected in the MDP. Is this correct, Mr. Sponsor?
Well, working from if we're talking, well, there's a big difference, I believe, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to an auditing entity as opposed to an operating entity, where the auditing is always looking at what's already happened. And an operating entity is basically trying to look into the future. It's very seldom that these match up, Mr. Speaker, but I really don't see it as a failure in that sense. Again, because the targets were reached and the activities were accomplished for the most part.
So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, the DOT has looked into this particular issue.
Yes, of course they're now trying to improve more advanced analytics, and part of the budget is now going into the IT section of the department, Your Honor.
And Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, has the regional budgets been adjusted?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Sponsor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, DOT.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Congresswoman Sol Aragones from the beautiful province of Laguna for her manifestation.
Congresswoman Aragones is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to make a short manifestation regarding duty-free. Naniniwala po ako na bahagi ng isang maayos at maunlad na turismo ang pagkakaroon ng isang maayos, murang halaga ng mga produkto sa loob ng duty-free. Mr. Speaker, nais kong tanungin ang pamunuan ng duty-free kung ano ang kanilang plano o pinaplano sa higit na pagpapaunlad at pagsasaayos ng duty-free.
It was discussed. I was actually a witness, Mr. Speaker. My habit when it comes to when I'm given an assignment to defend the budget is to hold a cross-briefing in the office of the said department. And I did it again this year, and like for tomorrow, I also did the same for the Commission on Human Rights. While I was there, and they were having their own internal discussions, and I was basically a guest. I was like a fly on the wall listening in. They made it very clear that there's going to be a shift in the merchandising of the sites within our ports and airports. And it's going to shift more towards locally made products, regionally made products that will be sold instead of the usual imported luxury goods. The reasoning for this is twofold. The first is that the luxury goods are actually not selling well because, well, they're not that competitive price-wise. And the second is, it is just the core idea that people should be able to take something away from the Philippines to their homes that is tactile and that can be shown and given to other family members of said visitors. So expect to see a change in the product mix of duty-free Philippines.
Maraming salamat po dahil bilang isang Pilipino, nais nating makita at maramdaman ang pagbabago at pagsasakatupanan ng plano ng pamunuan ng duty-free tungkol dito dahil hindi pa ho ito beripikado pero may mga nagsasabi ho sa atin, may mga ulat na nagsasabi na minsan ay mas mura pa ang produkto sa SNR kaysa sa duty-free. So, kung yun ho ay may katotohanan, hindi ko sinasabing totoo kasi kailangan pa natin i-verify yun, ay nakakalungkot kung gano'n ang sitwasyon Dahil makikita natin sa ibang bansa, pag nagpunta tayo doon, talaga namang kumpleto at pag uwi natin, masaya tayong may bitbit para sa ating mga kapamilya. So hindi lang ho natin to gustong magkaroon ng improvement para sa mga turista na pupunta dito sa Pilipinas, pero para sa atin din bilang mga Pilipino.
We are in a peculiar situation, Mr. Speaker, in that in most other duty-frees in other countries, sales are really limited to those that are outbound or to foreigners visiting. I looked into it also, and why we differ from the others is that there was a point in our history where we were very short on foreign exchange. And one of the ways that was devised to capture the said foreign exchange, additional foreign exchange, is to have the balikbayans spend their extra dollars here. Kaya po dati, ang bayad po would be yung dollars yung tinatanggap. Over time, nakasanayan na rin po na nagbebenta na rin locally. No? So that is where it is, we are a little strange. And that is one of the reasons also that it is higher in price. Because nung nangyari po yon na started selling like chocolates to balikbayans, etc., etc., ang nangyari po, ang nagreklamo po, ay ang local producers, companies that eventually closed down like Surge chocolates because of the competition. And it was deemed that, you know, yung biruan nga, ito yung duty-free na may duties. No? So we're now looking at a way to go past that and make duty formal because our economic situation is far different now from that era. And it is, I believe, we share the same belief that we should be selling more local goods instead of the old model.
Naniniwala po ako doon at ako ho ay umaasa at naniniwala na magiging maisa sa ayos ang isang mas pinaunlad, mas pinamura at mas maraming lokal na produkto para sa duty-free ng Pilipinas. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Minority Floor Leader, Congressman Benny Abante, for his interpolation.
The Minority Leader, Congressman Abante, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Sponsor, will you please allow me to just ask just about 2 or 3 questions?
Oh, it would be my honor, Mr. Speaker.
Meron pong project ang DOT na ang tawag ay Buhay Karinderya Project. At meron daw pong mga illegal payments worth 80.64 million pesos. Illegal payments po para sa Buhay Karinderya Project. Ano po ba nangyari dito? Meron na po ba nakasuhan dito? What happened to this?
The Buhay Karinderya program, Mr. Speaker, ito po ay it's a project between TPB and a company called Mary Lindbergh International. On March 1, 2019 po, COA issued a notice of suspension of the payment to Mary Lindbergh. Not all respondents were able to file the responses. As of to date, COA has yet to issue a notice of disallowance. Ang TPB po is also coordinating with the OGCC to explore yung possible legal actions against Mary Lindbergh and responsible TPB officials and employees for the return of the amounts paid to them po. Yun po ang status as of today.
So, ibig sabihin po, nagkaroon na ng legal action on that?
Opo, meron na pong hinihintay na lang po ang mga opinion ng OGCC at saka ng COA po para maging mas malakas po ang kaso.
Well, of course, this is before the present secretary, no? And I know that she is doing her best to really make the DOT a very excellent department actually. Pero ito po ang pangalawang tanong ko. Yung pong nangyari doon po sa Bitag Media Unlimited Incorporated. Naibalik na po ba yung 60 million payment?
Ganun rin po yun. Hinihintay na lang po ang aksyon po ng ombudsman. At saka po, dahil po itong, para po malinaw, the COA directive was addressed to PTV4. Hindi po sa Bitag Media Unlimited Incorporation. Findings po ng COA was that an apparent conflict of interest between the former secretary and the producers of Kilos Pronto, one of the PTV4 programs po. So, nag-issue na po ang Notice of Disallowance, ang COA, dated on June 5, 2018, and the Supplemental Notice of Disallowance was issued to PTV4 po on June 8, 2018. In October 2018 po, yung respondents who are still connected with the DOT, nag-file na po ng kanilang mga appeal. Pero hinihintay pa po ang desisyon ng COA Director. Sa mga tao po na hindi na po konektado sa DOT, ayan po, medyo kulang po tayo ng information.
So, ano na po ang present status ngayon?
Ito po, yun na nga po. Ang present status po nito, may notice of disallowance na na-issue po ng June 5, 2018. And ang inaano lang naman po ng departamento is they will cooperate with any and all investigations on the matter as best they can. They have given us that assurance.
The last question, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. What is the explanation of the current DOT Secretary on the following adverse findings of COA in his latest 2018 audit report? Number one, various offices of the Department of Tourism spent a total of 507,304 without supporting documents. Tatapusin ko po. Number two, 918,935 expenses on 6 foreign trips, where the 2-person per trip limit as stated in the DOT department order was violated.
Well, are we referring to the trips, Mr. Speaker?
Yung una po, yung 507.304 million without any supporting documents. Ano pong
Well, the Secretary
nangyari doon?
Yeah, the Secretary Romulo Puyat has reiterated previous management directives for the personnel concerned to immediately comply with the COA audit finding, as would be the standard procedure, Mr. Speaker. And they have been given 15 days from receipt of the memorandum to comply. The DOT officials were also directed to ensure immediate compliance with said COA audit finding.
Well, I'm raising these concerns, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, because I know that with the stewardship of the present Secretary of the DOT, I believe that she really would like the Tourism Department to be what it should be according to its mandate. And of course, the minority here does not find any reason why we do not have to support the budget requirement of the Department of Tourism. Only that, perhaps we should also look into some, things that perhaps would stain the department in every good thing that they're doing. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Congressman Argel Kabatbat from the Magsasaka Party List for his interpellation.
Congressman Kabatbat is recognized for his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a short manifestation. I would like to ask the department to submit a report as to the savings and request for augmentation from the year 2017 up to now, Mr. Speaker.
We will make that available by Friday, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There being no other members of the minority who wishes to interpolate as to the proposed budget of the Department of Tourism and its attached agencies, in behalf of the minority, Mr. Speaker, I move that we terminate the interpolation for the proposed budget of the Department of Tourism and its attached agencies. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we join the minority in the motion and move to terminate the interpellation on the proposed budget of the Department of Tourism. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
There is a joint motion to terminate the interpellation on the proposed budget of the DOT, including its attached agency. Is there any objection? The chair here is none. The budget of DOT is hereby terminated. Session suspended.
Sama na ako dito. Dito na ako. Tabihan mo raw. Tabihan mo. Dito ako sa podium.
Congratulations, Charlie.
Congrats, Charlie. Good job.
Wala pang picture. Wala pang picture.
Galing ni Charlie. Wala. Na-approve ka agad. Galing. Galing ni Charlie. Jack's the man. Yeah. Charlie's the man.
You're on, right?
Medyo lapitan kita pag na-file na siya sa vape kasi
Ito na yung ano, di ba? Hindi, taga lang dito. Stop it. Picture ko muna. Meron na ako pa.
Okay, thank you.
Kunan mo. Sige na. Sige na.
Third Sunday of November. Sige ko lang, second reading. Second reading. Turuan mo. Turuan mo. Second reading muna. Second reading. Oh, ready na. Order of business.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 4228. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider House Bill number 4611 under Committee Report number 20 and request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the said measure. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary General so directed.
House Bill number 4611, an act designating the third Sunday of November every year as the National Day of Remembrance for road crash victims, survivors, and their families, ensuring its meaningful observance.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, to sponsor the said measure, I move that we recognize the Honorable Manuel Zubiri.
Mr. Speaker,
The Honorable Manuel Zubiri is recognized.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the explanatory note be submitted as the sponsorship speech of the said bill, Mr. Speaker.
We join the sponsor, Mr. Speaker, and move that the explanatory note be made as a sponsorship speech. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, there being no members who
Majority
wishes to interpolate on the measure, I move that we close the period of interpolation. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The period of interpolation is closed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection to the period of amendments? It is hereby open.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee amendments nor individual amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the period of amendment is closed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 4611 under Committee Report number 20. So move, Mr. Speaker.
All those who are in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those who are against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 4111 is approved on second reading.
4611.
4611 is approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we continue reconsider House Bill number 4228 under Committee Report number 8 and request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the said measure. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General is hereby directed.
House Bill number 4228, an act appropriating funds for the operation of the government of the Republic of the Philippines from January 1 to December 31, 2020, and for other purposes.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we proceed with the interpellations on the proposed budget of the Commission on Elections. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority
Mr.
Leader.
Speaker, to sponsor for the proposed budget of the Commission on Elections, I move that we recognize Representative Matugas, the Vice Chairman of the Committee on Appropriations, to answer questions, if any. So moved.
Representative Matugas from the District of Siargao is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we begin,
To sponsor the budget of the Comelec, the amount of 9.8 billion pesos.
Majority Leader.
Before we begin, Mr. Speaker, may we acknowledge our guests in the plenary, Chairman of Commission on Elections, Sheriff Abbas, Commissioner Al Pareño, Commissioner Louis Tito Guia, Commissioner Maria Rowena Amelia Guanzon, Commissioner Socorro Inting, Commissioner Marlon Casquejo, and Commissioner Antonio Co. Jr.
Will the Will the commissioners led by Commissioner Sharif Abbas stand? Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Franz Castro, party list ACT teacher, for her interpellation. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Before we proceed with the interpellation, may we ask the guests of the House of Representatives to observe proper decorum. Congressman Castro is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, thank you, distinguished sponsor. So, for Your Honor, I would like to thank the Comelec for the last election because meron po siyang ginawang paglilinaw kaugnay noong kwalifikasyon ng mga guro na magsisilbi sa eleksyon. Dahil, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, nagkaroon po ng kalituhan noong panahon ng eleksyon dahil meron pong nagreklamo about doon sa kwalifikasyon ng mga guro na miyembro ng Alliance of Concerned Teachers at saka doon sa pagiging DEI. At nagpapasalamat kami sa Comelec sa pagbibigay nito ng linaw kaugnay noon na pagsasaalang-alang yung karapatan ng mga guro natin sa pag-oorganisa, pagsasaalang-alang sa karapatan ng mga guro natin para doon sa karapatan nila for suffrage, at syempre, karapatan din ng ating mga guro na magsilbi rin sa bayan sa pamamagitan ng pagiging DEI sa eleksyon. Ilang mga clarification lang, Mr. Speaker, sa pagpapatupad ng Election Service Reform Act. Na pangunahin pong naging batas sa pamamagitan po ng ating party list, ang ACT Teachers Party List. Noong nakaraang election po, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, may mga complaints pong ipinaabot sa atin ng ating mga BEI at iba pang mga miyembro ng election officers tungkol doon sa pinababayad na nagre-require ng affidavit o dokumento sa mga nagbi-BEI, lalo na sa mga public schools. Pinababayad daw po ng notaryo na nagkakahalaga ng 100 hanggang 200 pesos kada affidavit. Sinasabi po, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor sa Section 14, Rule 5 ng ESRA IRR, issued in 2017 na may authority to administer oaths o kapangyarihang magnotaryo ang lahat ng election officers, pero di nakasulat na libre. So pwede ba, Mr. Speaker, dahil alam naman natin na ito ay isa rin expense para sa ating mga BEI, pwede bang ang Comelec sa pamamagitan ng ating butihing sponsor ay makakuha tayo ng resolusyon na naglilinaw na ang paglilibre nitong documentary pagbayad po o pagre-require ng affidavit o dokumento ng mga BEI sa mga public school. Parang resolution lang po na dapat ito po ay under na po doon sa Election Service Reform Act. At hindi na pababayarin ang ating mga BEI. Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor.
Maraming salamat, Madam Sponsor, Your Honor, Madam Interpolator, Mr. Speaker. Ito pong tanong nyo, it relates to a BIR ruling number 494/2018. Because yung pagbabayad po ng documentary stamp tax is under po sa jurisdiction ng BIR. Ang Comelec po ay sumusunod po lamang sa ruling na po yun. So with regards to your query, if possible ba na magkaroon ng resolution, I think ang resolution should be directed towards BIR. Kasi yan po ang nagbigay ng ruling that it is a settled principle of taxation that income in the broad sense means all wealth which flows into the taxpayer other than mere return of capital. So based on that principle, kailangan po talagang magbayad ng withholding tax. So kapag sumiti po siguro ang mga teachers natin or as a group ang kagawaran ng DepEd doon sa BIR ng isang resolution to exempt them from the payment of the withholding tax. Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
With due respect po do sa sagot ng ating sponsor, Mr. Speaker, hindi ko po pinatutungkulan yung tungkol sa tax na nire-require po ng BIR doon sa honorarium na tinatanggap ng ating mga BEI. Ito po yung Section 14, Rule 5 ng ESRA. Ito po yung IRR na kung saan sa pagpa-file po ng mga BEI, nung kanilang oath, di ba tatanggapin po yung kanilang parang pinaka-assignment during election time. May kapangyarihan po ayon sa batas na ang mga election officers ang pwedeng mag-administer nito. Pero ang nangyayari po, may nakarating po sa ating opisina na mga complaint about pagbabayad dun sa mga teachers. So dahil ito naman po ay kapangyarihan ng election officer, yung pagnonotaryo halimbawa, ito po ba ay dapat pang singilin kasi malinaw naman po ito dun sa ESRA. Para magkaroon na lang po kaya po ang request sana ng kinatawang ito, Mr. Speaker, magkaroon ng isang resolusyon para linawin itong part na ito ng Section 4 ng Rule 5 ng ESRA IRR na sana wala ng expense si teacher, BEI, kaugnay nitong mga assignments na to or appointments. Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor.
Madam Interpolator, Mr. Speaker, yung regarding po sa documentary stamp tax na nakalagay po doon sa oath nila, wala na pong bayad, sinagot na po ng Comelec, including po yung pagnotaryo. Kasama po yung pagnotaryo. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, malinaw po yun, Mr. Speaker, na libre ang notaryo, documentary stamps na sagot po ng Comelec doon sa assignment or appointment ng mga teacher BEI o ng mga BEIs. Another concern, Mr. Speaker, on the reimbursement scheme on the medical benefits and on legal assistance. So malinaw po sa batas ng Election Service Reform Act, yung mga benefits natin kaugnay nito as regards to the medical benefits. Ang common complaint po, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, na kailangan muna nilang maglabas ng pera ang mga BEI or yung maapektuhan bago check-up o makapagpagamot. At kailangan munang mag-hire ng private lawyer kahit na pro bono lawyer o hindi maiwasang may expense din kasi ang mga kinasuhang teacher. So, dito po ba, Mr. Speaker, pwede bang linawin ng ating distinguished sponsor yung rules and regulations kaugnay noong pag-acquire or pag-avail ng mga teachers natin ng medical benefits and legal assistance? Una muna po yung medical benefits. Kasi po, kumukuha muna sa bulsa si teacher bago ma-reimburse. So yun yung naging patakaran. So wala po ba itong parang magiging rules or dagdag na guidelines para si teacher, hindi na po siya kumukuha doon sa sarili niyang bulsa?
Mr. Speaker, Madam Interpolator, sa Comelec po, meron po talagang nakalaan na special trust fund for the medical assistance, death benefits, legal assistance, para po sa ating mga guro. Kaso lang, alam naman po natin sa gobyerno, hindi po pwede tayong mag-cash-advance nang walang magbigay ng pauna kasi kailangan po ng resibo. So, ang nagiging patakaran o rules o procedure is kailangan muna yung teacher natin mag-spend or maglabas ng pera para sa medical benefits niya, then yung resibo po ay i-reimburse ng Comelec para mas madali po yung liquidation niya, particularly with the COA requirements. Your
Pwede po
Honor,
bang
Mr.
maglabas ng separate na guidelines ang Comelec kaugnay nito para maging malinaw po doon sa ating mga teachers?
Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, meron na pong guideline. Ito ay pinapaloob sa Comelec Minute Resolution number 18-0124 dated February 13, 2018. Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you po, Mr. Speaker. Yung last na lang po, yung legal assistance sa ating mga BEI. So may ginawang MOU ang Comelec with the IBP at PAO. Okay naman po, Mr. Speaker, ginawang sponsor na makomplement na iba pang paraan upang madagdagan ang mga legal assistance sa mga serye ng eleksyon. Kasi tila from all fronts yan, risk ang kanilang inaabot or harassment. Kahit during polls, mismong presinto ay nagkakaroon ng mga certain form of harassment sa ating mga guro. So nakalagay lang po dito sa implementing rules and regulations ay yung mga pwedeng magkuha ng legal assistance ang ating Comelec parang after na ng election kapag si teacher ay meron ng kaso or na kinakasuhan na siya. So pwede po ba, Mr. Speaker, na sana po makuha natin yung serbisyo po ng IBP kaugnay nito, lalong-lalo na po parang meron yatang rule sa Supreme Court about yung mga new lawyers, yung IBP chapter, about pro bono na serbisyo ng mga bagong lawyers ng IBP, Mr. Speaker. Yun ang sponsor.
Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, unang-una, pwede po yung IBP na magbigay ng serbisyo, pero ito pong legal na tulong sa mga guro natin is nakapaloob na po sa Special Trust Fund na may budget na 30 million kasama po doon sa medical benefits na binibigay sa mga guro. So pwede pong mag-refer ang mga teachers natin magpunta sa Comelec para humingi po ng legal assistance fee para doon sa mga kaso na iangat doon against sa kanila. Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
So, dito po sa pondo na ito, kabilang po ba ito doon sa MOU ng Comelec at saka IBP? Kasi ang kailangan ng teacher dito, yung free legal assistance kung sakali. Kasi may mga panahon na yung mga teachers ay bumubunot pa sa sarili nilang bulsa. Tapos, ay kung private lawyer yan, mas gagastusan pa nila yon. Ma-ensure po ba, Mr. Speaker, na through this, mga guidelines natin sa legal assistance, na si teacher ay talagang fully covered noong legal assistance from the Comelec?
Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, according to Comelec, iba pa po yung sa MOU with IBP. So, parang lumalabas po na dalawa yung pwedeng puntahan ng ating mga guro. Doon mo sa Special Trust Fund, saka doon sa MOU.
So lilinawin ko lang po, doon sa MOU ng Comelec at ang IBP at PAO, free legal assistance po ito.
Yes po, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Last na po. Etong nakarang eleksyon, nagkaroon ng mga di maiiwasan na pagtingin ang ating mga mamamayan kaugnay sa dayaan, kaugnay sa iba't ibang uri ng fraud sa eleksyon, lalong-lalo na po, ako natatandaan natin, nung nagkaroon ng parang pagpigil o matagal ng pag-transmit ng mga election votes doon sa transmitter natin or sa mother transmitter. Meron po bang ginagawa sa kasalukuyan ang Comelec na pag-aaral kaugnay nung assessment sa nakarang eleksyon, particular sa pagpapatuloy ng Smartmatic? At pangalawa pong question, Mr. Speaker, ginawang sponsor, ano po yung possibility na magkakaroon ng hybrid mode of election sa susunod na election. Ito po ba yung sinasabi nating hybrid? Manual po sa precinct level, pero yung pagka-transmit po ay talagang mabilis at talagang electronics po. Ito yung tinatawag ng hybrid. So una po, may pag-aaral po bang ginawa o assessment ang Comelec kaugnay nung nangyaring eleksyon ng mga dayaan at iba pa pong mga fraud na nire-raise ng mga mamamayan, ng mga kandidato, politiko at iba pa at mga organisasyon. At pangalawa po, may possibility ba na magkakaroon ng hybrid mode of election sa susunod na mga eleksyon instead of smartmatic?
Una-una po, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, with regard sa first question, with anong ginagawa ng Comelec after the election, isa po sa mga legal procedure, technical procedure na ginagawa nila is yung random manual audit. So ginagawa po nila yon to check kung may mga systemic error na nangyayari doon sa eleksyon. And so far naman po, I think based doon sa data na kuha nila from the random manual audit, nasa 99% na maganda ang performance ng last election. So in relation to the systemic factors. So ibig sabihin, yung technical aspect o yung automation aspect is 99% maganda po ang takbo based on random manual audit. Sa second po na tanong, as to the hybrid voting or hybrid election, ang masasabi po natin ngayon is as of today, wala pa pong batas na nagsasabi sa Comelec na gawin ang hybrid voting. Siguro pagdating ng panahon, bago magka-eleksyon sa 2022, kung may karoon tayo ng batas na magsasabi na ang eleksyon natin magiging hybrid na, susundin po yun ng Comelec, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Pwede po bang, Mr. Speaker, makakuha ng report, ng assessment and evaluation ng commission about doon sa sinasabi ng ating sponsor, about doon sa performance noong nakaraang eleksyon using the Smartmatic?
Yes po, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Pangalawa,
Bibigay po
Mr.
ang
Speaker, pwede po bang simulan na natin ngayon habang, I think meron ng batas dito, naka-propose na batas about hybrid mode of election. Pwede bang simulan na rin ng Comelec yung pag-aaral kaugnay nitong mga mode na ito na gusto nating mangyari sa mga susunod na election? Sir Speaker.
Yes po, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker. Magagawa po nila yung pag-study ng ganong klaseng voting.
Okay? At mabigyan din po ng update ang kinatawang ito kaugnay po ng study na yan.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
So, with that, Mr. Speaker, I end my interpellation. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpellate the sponsor, may we recognize Representative Cali Dimaporo from the 1st District of Lanao del Norte. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Khalid Dimaporo is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the honorable sponsor allow me to ask some questions regarding the budget of the Comelec?
Yes, Your Honor, you may.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor. First, I'd like to congratulate the Comelec family for a successful implementation of the 2019 local elections. Second, my concern is actually in support of the Comelec's budget for 2022. And this is because we have an outlier in the autonomous region of the Bangsamoro, and that's the parliamentary form of government. Now, under the Bangsamoro Organic Law, Article 7, Section 40, the budget for the parliamentary elections comes from the Comelec, if I'm not mistaken. May I have that confirmed, honorable sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, may I ask for a 1-minute suspension?
Session suspended.
Mr. Speaker, may I be recognized?
Session resumed.
Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, with regards to your question, as of now, there's no budget allocated for that.
Yes, I understand, Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor. There's no budget allocated for the Bangsamoro election office because I'm talking about the potential 2022 budget. No? But just so that the Comelec family is aware of this, I'll just read Article 7, Section 40 of the Bangsamoro Organic Law. It reads, Section 40, Bangsamoro Electoral Office. The Commission on Elections shall establish a Bangsamoro Electoral Office under its supervision and control, which shall implement and enforce its orders, rulings, and decisions. The budget of the Bangsamoro Electoral Office shall be part of the yearly budget of the Commission on Elections. Now, I'm saying this again in preparation for the budget year 2022 because the Bangsamoro Parliament is a deviation from our Omnibus Election Code. Actually, part of the Bangsamoro Organic Law is a requirement for the Bangsamoro Parliament to enact a Bangsamoro Electoral Code. And my understanding is the Bangsamoro Electoral Code will be the basis for the budget of Comelec in the 2022 elections. Now, if I understand our budget process properly, if we're looking all the way to 2022, for the Bangsamoro Parliament to have its own regular elections, Congress will approve that budget in 2021. And in the budgetary process, it will emanate, or Comelec will start preparing its budgetary details first quarter of 2021, which means to say, ideally, the Bangsamoro Electoral Code should pass sometime in the year 2020. Even better if they can pass the Bangsamoro Electoral Code within the year 2019. This is a concern that I'd like to bring out on the record here in the floor. Because I want to be consistent, kung wala pang Bangsamoro Electoral Code, when we discuss the 2021 budget next year, then I will raise the flag and say this is a concern for us, especially for a concern for the Comelec family. So I'd like to know, Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor, does the Comelec have an ideal timeline for the Bangsamoro Parliament to enact and to pass their Bangsamoro Electoral Code? Is it 2019? 2020, or will we be waiting for the Bangsamoro Parliament to act?
Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, the timeline is within 2021.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable sponsor. Again, this is going to be an interesting issue for all of us. When we had the BICAM on the Bangsamoro Organic Law, the House contingent singled out the parliamentary form of government as a possible constitutional issue. It was the Senate contingent that pushed for the parliamentary form of government. And we agreed that we will just risk it in the Supreme Court and leave it to the Supreme Court to decide if a parliamentary form of government is constitutional or not. But until that decision comes, we have to support the implementation of the Bangsamoro Organic Law, and I hope the elections of the Bangsamoro Parliament will not be obstructed because of late legislation from the region. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, honorable sponsor. Thank you for entertaining my question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate the sponsor, may we recognize Representative Sara Ilago?
We recognize Representative Sara Ilago.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon. Good evening to the Comelec family. Just two concerns from this youth representation. First, I'd like to ask about the use of the new voter registration verification machines. Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, how much have we spent on this new machines for the pilot testing of the VRVMs?
Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, the budget is about 900 million.
900 million pesos for the pilot testing of the VMs. Mr. Speaker, it must be noted that during the recently concluded 2019 elections, there were reports of the new VRVMs which malfunctioned in several precincts, causing delays in voting, with some precincts opening nearly an hour to as much as 3 hours late. Kamusta po ang assessment ng Comelec pagdating sa paggamit ng VRVMs? Were the results positive?
Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, yung investigation po doon sa nangyari, last election is still ongoing, yung forensic investigation ng Comelec doon sa nangyari sa VRBS. Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, kailan po natin maaasahan ang
Within the month of December, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
bago matapos ang taon na ito? Mahalaga pong malaman natin kung kamusta o ang naging paggamit sa VRVMs o kung naging positibo ba ang resulta nito. No, dahil 900 million pesos ang ginastos po dito ng ating taong bayan. Pangalawa, Mr. Speaker, sa ating pag-asa ng pagtanggap ng naturang resulta ng pag-aaral ng Comelec, nais din po natin hikayatin ang Commission on Elections na pag-aralan din ho ang tungkol sa pagboto ng ating mga estudyante sa National Capital Region, particular ho sa University Belt, at maging sa University Belt ng iba't ibang mga susing syudad o lungsod sa buong bansa. Ito po ay dahil sa academic calendar shift o dun sa pagbabago po ng academic calendar sa ating mga pamantasan at kolehiyo. Kung noon po, bago mag-shift ang maraming universities and colleges ng kanilang calendar, ang Abril at Mayo ay mga buwan ng bakasyon. Ngayon ho, ang Mayo ay tumatapat na sa final examinations week ng mga estudyante. Kaya po, maraming nakapag-ulat sa representasyon na ito, do karamihan po anecdotal pa lamang, meron tayong mga nasusulat na mga reports, ngunit gusto rin natin malaman yung bilang. Kung ilan ba sa actual yung hindi nakaboto dahil tumama po yung mismo eleksyon sa mga finals week ng mga paaralan na nag-shift na ng kanilang academic calendar. Kaya po, isang bagay kailangan pag-aralan kung nakaapekto ba yung shift ng academic calendar sa pagboto ng ating mga kabataan, ng mga scholar ng bayan, mga estudyante sa mga university belts. Pangalawa, kung ito man ay nakaapekto, kailangan din po natin pag-aralan kung paano ba makapagbigay o institute po tayo ng mekanismo para ma-ensure na sila rin ay makakaboto. Maari po ba nating mahingi ang komento o pagtingin dito ng ating distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, nag-agree po ang Comelec doon sa punto mo na marami ang hindi nakaboto dahil nga klase, may exam. Kaya lang wala pa silang datos noon, inaalam pa nila ngayon. Tapos nag-agree din sila na dapat pag-aralan yung schedule dahil nag-shift na nga yung academic year natin. Hindi na bakasyon yung Mayo ngayon, may klase na at may exam. So pumapayag po ang Comelec na pag-aralan yon para mabigyan din ng chance yung mga estudyante na makaboto. Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
That's all from this youth representation, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat po sa Comelec at a reminder din po sa lahat, hanggang September 30 bukas po ang ating voters registration. Kaya kung di pa nagpaparehistro, magparehistro na po tayo. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate the sponsor, may we recognize Representative Stella Luz Kimbo from the 2nd District of Marikina City. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Stella Kimbo is hereby recognized.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other member of the minority with questions for the Comelec, I move to terminate the interpellation on their proposed budget.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we join the minority in the motion and move to terminate the interpellation on the proposed budget of the Commission on Elections. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
There is a joint motion to terminate the interpellations on the proposed budget of the Commission on Election Is there any objections? The chair hears none. The interpellations on the proposed budget of the Commission on Election is hereby terminated. Congratulations. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the session to allow our guests and their technical staffs to vacate the floor and allow the guests and the technical staffs of the next agency to settle down. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Session is suspended. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we proceed with the interpellations on the proposed budget of the Metro Manila Development Authority. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, to sponsor for the proposed budget of the Metro Manila Development Authority, I move that we recognize Representative Alfred Vargas, the Vice Chairman of the Committee on Appropriations, to answer questions, if any.
Representative Alfred Vargas is hereby recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor of defending the budget of Metro Manila Development Authority in the amount of 4,106,784,000 pesos for the year 2020. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we acknowledge our guests in the plenary. We have with us here Chairman General Danilo de la Puz Lim, Deputy Chairman Yusek Frisco San Juan Jr., General Manager Yusek Jose Arturo Garcia Jr., AGM for Finance Asek Romando Artes, and the rest of the officials of the MMDA family, Mr. Speaker.
May the MMDA family headed by General Danny Lim please rise. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Bayani Fernando of Marikina City to interpolate the sponsor on the proposed budget of the MMDA. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
The former MMDA Chair and now Representative Bayani Fernando is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And distinguished sponsor, good afternoon. This is the agency closest to my heart. So don't worry, it's going to be very short and nothing to fear. Will the gentleman entertain some interpolation from this representation?
Mr. Speaker, this representation would gladly entertain questions from the Honorable Gentleman and former MMDA Chair.
Mr.
And now
Speaker.
representative of, from Marikina.
Mr. Speaker, am I correct that the MMDA is directly under the supervision of the President, under the Office of the President?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Your Honor.
And to refresh our colleagues here, in summary, what are the services of the MMDA?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the services of the MMDA are the following: preparation of medium and long-term planning, evaluation and packaging projects, investment programming, coordination, monitoring and project implementation. Next is transport and traffic management. Next is solid waste disposal and management. Next is urban renewal, zoning and land use planning and shelter services, flood control and sewerage management, health and sanitation, urban protection and pollution control, and public safety and preparedness for preventive or rescue operations. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Meaning, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, the mandate and function of the MMDA is that broad and that it requires substantial funding for it to dutifully discharge its functions. Am I correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, it is that enormous.
How much then was the appropriation approved by Congress in the fiscal year of 2018?
In 2018, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, it was 3.36 billion.
And of this amount, how much is coming from IRA for cities and municipalities?
From this amount, internal revenue allotment was 411 million.
And were you able to disburse this fund for 2018? In terms of percentage, how much is your rate of fund utilization?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, 100% utilization.
And how much is your appropriation for the fiscal year, current year, fiscal year of 2019?
For this year, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, year 2019, it's 3,666,953,000, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
It's practically just a few thousand more than that of the previous year. And were you able to utilize these funds?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
And how much is your proposed budget in the NEP of 2020?
The amount that we have from the National Expenditure Program for 2020 is 4,101,907,000. Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
And how much was your original proposal to DBM?
Original proposal to DBM for this was 11,716,000,000.
Oh, it's a far cry from your... Anyway, considering the previously mentioned services or functions, do you think it is sufficient enough so that you will be able to effectively and efficiently deliver the services expected of your agency?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, considering the enormity of the services by MMDA, its functions, and its responsibilities, the proposed budget for this for year 2020 is definitely not enough, and we could also definitely use more help from the government.
And what could be the reason of the DBM on this last of the budget of the agency?
Well, to be honest, Mr. Speaker and Your Honor, it was increased by 20. The budget was increased by 22% from last year. But indeed, we still need some more. The MMDA still needs more funding for its project.
I can't believe that. Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, I have been chairman of this agency before. And I know the huge task it has to perform. And in performing these tasks, especially confronting the current traffic crisis, recurring flooding in Metro Manila, it is just proper that this august body reasonably allocate appropriate fund if we want this agency to be effective. Am I correct, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, Congress has the power of the purse, and we could do so accordingly.
I therefore move, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, that we increase the budget of the MMDA for fiscal year 2020. But where to get this fund, this increase? No? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, the MMDA in its charter is under the office of the President. Then being so, under the office of the Vice of the President, it is therefore reasonable to move some funds from the office of the President to this impoverished and battered agency. Mr. Speaker, with this manna from heaven, I'm sure you will be happy and with a prayer, relieve you of much burden now. And so with this optimism, I expect your support to this amendment to the budget, which I shall at the proper time put forth. In proper time, I would like to manifest that this will form part of the institutional amendment for consideration of the August Chamber. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and distinguished sponsor.
Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the next member of the House who wishes to interpolate the sponsor is the representative from the ACT Teachers Party List. I move that we recognize Representative Franz Castro for her interpellation. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Franz Castro of ACT Teachers Party List is hereby recognized to interpolate the sponsor.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. So, yung ating po bang kagalang-galang na sponsor ay pwedeng maglinaw ng ilang mga issues sa MMDA na may kaugnayan sa budget.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, akin pong ikinagagalak na linawin ang mga issues po na inyong tatanungin tungkol po sa MMDA. Maraming salamat po.
Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, ang MMDA po sa pamamagitan ng kanyang Regional Development Council Head na si General Danilo Lim ay naatasang maging head po ng National Capital Region Task Force to end local communist armed conflict. Totoo po ba ito, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor?
No, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Pwede po bang mag-elaborate ang ating kagalang-galang na sponsor dahil meron po tayo dito na meron po tayo, Mr. Speaker, na nakalagay dito sa report na that the Metro Manila Regional Development Council, RDC, and Regional Peace and Order Council formally created the NCR Task Force LCAC at ang mag-head po dito daw nakalagay sa report ay ang MMDA.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, it's true that the MMDA chairman is the chair of the Regional Development Council. That is correct. And the chairman of the MMDA is also a member of the ARPOC. Just a member. Ang participation lang po ng MMDA dito, is about poverty alleviation. In the belief that in NCR, yun, kasama po yung 16 LGUs and yung 1 municipality, in the principle that insurgency can be solved by solving poverty.
So malinaw po, Mr. Speaker, na ang MMDA po through its chairman ay kabilang po o miyembro nitong National Capital Region Task Force. Sinasabi po na ang role nito ay magbigay ng serbisyo para to alleviate poverty. Okay? So, Mr. Chair, parang medyo po mukhang hindi po katanggap-tanggap sa akin yung answers na to. Pwede po bang mag-submit ang MMDA ng dokumento na may kaugnayan dito sa role ng MMDA, yung mga joint issuances, agreement, MOU kung meron, resolutions, na kung saan ang makikita po dito yung role, malinaw na role ng MMDA, Mr. Sponsor, Ginoong Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, MMDA will submit all the documents that the representative requested.
Pwede rin po bang malaman, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, meron po bang budget na inilaan kaugnay nitong role ng MMDA dito sa council na ito, Regional Development Council?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, wala pong ganyang budget.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor. Ang next question ko po, Mr. Speaker, pwede po bang i-point out ng ating kagalang-galang na sponsor mula doon sa provision ng RA 7924 na kung saan kinreate yung mga powers ng MMDA. Meron po ba dito na nakalagay sa mga powers ng MMDA yung support their role in the National Task Force?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, under scope of services in the MMDA Charter, number one item is development planning. Which covers the poverty alleviation function under the Regional Development Council, because the MMDA chair is only tasked to take care of the regional development plan. So it's the planning function.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, mukhang doon po sa sinasabi nating function or yung powers, limited powers ng MMDA, kung titignan po natin doon sa RA 7924, wala po dito yung power ng MMDA for poverty alleviation. Kung itutuloy ko lang po, Mr. Speaker, the powers were limited to the formulation, coordination, regulation, implementation, preparation, management, monitoring, setting of policies, installing of a system, and administration. So, ito po ba, ibig sabihin nito, may power din po ba mula dito sa binanggit natin, yung dahil poverty alleviation ito, to deliver or to seek to deliver social services to the poor. Nakabilang po ba ito sa power ng ating MMDA, Mr. Sponsor, Ginoong Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor is referring to the Regional Development Council, and the Regional Development Council is an interagency effort. What the MMDA is tasked to do, or the responsibility of this authority of the MMDA, is only with regards to the regional development plan, which is strongly embedded in its charter, Republic Act 7924.
Malinaw po, Mr. Speaker, hindi kabilang dito sa mga powers ng MMDA yung mag-ensure ng direct delivery of social services sa mga mahihirap. Ito lang ay idinalagang power mula sa NCRTF, LCAC. Malinaw po, Mr. Speaker, na hindi ito kabilang dun sa power niya. Ang tanong ko po, Mr. Speaker, yung bang civilian authority dito sa Metro Manila ay not functioning? At inatasan itong MMDA na ito na mag-deliver ng mga services sa mga mahihirap? Useless ba yung ating mga LGU dito sa Metro Manila? Can they not be trusted to deliver services na ibinibigay pa ito sa MMDA? So, inutil na po ba yung ating mga LGU sa Metro Manila para ang MMDA ay maatasan na mag-ensure direct delivery of social services to the poor? Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, again, MMDA's participation in the Regional Development Council is only limited to in its regional development planning and coordination among the LGUs. And it's the coordination of their programs and projects. Coordination.
Pero malinaw po Mr. Speaker, nakalagay po dito sa itinatalagang function ng MMDA, NCRTF, LCAC, na magbibigay sila ng delivery of the services. Gusto ko lang, to conclude, Mr. Speaker, gusto ko lang sabihin, Mr. Speaker, na yung ating mga LGU sa ngayon ay tingin naman natin nagpa-function sa Metro Manila. At yung pagpapadeliver ng mga social services na inaatas ng NTF LCAC ay sumusobra po yata ito doon sa itinalaga ng batas kaugnay ng powers ng MMDA. So kaugnay nito, Mr. Speaker, baka dapat na ma-review itong powers na ito ng MMDA kasi ultimo nga traffic hindi pa natin ma-solve dito sa Metro Manila. At ang worry din po ng kinatawang ito, Mr. Speaker, dahil po sa ganitong function na ito, halimbawa, yung mga issues ng socio-economic na dinudulog po ng ating mga mamamayan through the LGU. Iba't iba pa po yung mga socio-economic na mga reforms na gusto ng ating mga mamamayan dito sa Metro Manila, ay mapagkamalan po ito na isang bagay na bawal sa ating batas. Pero pinapahintulot po yung mga basic rights na dapat na idulog sa ating mga LGU. Sana po, Mr. Speaker, ma-review ng MMDA yung kanilang function. At the same time po ay tignan ang talagang role ng MMDA dito sa, lalong-lalo na po, doon sa papagpapaunlad po natin, doon sa Metro Manila, in terms of yung mga basic function po and powers ng MMDA.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, duly noted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished sponsor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the representative of the Gabriela Party List, Representative Arlene Brosas, for her interpellation. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Arlene Brosas is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sa galang-galang na sponsor, maaari po bang magtanong ng ilan lamang katanungan?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, bilang inyong kaibigan, ako po'y kinagagal ako na sumagot sa inyong mga katanungan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Ginoong Sponsor. Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, araw-araw pa ring penitensya ng mga commuter natin sa Metro Manila ang papalalang problema sa traffic. Kung dati, bawal tumawid, nakamamatay, ngayon kapag naipit sa traffic, nakamamatay na rin. Ayon mismo kay MMDA spokesperson Celine Pialogo, more than 22,000 ang nadagdag sa average daily EDSA traffic. Tama po ba yon? Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, ang almost 1,000 a day in Metro Manila po ang nadadagdag.
Anyway, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, if that is the 22,000 po ang binibilang natin, this means that every day around 405,882 vehicles are plying EDSA from an average of 383,828 last year. Of this figure, 255,732 are private vehicles, representing 63% of the total daily EDSA traffic volume. Ngayon po, nalalapit ang Christmas break, the traffic volume is expected to get worse. Kapansin-pansin, despite these figures, public vehicles pa rin ang pinupuntirya ng MMDA. Nariyan ang naunang ipinanukalang provincial bus ban, na pansamantalang pinatigil ng korte. Nariyan ang pagpapatupad ng yellow lane policy na sa halip na ibsan ng traffic, lumala pa. Libo-libo ang higit na naperwisyo dahil dito. Has the MMDA even considered introducing introducing added regulations to private vehicles instead? Bakit laging ang karaniwang mananakay ang dapat na magdusa sa mga traffic management policies na ito? Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, first of all, tama po yung mga numero ninyo na binanggit ninyo. At hindi po talaga madaling isolve itong traffic na ito. And even MMDA sa amin pong pre-plenary kahapon, umaamin din naman po na hindi po kaya ng mag-isa ng MMDA. Dapat lahat po magtutulungan kasama na yung private sector. And to answer your questions tungkol po dun sa mga buses, ano po ito? Ito po ay isang matter na nasa korte na po. And we will let the courts, MMDA will let the courts decide. At kung ano man po ang sabihin na nararapat gawin ay susundin po. Siguradong susundin po ng MMDA. Yun naman pong yellow lane, matagal na po yan, existing policy na pinapatupad po ito. Pero dun po sa inyong sinabi kanina kung open po ba sa ibang mga solusyon, ibang mga suggestions ang MMDA, ang sagot po dyan ay yes. At dun po sa tanong po ninyo, tungkol po dun naman sa mga private vehicles, kung open po ba na yun naman po yung i-regulate, ang sagot po dyan ay yes. Marami pong mga suggestions at the MMDA has assured us that lahat po ng mga ideas para po sa mga sustainable solutions sa ating mga problema, lalo-lalo na sa traffic, ay idadaan sa isang participatory at very consultative manner. Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, yung usapin po ng added regulations to private vehicles, kasi yun po particular yung tanong, ano na po yung nagawa ng MMDA dito? Earlier this month, the MMDA encouraged the public to pitch ideas backed by research on how to solve the congestion of EDSA. Hindi po ba trabaho ito ng MMDA? Pag-aralan ng mga solusyon, patakaran, nalulutas sa traffic. At ang particular question po kanina, uulitin ko ulit, meron bang regulation na ginawa sa private vehicles ang ahensya? Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, yun pong high occupancy vehicle or popularly known as the carpooling system. Kaso nga lang po, pinatigil din po ito ng Senado. Ngayon, tungkol po dun sa police power na inyo pong sinasabi, wala pong police power ang MMDA. At ang MMDA po ay nagpapatupad lang po ng mga polisiya na siyang inaprubahan doon po sa Metro Manila Council, sa 16 cities of NCR and the 1 municipality.
Mr. Speaker, ibig sabihin, carpooling lang, no? Carpooling ang binigay for the private vehicles. Wala po tayong ibang programa, wala po tayong ibang approaches, wala po ba tayong researches ngayon na iniisip para dyan sa regulation ng private vehicles. Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, meron po mga bagay na under DOTR at na nagsosolve po dyan, nag-a-address dyan po sa issue na yan. Pero halimbawa, meron po ngayong panukala na no garage, no car. Nasa Senate na po yan. Through legislation po yan. Number coding at tsaka yung pong limitation ng pagbili ng mga bagong sasakyan, ay hindi na po yan under sa MMDA.
Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, meron po bang research budget ang ahensya? At magkano po ba ito?
Let me check, Your Honor. Ha? Meron po. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, meron pong budget na funded by JICA. Ang tawag po rito yung ongoing po ito. Na
Mr.
research.
Speaker, ginoong sponsor, magkano po ang budget for the research itong 2020?
It's specifically, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, it's a grant amounting to 150 million.
150 million po ang budget natin para i-research kung paano
Grant
natin...
po yan, grant po. Grant po yan from JICA.
Grant from China.
Japan.
Specifically for all, para po sa lahat sa ahensya, hindi lang sa traffic. NCR
For
traffic.
NCR. For NCR po.
Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, kaya po natin tinatanong kasi yung pera po na yan gagamitin para makapag-research tayo. Meron po ba ang MMDA na kinonsider ng mga studies and reports published by the UP National Center for Transportation Studies? Have these studies been taken into account by the MMDA in crafting solutions to our traffic problems? Meron po ba kayong mga kinausap at na pinag-aralan? No?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, according to MMDA, kasama po yan sa pinag-aaralan.
Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, nakapag-usap na po kayo ng UP National Center for Transportation Studies?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker. Actually, they have representation po sa team. They're part of the team.
Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, maaari bang malaman kung ano ang nilalaman ng ilan sa mga pag-uusap ninyo? If you can divulge it, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor.
Ito yung initial identification of bottlenecks. To address it.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, identification of traffic bottlenecks for MMDA and LGUs, bale 271 total po dyan, considered potential bottlenecks identification at was not based on uniform selection criteria. But using a scientific approach, the CPT and JPT, we will still study the detailed situation of these bottlenecks based on the results of the second questionnaire survey and traffic data. Kasama po yan. And kasama na po dito yung paggawa ng software and pag-consider sa travel time using Waze data, traffic volume, at marami pa pong iba. So very scientific po ito, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, you're partnering with them and may iba pa po ba na research agencies kayo na pinapartneran ngayon? Kaugnay sa studies on traffic management?
And Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, NCTS and the Japanese consultants and experts.
Japanese consultants, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, binabayaran niyo po ba ang mga consultants na ito, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor?
Everything is, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, everything is well taken care of here because this is, the 150 million is a grant from Japan. Or
So
JICA.
you have a report, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor. Siguro yung pa-update na lang po kung
Yes,
ano yung
most
result nito.
definitely, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, that ginagawa po ito ng MMDA in a very scientific way based on empirical data.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, ang mga kababayan po natin ay naghihintay ng agarang solusyon. Hindi po yung matagal, hindi po yung as in sobra-sobrang umabot na ng taon, sabi nga natin, kasi it involves also the lives of the people. Alam niyo po yon, di ba, kapag natatraffic, kahit ang mga ambulansya, sabi nga sa isang artikulo, namamatay yung mga kababayan natin. Pag hindi nakakarating agad sa ospital, hindi ka agad na lulunasan ang kanilang mga sakit at kung ano-ano pa. Matindi po yung toll sa atin ng traffic. Ano po, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor. Kaya ito po talaga ay, kumbaga ay immediate na solusyon ang kailangan. Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I share your sentiment. And rest assured na lahat naman po tayo dito, even the legislative branch, hindi lang po yung executive branch, naghahanap ng solusyon sa pinakamalaking problema natin sa traffic. Dahil napakalaki po ng epekto po nito. Ang kailangan po nito ay short-term, medium-term, and long-term solutions. At siguro sa sobrang laki po, because of the enormity of this challenge or problem, siguro po talagang hindi po talaga ganun kadali at basta-basta to mabibigyan ng lunas. Pero andirito na po yung mga research, andirito na po yung planning. Opo.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, ang gusto nga po natin ay aksyon. Ano? Yung nakikita talaga nating lumuluwag yung EDSA. Yung nakikita talaga nating nakakapagbiyahe tayo. Ano? Yun po. On to my next point, on the deployment of the PNP HPG girlfriend material. Ito po yung news nung nakaraan. Ano? In a supposed bid to intimidate erring drivers and traffic violators, the PNP Highway Patrol Group deployed its Ladies Strike Force, consisting of 23 good-looking female police officers. Ayon mismo kay MMDA Traffic Char, Edison Nebriha, girlfriend material ang mga nasabing HPG officers at pampagaan daw umano sila ng stressful na problema sa traffic. Ginoong sponsor, Mr. Speaker, is this how the MMDA views women and traffic management? May kinalaman ba talaga ang deployment ng female officers sa pagpapagaan ng trapiko? Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, ito pong binabanggit po na ninyo ay hindi po yan under ng MMDA, under po yan ng HPG, sa PNP po yan.
So, sa PNP, HPG, hindi po under sa MMDA yan. But you have the same program, you have the same, meron po kayong relation.
Coordination lang po ang, coordination po ang main relationship po.
Anyway, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, sinasabi po namin ito kasi sinabi ni Traffic Char Nebriha na bahagi ito ng Gender Equality Program. Ngayon, ang kina-question po natin, seryoso ba si Mr. Nebriha dito? No? Pero of course, PNP, HPG, Highway Patrol Group po sila. So wala sila dito. Hindi nila malalaman itong issue na ito. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, this representation from Gabriela Women's Party strongly objects to the unabashed display of sexism by the PNP-HPG in their ill-conceived bid to more effectively apprehend traffic violators. Sa pagde-deploy ng sinasabing Ladies Strike Force, kinakahon ng papel ng mga kababaihan bilang pambitag sa kanilang kabiguang solusyonan ng problema sa traffic sa Metro Manila. Hindi bahagi ng pagiging mapanlika ang pagiging sexist at pag-objectify sa mga kababaihan. Sana po kahit ang MMDA, will listen to this kasi ito naman po ay usapin ng policy, no? I'm sure kayo din po ay apektado nito, no? Hindi po natin gusto na ang mga kababaihan natin ginagawang ino-objectify, ano po? The traffic problem is too serious to even indulge in sexism and experimental solutions. And as recent events show, getting stuck in EDSA is fatal. Kada araw nga po, humigit kumulang 4 na oras ang nawawala sa mga manggagawa na bugbog na sa trabaho. Kung susumahin ito, halos 1,000 oras ang nawawala kada oras, kada taon sa mga manggagawa na dapat sana'y panahon para sa pamilya at sa pahinga. More than just increasing the funds for effective traffic management, it is about time that the agency revamps its solutions, framework, and prioritize the welfare of ordinary commuters. Resolbahin po natin yung problema sa traffic mula sa punto de vista ng mga ordinaryong mananakay. Hindi sa punto de vista ng may kakayahang mag-ari ng pribadong sasakyan. Alam po natin yan. Ang problema natin yung effective, efficient na public transportation system. Alam din po yan ng ibang mga bansa na merong effective public transport system. Ang problema po, kapag matindi ang korupsyon at ang nangyayari, ang nakokorap pa ay sa usapin ng mga public transport mismo natin, mahirap po talaga yun. No? Mahirap talagang masolusyonan kung ang korupsyon nandoon. Tapos alam niyo naman po yung usapin ng Dalian Train. I was asking about this dun sa DOTR nung nakaraan. Hindi na po sa inyo yon, alam ko po yun. Hindi sa inyo yon. Pero public transport system, yun po yung kailangan natin. Yung mga solutions, so palliatives po yun. Yung magkaroon tayo ng yellow lane, magkaroon tayo ng ganito, pero hindi nito masusolusyonan yung traffic. Alam po natin yun. At ang kalakhan po dito sa Metro Manila, sasakay yun ng train, sasakay yun ng bus, sasakay yun ng mga pampublikong sasakyan at doon po tayo mag-i-improve. Yun po yung sinasabi ng kinatawan na ito. Anyway, si Char Nebriha po ay nasa inyo. Si Nebriha. He's here. But he's the MMDA. He's in MMDA. So siya po yung nagbigay ng mga remarks na yon. So ibig sabihin, it doesn't only involve the PNP HPG, it also involves the MMDA, yung kaugnay po sa mga kababaihan.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the MMDA as an institution categorically states that it is not its position to practice discrimination or or mention any sexist remarks. We believe it was mentioned in his own personal Facebook account, but nevertheless, MMDA will always uphold the law, protect the rights of the Filipino, and definitely will not tolerate discrimination and any sexist remarks.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, dapat po maklaro natin yan. Kasi alam niyo naman po yung policies, lalo na kung nanggagaling po ito sa matataas na posisyon mula sa inyo. Be very careful po sa pagsasabi ng mga salita. Alam niyo po, nagbabantay kami lagi doon lalo na sa usapin ng mga karapatan ng kababaihan. Paano po tayo magtatanggol ng karapatan ng mga kababayan natin, hindi natin marespeto ang karapatan ng mga kababaihan. Magsama-sama po tayong tulungan na ma-educate or kahit paano maging aware yung mga tao kaugnay dito na huwag maging sexist. Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, opo, binibigyan po ng malaking halaga ng MMDA ang inyo pong issue na binanggit ngayon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Mr. Sponsor, on to my next point po. This is about the MMDA road clearing operations. Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, the Metro Manila Development Authority has been conducting regular clearing operations at 17 Metro Manila local government units to ensure that all roads will be free from obstruction within the time frame of the Department of Interior Local Government, DILG. DILG ordered to reclaim the roads within 60 days in order to fast-track clearing of all roads. The clearing operations was deemed successful, but at the expense of the vendors' livelihood, yung mga maliliit po nating mga manininda. In July 30, the MMDA conducted clearing operations in Baclaran. In a video which circulated online, a female vendor was telling members of the Metro Manila Development Authority or MMDA of their plight. Pinalaya sila sa pwesto nila nang walang abiso. Mayroon bang existing relocation plan ang MMDA para sa mga vendors na tinamaan ng clearing operations? Ilang vendors na po ang successfully ay na-relocate kung meron?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I think that question can be best answered by the LGUs involved because the main participation of MMDA here in this interagency efforts of clearing is to assist only and coordinate.
So, Mr. Speaker, Ginong sponsor, the MMDA is not in the loop in the whole plan. It should be a comprehensive plan, of course, di ba? Kasi bago ka naman magtatanggal ng mga vendors, kailangan coordinated naman ang buo, di ba? LGU, DILG, MMDA. So, hindi pwedeng hindi alam ng MMDA kung saan ipopwesto ang ating mga vendors na mawawala ng kabuhayan. Kasi para sa kanilang isang araw na hindi ka makapagbenta, hindi yun pagkain ng buong pamilya. Kaya po natin tinatanong yon, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, hindi po maaaring tapakan ng wala pong kapangyarihan ng MMDA na matapakan po ang karapatan at responsibilidad ng LGU. Once again, ito po ay ang MMDA po ay nandiyan para i-coordinate ang lahat po ng LGUs sa NCR at mag-assist sa mga utos ng gobyerno and to make sure na okay ang planning at saka yung management po ng mga programa.
Mr. Speaker, Ginoong sponsor, saang mga lugar nakapag-conduct ng clearing operations ng MMDA?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, buong Metro Manila po.
Naabot na po ba? Paano masasabi na naabot na ang full compliance ng DILG order? Nag-declare na ba siya, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong sponsor?
Nakabase po yan sa report na nanggagaling po sa LGU mismo. Na sinasabit nila sa DILG, tapos yung DILG po ang nag-a-assess.
Mr. Speaker, Ginoong sponsor, meron kayong kopya?
The MMDA, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, wala pong kopya ang MMDA ngayon. But as the sponsor of DILG na na-approve naman po, gagawa po ako ng paraan para makakuha po ng
Thank you, Mr.
report
Speaker.
na yan.
Ginoong sponsor, may we have that copy of the report kung lumabas na. Mr. Speaker, Ginoong sponsor.
I will produce that in my capacity po, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, yung mga maliliit po nating vendors, sila ay tatanggalan natin ng karapatan kapag sila ay walang kabuhayan, matatanggalan ng kabuhayan. We cannot continue to set aside fellow human beings as eyesores and obstructions. Hindi lang po fasad yung tinitingnan natin, Kaya naman sila napasok sa ganyang klase ng gawain dahil sa kahirapan o kawalan ng job opportunities para sa mga mahihirap. For as long as sufficient at decent ang mga jobs na meron tayo, hanggat hindi naaabot ng mga ordinaryong Pilipino ang sufficient and decent jobs, mananatili po na magkakaroon ng mga vendors na they will always spill into our thoroughfares to make a living. Kaya po dapat ang solusyonan yung pinakaugat ng problema natin, kung bakit nagkakaroon ng mga ganitong mga vendors at mahihirap. At sana po ang maging stance ng MMDA, ng DILG, ng LGU dito ay hindi anti-poor, kundi solusyonan ang problema ng mga mahihirap at maralita natin. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Yun lang po. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the next member of the House to interpolate the sponsor is the Minority Leader, Representative Benny Abante. I move that we recognize him, Your Honor, for his interpolation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 6th District of Manila, Honorable Honorable Minority Floor Leader Benny Abante is recognized for his interpellation or manifestation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the debonair, good-looking congressman from Quezon City yield to several clarificatory questions?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, this representation would gladly answer questions from our honorable and very dashing and most respected Minority Floor Leader, Benny Abante, from the city of Manila.
Thank you. Well, of course, the most important mandate of the MMDA is to solve the traffic problem of Metro Manila. Am I right?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, part of the scope of services of MMDA is transport and traffic management. That is correct.
And because of that, they are being attacked, harassed, complimented, criticized, left and right by a good number of people. Am I right?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Na kahit na anumang gawin mo, maaaring ito'y mabuti sa iba, pero pag pinag-usapan naman yung iba, masama sila. Ano? Kaya nga po, pagkamisan, naiintindihan ko na hindi na ho malaman ng MMDA ang kanilang gagawin. You know, and the people that they should please. Eka nga, we cannot actually please everybody. But even if we cannot please everybody, everyone must always obey the law. Because the mandate of the MMDA is to implement the law. Am I right?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
It is not to please some group of people. It is not to please powerful people. But it is always to implement the law of the land.
That is correct, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Well, of course, before we give order to the traffic problem in Metro Manila, we should first of all give order to the organization itself. Because if there is laxity of order in the organization, then it follows that it would be very difficult to give order to the mandate that they have been given. Am I right, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Is it true that 7.61 billion pesos was cut from the MMDA proposed budget for 2020, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, to be exact, it's 7,610,190,000.
So therefore, about 7.61 billion was cut or slashed. Ano po?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Of course, it is the duty of the DBM whether to increase the budget or slash the budget. Am I right?
Yes.
But is the DBM aware that this budget cut will mean a slash in the 697 million budget intended for salary increases of MMDA traffic enforcers?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
All right. How many employees do the MMDA have at the present time?
A total, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, of a total of around 8,000.
How many of them are traffic enforcers?
3,000, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
How many of them occupy a plantilla position?
Around, Mr. Speaker, around 20 to 25%. Your Honor.
20 to 25%. 20 to 25% occupy a plantilla position.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
My goodness! How could you be able to perform your duty? in waste management, and in traffic enforcement, when you cannot even give proper salaries to your employees? Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, that is the sad truth that the authority has been facing for the past several years.
Now, if you said that only 20-25% have plantilla position, therefore, majority of the employees of MMDA, particularly traffic enforcers and those who are involved in garbage management, are not permanent.
That is correct, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Therefore, they do not have any security of tenure.
That is correct, Your Honor, Mr.
Wala po silang benefit.
That is correct.
Wala po silang GSIS.
That is correct, Your Honor, Mr.
Ang kanila lamang ay PhilHealth.
Wala pa
Pati
rin po.
PhilHealth, wala pa din.
PhilHealth po meron,
PhilHealth
Mr.
meron.
Speaker, Your Honor.
Pero wala na po yung ibang mga dapat na binibigay kapag meron kang plantilla position.
Wala po, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Aba, ngayon, maunawaan po natin kung bakit yung mga traffic enforcers resort to corruption. Ano po?
Pwede po nating sabihin niya na one of the reasons po.
O, ito po. Ano po ba, magkano po ba ang pinakamalaking sweldo ng isang empleyado ng MMDA with a plantilla position?
Ang job, let me answer muna, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. The job order ranges from 8,000 to 9,000 pesos.
Hindi po. Yung pinakamataas ng sweldo na may plantilla position. For example, may plantilla position na head. For example, head po ng traffic enforcers. Meron po yung plantilla position. Magkano po yung sweldo niyan?
Yung yung pong mga mataas na position na po sa plantilla,
Yes.
pag mataas na po ito, pag halimbawa, division chief, halimbawa, around ano na po yan, 60 to 70,000.
60 to 70,000. So kung sino po may sweldo ng 60 to 70,000, wala na po silang dapat na gawin pang anumang kalokohan sapagkat maganda po yung kanilang mga tinatanggap. Ano po?
Tama po.
Nabanggit po ninyo, you mentioned a while ago that the lowest salary or income a traffic enforcer have because they are of a job order scheme is only about 9,000.
That is correct, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Ba, talagang matetempo ng korupsyon yan. Talaga pong pag nanghuli po yan, ng traffic violation, at maglabas ng konting pera, yung tao, talagang tatanggapin sapagkat napakaliit po ng kanilang sweldo. Magkano po ang take-home pay ng taong tumatanggap ng 9,000 pesos?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, we'll give na lang around figure, around mga 8,000 ang take-home po.
Mga 8,000 ang take-home pay. And if you are looking at a traffic enforcer that has one wife, and 3 children, one wife and 3 children, aba, hindi po kasya ang 8,000 pesos. Ano po?
Tama po yun.
Mag-iisip po siya ng paraan para madadagan ng kanyang income. At ang tanging paraan para madadagan ng kanyang income, mangutong. Ano po?
Meron pong mga ganyang mga nahuhuli po.
Well, I really commend and even appreciate yung ating ibang traffic enforcer MMDA na kahit na maliit ang kanilang sweldo, ay hindi po nagiging corrupt.
Well, MMDA, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, is proud to say
Mr.
na
Speaker.
meron pa rin pong marami po.
That's right.
Mas marami pa rin pong mga ganyan na mga MMDA employees and enforcers natin na umiiral pa rin ang kanilang pagka-Pilipino bagamat ang kanilang take-home pay ay hindi po ganun kalaki.
At pagkatapos po, pag nanghuli pa yan at merong kapangyarihang hinuli, babarlin pa yan o susuntukin pa yan, iaharas pa yan at gagamit po ng kapangyarihan. Ano po?
Opo, kawawa po. Tulad po nung isang araw, meron pong nasaksak. Kawawa naman po.
Pagka minsan po, yung atin pong kinakampihan palagi ay yung kanilang mga hinuhuli at hindi po natin nakikita ang kaawa-awa at kalulus-lunos na kalagayan na mahigit kumulang na 4,000, ano po, 4,000 po na traffic enforcers na napakababa po ng kanilang sweldo, ano po.
Opo, tama po.
Well, ako po'y nagigitla at hindi agad makapagsalita sa kalagayan po ng libu-libo nating traffic enforcers na malimit sila pa ang sinisisi ng mga motorist. Ano po? Siguro, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, it is high time that we should look into this problem very seriously. Na kung nais po natin na magkaroon ng talagang magandang implementasyon ng ating traffic problem and our road management and our garbage management, I believe that it is the first duty of the government to provide enough compensation for those who are working in the bureaucracy. Am I right, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, tama po.
Perhaps as we end these budget deliberations, perhaps within the week, that an amendment should be done immediately to increase the budget of the MMDA for the purpose of adding more income to those employees who are receiving just job orders, perhaps even providing plantilla position for them. Narinig ko, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, na meron po tayong mga traffic enforcers at sa garbage management na 17 years na po na nagtatrabaho sa MMDA na job order pa rin. Ano po? Wow. Sana po ito'y narinig ng lahat ng ating mga congressman ngayon. Palagay ko walang naghihirap na mga congressman dito. At makita po natin pangangailangan ng ating mga government workers. Karamihan po'y job order, mga kaibigan. Nais nating tanggalin ang contractualization. Pero ang pinaka-guilty ng contractualization, walang iba kundi ang ating pamahalaan. Of course, we know that we would like to give decent jobs to everyone. And perhaps the government does not have enough funds to give that decent job. But my goodness, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, it is high time that there ought to be a change in budgeting, particularly ang karamihan po ng ating mga empleyado ng gobyerno, ang MMDA, most of the time. Ako'y narinig ko din po na sa LTO, marami ring job order. At sa iba pang mga ahensya ng gobyerno, I think it is high time to put a stop to it sapagkat kaawa-awa po naman ang ating mga government workers, especially ang mga traffic enforcers natin. At kung nais nating mawala ang maliliit na korupsyon doon sa ating mga traffic management, I do believe that our small employees should be given enough income so that they could be able to support their families. Am I right, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Well, tapos na po ang aking pagkatanong At sa akin po pagkatapos, there being no one anymore to ask any questions from the minority, I therefore move to terminate the interpellation for the minority. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I so move.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we gladly join the minority in their motion and respectfully move to terminate the interpellations on the proposed budget of the Metro Manila Development Authority. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? There is none. Joint motion from the minority and majority with respect to the budget. The budget of MMDA is now being, the period of interpellation and sponsorship is now terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to briefly suspend the session to allow our guests
Session
and
suspended.
to vacate the plenary. Thank you.
Thank you po.
Sige po. Ang galing ni Maraming salamat po. Para makabayan.
Okay, game.
Picture.
Ready?
Sir. Quezon City ka.
Jojo talaga, lakas ng boses.
Congratulations kay Chairman. Ka-village ko yan. Sa Don Jose.
Chairman.
Congratulations.
Ayos.
Ano? Reference tayo? Thank you. Joe, galing.
Ricky.
Hindi kasi mama, may Manila ka mama. Kasama ko tayo dito. Yes.
Metro Manila.
Kasi ano?
Uy, Metro Manila ka.
DS. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Alan.
Manila.
Metro Manila.
Jeff, inform mo na sa mga
Yes.
Aga na tapos.
Meron pa?
Kayo na.
Ikaw na. Good luck.
additional reference.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 4228. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we take up additional reference of business and request the Secretary General be directed to read the bills and resolutions of first reading as well as communications. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair is none. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of House Bill Resolutions and Communications for referral on first reading.
Additional reference of business resolution. House Resolution 347, a resolution expressing the profound condolences of the House of Representatives on the death of Honorable Jesus Marino Rene Espina, a great Filipino public servant who was a former senator, governor of the province of Cebu, Secretary of Public Works and Transportation and Communications, Administrator of the Social Security System. Representative Cayetano, Alan Peter, Romualdez Ferdinand, Abante, and Garcia Pablo John.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the business of the calendar of the day, I move that we consider House Bill number 4466 under Committee Report number 10 and request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the measure. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair is none. Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of the said House Bill.
House Bill number 4466, an act integrating labor education into the social science subject of the higher education curriculum.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session.
session suspended.
Higher Ed, XJ. Higher Ed. Hindi ka member.
Masyadong matuwa. Panalo ko.
Session resumed. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, to sponsor House Bill number 4466, I move that we recognize the Honorable Alan Reyes of the 3rd District of Quezon City for his sponsorship speech.
Honorable
So
Alan
moved.
Reyes from the 3rd District of Quezon City is recognized to sponsor House Bill 446 under Committee Report number 10.
Mr. Speaker, I move to consider the exploratory note of the bill as a sponsorship issue, sponsorship speech of the measure.
Mr. Speaker, we join the honorable sponsor and move that the sponsorship, explanatory note be made as the sponsorship speech. So moved.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, there being no members who wishes to interpolate on the sponsor, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate.
any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendment. So moved.
any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, there being no members who wishes to introduce amendments and there being no committee amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments.
any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 4466 under Committee Report number 10. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
those are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those are against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 4466 is approved on second reading. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider House Bill number 4581 under Committee Report number 11 and request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the measure. So moved.
any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of House Bill 4581 under Committee Report number 11 for consideration on second reading.
House Bill number 4581, an act renewing for another 25 years the franchise granted to Golden Broadcasting Professional Incorporated under Republic Act number 8025, entitled the franchise to construct, maintain, and operate a station, FM radio, television broadcasting in the island of Mindanao and for other purposes, and expanding its coverage to the entire Philippines.
Mr. Speaker, to sponsor the bill, I move that we recognize the Chairman of the Legislative Franchise, Honorable Franz Alvarez. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman of the Legislative Franchise Committee, Representative Alvarez from Palawan Province, is recognized to sponsor House Bill 4581.
Mr. Speaker, may I request that the explanatory note be entered as the sponsorship speech?
We join the author, Mr. Speaker, and move that the explanatory note be made a sponsorship speech. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, there being no members who wishes to interpolate on the sponsor, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate.
any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move that there being no members who wishes to introduce amendments and no committee amendments, I move that we close the period of
any
amendments.
objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 4581 under Committee Report number 11. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
those are in favor to approve on second reading House Bill 4581, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 4581 under Committee Report number 11 is now approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider House Bill number 4583 under Committee Report number 13 and move that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the said measure. So
Any
moved,
objection?
Speaker.
The chair is none. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of House Bill 4583 under Committee Report 13 for consideration on second reading.
House Bill number 4583, an act renewing for another 25 years the franchise granted to Broadcast Enterprises and Affiliate Media Incorporated under Republic Act 8098 to construct, install, establish, operate, maintain road and television broadcasting stations in the Philippines.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, to sponsor the said measure, I move that we recognize the Honorable Franz Alvarez.
The distinguished chairman of the Committee on Legislative Franchise, Honorable Franz Alvarez, is recognized to sponsor House Bill 4583.
Mr. Speaker, may I request that the explanatory note be entered as a sponsorship speech.
Majority Leader.
We join the Honorable Author, Mr.
Any
Speaker.
objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no members who wishes to interpolate on the author, I move that we close the period of sponsorship.
Any
and
objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no individual members who wishes to introduce amendments and there being no committee amendments, I move that we close the period of
Any
amendments.
objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 4583 under Committee Report number 13. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Those in favor for approval of on second reading of House Bill 4583 under Committee Report number 13, please say aye.
Aye.
Those are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 4583 under Committee Report number 13 is approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider House Bill number 4584 under Committee Report number 14 and request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the said measure. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair is none. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of House Bill 4584 under Committee Report number 14 for consideration on second reading.
House Bill number 4584, an act renewing for another 25 years the franchise granted to Crusaders Broadcasting Incorporated under Republic Act 8091 entitled An Act Granting Crusaders Broadcasting System a franchise to construct, establish, operate, and maintain commercial radio and television broadcasting stations within the Philippines.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Franz Alvarez for the sponsorship.
The chairperson of the Committee on Legislative Franchise, Representative Franz Alvarez, is recognized to sponsor House Bill 4584 for consideration on second reading.
Mr. Speaker, may I request that the explanatory note be entered as a sponsorship speech.
Majority Leader.
We join Mr. Speaker and move the explanatory note be made as a sponsorship speech.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no members who wishes to interpolate on the said measure, I move that we close the period of sponsorship.
Any
and
objection? The
debate.
chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no members who wishes to introduce amendments or committee amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 4584 under Committee Report number 14.
Those are in favor for approval on second reading House Bill 4584 under Committee Report number 14, please say aye.
Aye.
Those are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 4584 under Committee Report number 14 is approved now on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move on an omnibus motion to consider House Bill number 4436 under Committee Report number 6, 4437 under Committee number 7, and 4582 under Committee Report number 12. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair is none. The omnibus motion for approval on second reading of House Bill 4436 under Committee Report number 6, House Bill 4437 under Committee Report number 7, House Bill 4582 under Committee Report number 12 is now approved on second reading.
No. Wala pa.
It's now approved to consider on second reading.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Franz Alvarez to sponsor for the said measure. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Franz Alvarez from the province of Palawan is recognized to sponsor House Bill 4436, House Bill 4437, and House Bill 4582 for consideration on second reading.
Mr. Speaker, may I request that the explanatory notes be entered as a sponsorship speech.
We join the author, Mr. Speaker, move that the explanatory note of the respective House Bill be made as a sponsorship speech.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no members who wishes to interpolate on the said measures, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no members who wishes to introduce amendments and no committee amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move in an omnibus motion to approve on second reading House Bill number 4436 under Committee Report number 6 as well as House Bill number 4437 under Committee number 7, and House Bill number 4582 under Committee Report number 12 for approval on second reading. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Those are in favor for an omnibus approval on second reading of the following House Bill 4436, 4437, 4582, please say aye.
Aye.
Those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 4436, House Bill 4437, House Bill 4582 is approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we include additional co-authors to House Bill numbers 4228, 4436, 4437, 4463, 4581, 4582, 4583, 4584, 4466, and 4611 as contained in the list to be submitted by the Committee on the Rules.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the change of referral of House Bill number 4351 entitled Instituting Reforms to Further Protect and Develop Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises, amending for the purpose Executive Order number 81, otherwise known as the 1986 Revised Charter of the Development Bank of the Philippines as amended from the Committee on Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises Development to the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair is none. Referral, change of referral is approved. Is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Youth Servo for a manifestation. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Youth Servo from the City of Manila is recognized for his manifestation.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Nais ko lang pong i-manifest na maging co-author po dito sa House Bill 4611, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we take up additional reference of business.
The Secretary, any objection? The chair is not. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of House Bill, Resolutions, Committee Report, Communications for referral to committees.
Additional reference of Business Committee Report. Committee Report number 21 on House Bill number 4664. An act instituting reforms in real property valuation and assessment in the Philippines, reorganizing the Bureau of Local Government, Finance, and appropriating funds therefore. Representative Mariano Salceda Ungab.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
On behalf of the majority, Mr. Presiding Officer, I move that we nominate and elect the following House members to the various committees for vice person and members. For the Committee on Human Rights, Vice Person, Congressman Anthony Crisologo. Members, Congressman Amihilda Sangcopan, Congressman Bernardida Ramos, Congressman Angelina Tan.
Any objection? The chair is none. The nomination is approved.
For the Committee on Higher and Technical Education, Vice Chairperson, Congressman Dulce Ann Hofer. Members, Congressman Estrelita Suansing, Congressman Emihilda Sangcopan.
Any objection? The nomination of the following members is approved.
Committee on Visayas Development, Member, Congressman Florencio Bem Noel.
Any objection? The election is approved. Majority Leader.
Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries, Members, Congressman Eric Pineda, Congressman Henry Villarica, Congressman Mirasol Panotes, Congressman Josefina Taliado, Congressman Alan Ecleo, Congressman Gerardo Espina, Congressman Jumel Espino, Congressman Jonathan Flores, Congressman Nestor Fongwan, Congressman Wilton Co, and Congressman Jake Villa.
Any objection? The chair is none. The election of the following members of Congress is approved.
For the Committee on Sustainable Development Goals, Congressman Amihilda Sangcopan.
Any objection? The election is approved. Majority Leader.
To the Committee on Poverty of Alleviation, as member, Congressman Roland Valeriano, Congressman Bem Noel, Congressman Onyx Crisologo, and Congressman Kid Peña.
Any objection? The chair is none. The election of the following members is approved.
For the Committee on Housing and Urban Development, Vice Chairperson, Congressman Florida Rida Robes. Member, Congressman Alan Reyes, Congressman Ria Vergara.
Any objection? The chair is none. The election is approved. Majority Leader.
For the Committee on Labor and Employment, members, Congressman Alfredo Garbin, Congressman Cheryl De Losa, Congressman Dalia Layola, Congressman Manuel Lopez, Congressman Leonardo Babasa, Congressman Datu Ronnie Sinuswat.
Any objection? The chair is none. The election is approved. Majority Leader.
Committee on Natural Resources, members, Congressman Amihilda Sangcopan, Congressman Presley De Jesus, Congressman Alfredo Garbin, Congressman Princess Rihan Sakularan, Congressman Christian Unabia.
Any objection? The chair is none. The election is approved. Majority Leader.
For the Committee on Energy, for Vice Chairperson, Congressman Hector Sanchez.
Any objection? The chair is none. The election is approved.
To the Committee on Science and Technology, members, Congressman Michael Duavit, Congressman Carlito Marquez, Congressman Siriaco Gato, Congressman Jumel Espino, Congressman Ria Fariñas, Congressman Jonathan Flores, Congressman Nestor Fongwan, Congressman Wilton Co, Congressman Joseph Lara, Congressman Ismael Magundadatu, Congressman Chodorico Haresco.
Any objection? The chair is none. The election of the following members is approved.
To the Committee on Information and Communication Technology, for Vice Chairperson, Congressman Micaela Violago. Members, Congressman Eric Pineda, Congressman Charlie Cuanco.
Any objection? The chair is none. The election of the following members is approved. Majority Leader.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways, Vice Chairperson, Congressman Adriano Ebcas. Members, Congressman Tyrone Agabas, Congressman Ares Aumentado, Congressman Elias Bulut, Congressman Charlie Cuanco, Congressman Greg Gasataya, Congressman Siriaco Gato, Congressman Bernarditas Ramos, Congressman Carlito Marquez, Congressman Manuel Sagarbaria, Congressman Marisa Andaya, Congressman Faustino Michael D., Congressman Solomon Chunglao, Congressman Genaro Alvarez, Congressman Leonardo Babasa, Congressman Carl Carey, Congressman Joseph Lara, Congressman Han Hofer, Congressman Marvin Nieto, Congressman Alan Duhali, Congressman Gerardo Espina, Congressman Wilton Co, Congressman Joed Garcia, Congressman Datu Ronnie Sinswat, and Congressman Presley De Jesus.
Any objection? The chair is none. The election of the following members is approved. Majority Leader.
For the Committee on National Defense and Security, for members, Congressman Hector Sanchez and Congressman Manuel Cabuchan.
Any objection? The chair is none. The election of the following members is approved. Majority Leader.
For the Committee on Veterans Affairs, Vice Chairperson, Congressman Manuel Cabuchan. Members, Congressman Hector Sanchez, Congressman June Babasa, Congressman Christian Unabia, Congressman Rodolfo Albano, Congressman Pablo Ortega.
Any objection? The chair is none. The election of the following members is approved. Majority Leader.
Committee on Social Services, members, Congressman Hector Sanchez.
Any objection? The chair is none. The election of that member is approved.
To the Committee on Welfare of Children, for Vice Chairperson, Congressman Paz Radasa, Congressman Mike Defensor, Congresswoman Ana Marie Suarez. Members, Congressman Resurreccion Acop, Congressman Maria Fe Abunda, Congressman Marilu Arroyo, Congressman Naelia Aguinaldo, Congressman Raymond Mendoza, Congressman Manuel Manix Dalipe, Congressman Joy Tambunting, Congressman Diego T. and Congressman Janice Salimbangon.
Any objection? The chair is none. The election of the following members approved. Majority Leader.
To the Committee of Interparliamentary Relations and Diplomacy, for Vice Chairperson, Congressman Dulce Ann Hofer. Members, Congressman Princess Rihan Sakularan, Congressman Solomon Chunglao, Congressman Wilton Ko, Congressman Joseph Lara, Congressman Ismael Magundadatu, Congressman Datu Ronnie Sinsuat, Congressman Bong Suntay, Congressman Javier Tan, Congressman Henry Villarica, Congressman Marisol Panotes, Congressman Josefina Tallado, Congressman Ria Vergara, and Congresswoman Jam Jam Baronda.
Any objection? The chair is none. The election of the following members approved. Majority Leader.
To the Committee on Local Government, for Vice Chairperson, Congressman Leonardo Babasa and Congressman Luis Campos. Members, Congressman Solomon Chunglao, Congressman Arnie Funtabella, Congressman Greg Gasataya, Congressman Dalia Loyola, Congressman Elias Bulot, Congressman Manuel Zagarabaria, Congressman Gerardo Valmayor, Congressman Michael Duavit, Congressman Choderico Jaresco, Congressman Maria Laarni Cayetano, Congressman Manuel Cabuchan, and Congressman Hector Sanchez.
Any objection? The chair is none. The election of the following members approved. Majority Leader.
To the Committee on Public Order and Safety, for Vice Chairperson, Congressman Michael Aglipay. Members, Congressman Wilfredo Enverga, Congressman Dalia Loyola, Congressman Aris Omentado, Congressman Manix Dalipe, Congressman John Ray Chanco, Congressman Arnie Fuentabella, Congressman Malu Acosta Alba, Congressman Princess Rihan Sakularan, Congressman Adriano Ebcas, Congressman Presley De Jesus, and Congressman Manuel Cabuchan.
Any objection? The chair is none. The election of the following members approved. Majority Leader.
To the Committee on Disaster Management, members, Congressman Amihilda Sangcopan and Congresswoman Micaela Violago.
Any objection? The chair is none. The election of the following members approved. Majority Leader.
To the Committee on Health, Vice Chairperson, Congressman Marical Nagano Natividad. Members, Cyril Abueg Zaldivar, Congressman Solomon Chunglao, Congressman Arnold Celeste, Congressman Estrelita Swansing, Congressman Princess Rihan Sakularan, Congressman Adriano Ebcas, Congressman Presley De Jesus, Congressman Bobby Pacquiao, Congressman Dulce Ann Hofer, and Congressman Hector Sanchez.
Any objection? The chair is none. The election of the following members approved. Majority Leader.
To the Committee on Transportation, Vice Chairperson, Congressman Jose Padiernos. Members, Congressman Alfelito Bascug, Congressman Luisa Banti Cuaresma, and Congressman Hector Sanchez.
Any objection? The chair is none. The election of the following members approved. Majority Leader.
To the Committee on Foreign Affairs, for Vice Chairperson, Congressman Cyril Beng Abueg Zaldivar. Members, Congressman Rufus Rodriguez, Congressman Ria Vergara, Congressman Bobby Pacquiao, and Congressman Jam Jam Baronda.
Any objection? The chair is none. The election of the following members approved. Majority Leader.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food, Vice Chairperson, Congressman Joseph Lara. Members, Congressman Christine Singson, Congressman Solomon Chunglao, Congressman Arnie Fuentabella, Congressman Michael D., Congressman Ian D., Congressman Abdullah Dimaporo, Congressman Dalia Loyola, Congressman Amihilda Sangcopan.
Any objection? The chair is none. The election of the following members approved. Majority Leader.
To the Committee on Ecology, members Congressman Alan Reyes, Congressman June Babasa, Congressman Christian Unabia, Congressman Jake Vincent Villa.
Any objection? The chair is none. The election of the following members approved. Majority Leader.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry, Vice Chairperson Anne-Marie Lollipop Uwano Dizon and Congressman Bong Suntay. Members, Congressman Rodolfo Albano, Congressman Alfredo Garbin, Congressman Bong Suntay, Congressman Christian Unabia, and Congressman Jake Vincent Villa.
Will you please correct the membership of Congressman Bong Suntay?
Vice Chair, sir.
He was read as Vice Chairperson, then as a member.
Correction, Mr. Presiding Officer, he is Vice Chairperson.
Any objection? The chair is none. The election of the following members approved.
Committee on Basic Education and Culture, Vice Chairperson, Congressman Alan Reyes. Members, Congressman Ruth Hernandez, Congressman Princess Rihan Sakularan, Congressman Ria Vergara, Congressman Florida Rida Robles.
Any objection? The chair is none. The election of the following members approved. Majority Leader.
To the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability, Chairperson, Congressman Jose Antonio C. Alvarado. Vice Chairperson, Congressman Jesus Crispin Remulla. Vice Chairperson, Congressman Mike Defensor. For members, Congressman Narciso Bravo, Congressman Romeo Halosos, Congressman Sol Aragones, Congressman Marvy Marino, Congressman Tony Pet Albano, Congressman Lorna Silverio, Congressman Sam Vargas, Congressman Cyril Abueg, Congressman George Bustos, Congressman Christopher Go, Congressman Duke Frasco, Congressman Lollipop Uwano Dizon, Congressman Jowo Jimenez, Congressman Eric Yap, Congressman Claudine Bautista, Congressman Sandro Gonzalez, and Congressman Buboy Tupas.
Any objection? The chair is none. The election of the following members is approved. Majority Leader.
Special Committee on Reforestation, Chairperson, Congressman Elias Bulot. For Vice Chairperson, Congressman Solomon Chunglao, Congressman Maximo Dalog, Congressman Christian Unabia, Congressman Beng Abueg Zaldivar. Members, Congressman Munir Arbison, Congressman Ansarudin Adyong, Congressman Mike D., Congressman Tyrone Agabas, Congressman Alfonso Umali, Congressman Paz Radasa, and Congressman Ron Salo.
Any objection? The chair is none. The election of the following members approved. Majority Leader.
To the Committee on Land Use, Chairperson, Congressman Eduardo Gulla. Vice Chairperson, Congressman Ted Haresco. Members, Congressman Samantha Alfonso, Congressman Ramon Nolasco, Congressman Adriano Ebcas, and Congressman Jocelyn Tulfo.
Any objection? The chair is none. The election of the following members approved. Majority Leader.
Committee on Cooperative Development, Vice Chairperson, Congressman Sabiniano Canama. Vice Chairperson, Congressman June Ong, Congressman Jose Padiernos, Congressman Virgilio Lacson, Congressman Adriano Ebcas.
Excuse me, Majority Leader. Will you
Yes.
kindly repeat from the top? Please repeat from the top.
Please, Senator. Vice Chairman, Congressman Sabiniano Kanyama. For Vice Chairperson, you mean? From the Chairperson. For Chairperson, Congressman Sabiniano Kanama, my bad. Vice Chairperson, Congressman June Ong, Congressman Jose Padiernos, Congressman Virgilio Lacson, and Congressman Adriano Ebcas. Members: Congressman Rico Heron, Congressman Presley De Jesus, Congressman Willie Caminero, Congressman Diego T., Congressman Fernando Cabredo, Congressman Janice Salimbangon, Congressman Rashidin Matba, and Congressman Teodorico Haresco.
Any objection? The chair is none. The election of the following members is approved. Majority Leader.
Committee on Dangerous Drugs. Chairperson, Congressman Robert Ace Barbers. Vice Chairperson, Congressman Narciso Bravo. Congressman Edgar Sarmiento. Congressman Alan Ecleo. Congressman Pablo Ortega. Congressman George Bustos. Members: Congressman Frederick Shaw, Congressman Romeo Haloshos, Congressman Samantha Luis Alfonso, Congressman Rashidin Matba, Congressman Fernando Cabredo, Congressman Elpidio Barsaga, Congressman Randolph Edibong Plaza, Congressman Strike Revilla, Congressman John Marvin Yul Servo Nieto, Congressman Horacio Swansing, Congressman Rolando Valeriano, Congressman Lorna Bautista Bandigan, Congressman Manuel Luis Lopez, Congressman Edward Maceda, Congressman Precious Castelo, Congressman Luis Jose Campos, Congressman Josephine Ramirez Sato, Congressman Nestor Fongwan, Congressman Romulo Kid Peña, Congressman Wilton Ko, Congressman Joseph Lasam Lara, Congressman Ismael Magundadatu, Congressman Ena Marie Uano Dizon, Congressman Joselito Santiago Sakdalan, Congressman Datu Ronnie Quesada Sinsuat Sr., Congressman Bong Suntay, Congressman Amer Abubakar Tan, Congressman Henry Villarica, Congressman Josefina Tallado, Congressman Alfredo Garbin, and Congressman Manuel Cabuchan.
Any objection? The chair is none. The election of the following members is approved.
And last but not the least, Committee on Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprise. Chairperson, Congressman Virgilio Lacson. Vice Chairperson, Camille Villar. Congressman Juliet Ferrer. Congressman Lucille Nava. Congressman Adriano Ebcas. Members: Congressman Ruth Hernandez, Congressman Alan Duhali, Congressman Leonardo Babasa, Congresswoman Ria Fariñas, Congressman Jonathan Flores, Congressman Christian Unabia, Congressman Brendan John Toto Biron, Congressman Alan Benedict Reyes, Congressman Naelia Aguinaldo, Congressman Lorna Silverio, Congressman Elpidio Barsaga, Congressman Fernando Cabredo, Congressman Janice Salimbangon, Congressman Princess Rihan Sakularan, Congressman Rowena Taduran, Congressman Jose Ong, Congressman Edgar Sarmiento, and Congressman Kid Peña.
Any objection? The chair is none. The election of the following members is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider House Resolution number 347 and request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the measure.
Any objection? The chair is none. The Secretary General is hereby directed to the title of House Resolution.
House Resolution 347, a resolution expressing the profound condolences of the House of Representatives on the death of Honorable Jesus Mariano Rene G. Espina, a great Filipino public servant who was a senator, governor of the province of Cebu, secretary of public works, transportation and communications, administrator of the social security system, Representative Cayetano Alan Peter, Romualdez Ferdinand, Abante, and Garcia Pablo John.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt House Resolution number 347.
Any objection? The chair is none. House Resolution number 347 is now adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session until September 18 at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended until September 18, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Nahimo na nakupos na ako mag... Wala ba ng picture taking, boss? Ikaw sa gitna, ikaw picture taking. Para malaki.